Hello, everybody. Good to see you. Pop culture curator here. I hope everyone is doing well. It is Saturday night here in my neck of the woods. I don't know if it's Saturday night or day or Sunday morning for you, but I hope you're all doing well. My voice, excuse me, my voice is going to be a little frail at first, but I'll try to do my best to keep up. That's one of the reasons why I haven't done a stream in the past few days. I don't know why it seems to come and go, but I think the more I talk tonight, the more it'll clear up.
You got a cold or something?
No, it just happens. I don't know why it comes and goes.
Okay.
But first, I wanted to say hello to the people on the panel. Hi, Gorillas Random Thoughts. How are you doing, sir?
Doing all right. Had a great stream today.
Yeah, you had your stream, Ted.
Yeah, longest stream I've probably done.
It was long.
What? How long? How long was it?
Probably
Almost
5 hours.
5 hours.
Yeah.
Why did you watch 5 episodes, or why? What happened?
Seven
We wa-
episodes.
we watched all 7 of the first season. Yeah.
Okay. Well, glad to hear it went well.
It was
And
Oh
fine.
yeah. They,
Phoebe, go ahead.
I was gonna say it's Seth MacFarlane. He may be a liberal there, but he understands humor.
I used to, I was never a fan of Family Guy or his other stuff. I didn't like his movie, A Million Ways to Die in the West, or whatever that was. I liked the Orville, the first two seasons. I really, really hated the third season. It made me hate him. But sure, if people like his show, I didn't know he was involved with Ted, but I hadn't really looked into it. But yeah, good for you guys, if as long as you enjoyed it.
Oh, we had a great time, Pop. We were laughing our asses off. Well, me and girl always laugh our asses off when we get together because we just seem to be on the same wavelength pretty much all the time. So
Well, you have to have something funny to laugh at too.
it was good. It was funny. That's the thing. I mean, you know me. I'm far from liking woke stuff, but it wasn't really woke. Actually, Ted was making a lot of fun of the woke crowd in the episodes, like a lot of fun in some episodes about how ridiculous the whole woke thing is. So I give him points for that, right?
Okay, cool. Well, how are you doing, PvP?
I'm doing well. I got both of my electric baseboard heat turned up to maximum because I'm freezing to death here, even with the heat on full blast. It's been so bloody cold the last 3 days. It's like was in the -20s again today, and we got this wind chill. We got like an Arctic low or something over us right now, and we got the wind chill. It's like up to -45 degrees Celsius with the wind chill, so it's not fun being outside. And I went out yesterday and got some, groceries and some gas, and picked up, a little bit of libation for tonight. And fuck me, it was cold. Yeah, I'm out there for like 2 minutes, and my fingers are starting to freeze. Right, like frostbite kind of pain. So yeah, it's pretty bad.
I know for us it was warmer than usual. It was like 40 degrees, and I thought that was
Oh,
not
you're
too bad. I
lucky.
still didn't go out, but oh well.
Man, you're
My,
very lucky.
my little scooter is stuck in the snow.
Still? Oh shit.
Yeah. But I wanted to say hello to the chat. Edge of Time says greetings from the Edge of Time. So good to see you, Edge of Time. Hope you're doing well. Followed by PvP, who says hi, Edge of Time. And Gap. Hello, Gap. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Pops, Edge of Time, PvP. Gap After Dark says hello, all. Gap After Dark says, are we rumbling tonight? I hope so. My voice, I'm sorry. I'll try to last as long as I can, guys. And PvP says, yes, hi, Gap. Um, I just want to let everybody know it's an open invite. As you guys know, I have the link in the chat. If you want to come up and join us on the panel, everybody's welcome. But I have pretty much run out of all tolerance for people interrupting and talking over each other. That's why I have not had a stream since the Time Machine Tuesday. I was so upset. In fact, I hardly slept Tuesday night because I had people saying stupid stuff. Here's the way the pattern seems to go. is you get these people that are drunk and they're on the chat, sometimes the panel, but right now, let's talk about the chat on the time machine. Excuse me. There was somebody on there that was drinking. We all know who that is. And they were just rambling on with just incoherent, typing anything that came to their mind that had absolutely nothing to do with the stream, nothing to do with time machine, nothing to do with what we were talking about at all. But they like attention. So they were just putting one text out, one chat after another, after another, after another, after another, because they like to see their chat brought up on the screen and they like to interrupt what we're saying so that we will stop and read their chat. And it gets worse, I've noticed, when I say, okay, everybody, I've got to wrap it up. It's getting late. We're going to be wrapping it. And then suddenly they barrage the chat with a whole bunch of shit just to
Mm.
challenge me to see if we're going to read it. And then we spend an additional 15 to 20 minutes reading more incoherent garbage that has nothing to do with the stream. So it's like a dare. As soon as they hear me, hear us say, well, we're going to wrap it up, instead of like anybody else would normally do, say, oh, okay, well, good night, everybody. Thank you. Wonderful stream. No, it's like the floodgates just open and there's a barrage of chats and garbage,
Mm.
and they do that. And it was
Yeah, it's
very
not
hard.
cool.
No, it's not. And it was very hard for me trying to be jovial and nice during the stream. I don't want to go off. See, the whole point is they want to trigger us, trigger me. I'm
Hmm.
not going to give them.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not going to give them the pleasure. So that's why after I ended the stream, I kind of let you guys know that I was pissed, to say the least.
Mm.
Um, Another problem I had with that stream is Scotty seemed to be okay at first when he joined. Then it got to the point where he was just creating arguments out of nowhere just for the sake of arguments. And I think they were just to stall the stream. I don't know why. Because when I do my streams on the weeknights, like this is Saturday, we can go on as late as we want to. Excuse me, sorry. When I do Lost in Space, the sci fi horror stream, and Gilligan's Island, I always let everybody know that I'm going to keep it short and sweet because some people on the panel have to work in the morning and they can't stay
Yeah,
up all night.
and we appreciate that too, Pop, because we don't want to go super late either. So yeah.
Right. But then it seemed like Scotty kept stopping as I was trying to narrate and talk about the movie. He would keep stopping, interrupting me, and then creating arguments out of nothing. And I'll give you some examples if you're not sure what I'm talking about. Like when we were talking about the character George Wells and the Eloy, he had to bring up totally out of nowhere that George Wells was taking advantage of the Eloy female Weena sexually, and that was an argument because PvP, you and I both said it's not true, but it didn't stop him from doing it, and he kept on insisting. And
Yeah, exactly. He seemed to be trying to say that
he
he was
trying to
taking
trigger me,
advantage of her because of her innocence and almost
right?
like it was like pedophilia or something, which I totally
Yes,
disagree with what he was talking about because she's an adult. Obviously, she's an adult woman. Probably, I'm guessing, maybe in her late teens, early 20s. Um, and she might be innocent. I think it was more just she was very ignorant because the Eloy had no
right,
educational
right,
system, right? Which is, I
right,
think,
right,
a point I
right,
made.
right. That's not the point. He knows that. He's just trying
Hmm.
to create arguments
Yeah.
and discord is what he's doing. Like for example, when George Wells around the end of the movie, when he got back to the time machine inside the Sphinx,
Hmm.
and he started fighting off the Morlocks,
Hmm.
and then he hit the forward button. That's another thing. Scotty kept bringing up the remake, and I didn't want to talk about the fucking remake.
Yeah, we weren't there to do that, were we?
No, he didn't care.
Yeah.
And it's like I don't care if somebody likes the remake. If they want to do a stream on the remake, do that on their own channel. But I don't want them muddying my stream up with garbage. But
Well, it's. I
with
just want to mention it's like yesterday on Jill's Friday morning stream, which was overall very good, and I had a lot of fun with Jill, like I always do, because
all right,
she's
but
pretty cool.
save that,
But
save that. Right, right. Save
Scotty
that.
had
I know. Save that thought though. Let me just finish real quick,
sure. Please finish.
so we can keep one subject at a time.
Go for it. Yeah, go for it.
All right. So we got to the part of the movie where George Wells was fighting off the Morlocks in the time machine. This is near the end of the movie. And I wanted to talk about where he went to the future, the part that was in the book and not in the movie.
Mm.
Scotty kept talking about the scene in the remake, what he did in the remake at that point, what going on in the remake. And then he talked about in the remake how the Morlock jumped on the time machine and half of his body disintegrated and half of it didn't. And
Right.
I told him, I said that's just a ripoff of Something Wicked This Way Comes. Anybody who's seen the movie, read the book, or
I
anything
remember that.
would know
Yeah.
what I'm talking about.
Hmm.
Scotty started another argument. Oh no! In fact, he literally said, "Oh no, 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 no." I said, "Yes, it's like Something Wicked This Way Comes." I tried to explain. I said, "There's a merry-go-round. There's a guy named Mr. Dark," and then he kept interrupting me as I was trying to explain and arguing and arguing. And finally, I said, "Scotty, have you ever even seen Something Wicked This Way Comes?" No. And I said, "Well, then you're starting an argument for no reason." And that's why I finally called it. I had had enough. So I'm just not going to put up with this crap anymore. Because Gorilla and I both talked about this when I first started my streams. If people come on the streams, everyone's welcome. But if you don't like the movie I'm covering, you have no reason to come on the panel and just attack the movie. You're not welcome if that's your only point. That's why when Jill has a stream like her insurrection yesterday, I'm not a fan of the movie, but that's why I did not go on her stream because if I'm not a fan, I had nothing to add.
It was
But I'm not
Nemesis
gonna
actually, but
whatever. I get them all. In my opinion, they all suck. But anyway, so what I do, I don't go on there to cause arguments. What I do, I just won't go on there because that's the polite thing to do. That's why you guys didn't see me on that stream. Scotty gets on there and starts arguing with you during the stream,
oh yeah.
and I can't do it anymore. Between that drunken melted copper, I had enough. And I was actually upset. I know this is going to sound like probably overacting, but I was upset for like 2 or 3 days, and
I've been
that's
there,
why I didn't even want to do another stream because I'm thinking, but at the same time in my head it's like, well, why let it ruin my streams when all I've got to do is get rid of these people that caused the problems,
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
and what I need to do.
I had somebody
Go,
say
all right,
shit to
anyway,
me.
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Tell me
Yeah, just quick
what
thought.
happened on Jill's stream.
No, this isn't actually Jill stream, but I know what you're saying because I was on another stream maybe a month back, and somebody said some shit to me that made me so angry. I was actually pissed off for like close to a week, and I don't like that just letting some asshole get in my head like that. Like I don't want that to happen. So there's certain people I'm going to try to avoid from now on. That's one of my 2024 resolutions, right? It's like I know these people, I know I don't like them, I know I don't really want to talk to them anymore. And there's very few. There's only like a couple people, in the community that I feel that way about currently. But I get where you're coming from. When somebody gets under your skin and they get in your head, it's not fucking fun, is it?
And it's intentional. It's all
Oh,
intentional.
fuck yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Because that's part of his personality, and I just don't have the patience for it anymore. It's rude. It's being asinine, and another point is 98% of the people that come on the panel or the chat are all nice people,
Yep.
and they're there enjoying themselves because either they've seen the
Yep.
movie or they haven't seen it,
Yep.
and they just want to hear about the movie. They don't want to hear assholes up there arguing.
I don't, yeah. You know,
So that's why. Guess what? But they won't. They don't want. Guess what? This brings us to Teague. This is
okay.
why they don't allow you on their stream so that you could do the same thing to them. They'll come on your stream and do that and pull shit. But imagine the day, and and by the way, I'll call. Oh, I'm trying to not swear, but I'll call Teague on it anytime because he's a coward. He does it. He will not own up to it. He will not do it to my face. And I've completely had it with him. That's why last night on Gorilla Stream, we had Drunken Copper and John Gill arguing over everybody and causing conflict and turmoil. And that's why I said I'm out of here. I'm not, that's why I did not remain on the panel. I just went down in the chat and I was talking to the people in the chat and saying hello. And then when Teague came on, I was like, oh no, just when I thought it couldn't get worse, the earth opens up and from the depths of hell comes Teague. And I'm going to play a little clip right here just to give you guys an example.
Yeah, that monotone voice of his. Oh God, it is
It's not
like
just
from
a
hell.
monotone voice, but it's his nasty habit. And by the way, I haven't seen a stream with him on it in months because I avoid them like the plague. But he has not changed a bit. It's still the same Teague.
You got that right.
Okay, so I'm pulling it up. Give me a moment. Now, but let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Okay, this is a short clip from Gorilla Stream last night. This was just as Teague appears. All right, now remember, you're going to see a second before he's on the panel, and then you're going to see Teague appear on the panel. I want you guys to try to notice how long it takes before he starts talking about himself and his channel and New Trek. Because that's all that motherfucker does. And I told him before on my channel, I don't want you on my channel for that. I said, I had one time I even asked him, I say, why is that all you do? And he went off on me and started calling me a whole bunch of names.
Oh yeah.
All I did was ask him, why is that all you do is talk about yourself, your channel, and New Trek? Can't you talk about something else? But all he does is self promote himself. Anyway, so my point is, here's the clip from last night. I want you guys to watch how long it takes from when he appears on the panel where he starts talking about his channel. Pay attention.
Mr.
I love
Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers, actually, Mr. Rogers is just a good human. He's so good that you're like, that guy can't be real.
He was actually too good to believe, wasn't he? Yeah.
Another
Hey,
guy.
welcome, Pete. How's it going?
Hi, I'm doing good. I had kind of an
Teague,
epic day.
Sorry about the.
What's going on, Copper?
Hey,
What?
I'm doing
Teague.
all right. I'm learning this I guess I'm becoming a talking head in a bunch of channels, Teague.
You're allowed
feel
to
the
talk
same
to
way.
other YouTubers. Hi.
Obviously,
Nice
he's
to
drunk.
see everybody. I had kind of an epic day. Hey, LDG. Wow, everybody's
Yeah,
here.
Teague actually was on like an 8-hour
First mention of his channel already.
Yeah. Hello, Christine. Hi. Nice to see you. I had a pretty epic day. I went on for it was 7 and change.
Third mention of his
Oh
channel.
yeah, and he was making a big deal about Pike's giant quarters.
And here we go.
We watched some Strange New Worlds. We watched 2 real Star Trek episodes.
You believe it?
We watched like a scene of Strange New Worlds.
That's all. I can't stand listening to his voice anymore. That's as far as I went in the clip. I just wanted to show enough to prove my point. Do you guys understand what I'm talking about?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty
How long
much.
would you say it was before he appeared to where he started self-promoting his channel?
5 seconds, maybe.
Exactly. Exactly. He doesn't even say, hello, Gorilla, thanks for having me on. I mean, nothing.
He
Drake's
acknowledged
just talking about his goddamn fucking channel.
he acknowledged maybe a couple of people and ignored the rest of us. Yeah.
Or he'll say hello in general. And you can tell by the way his voice is slurring, he's drinking. But that right there, that's when you guys saw me in the chat say, screw it, I'm out of here.
Yeah, I remember reading that. It made me feel kind of bad for you, Pop, but I could understand exactly why you left.
He has no self-awareness.
I should have left too at that point, actually. Then I wouldn't have got into the conflict. But I'm kind of at the point where I'm not going to back down from people like that anymore. If they want to piss on my cornflakes, I'm going to fucking call them out and tell them that they shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, but he's like a lot, like I said, where they thrive on conflict and they enjoy it and they like to argue.
I'm still
And
going to
I'm not
call them
going to
out.
right, but I'm not going to disrespect Gorilla by doing it on Gorilla Stream. I'll do it on my own, like I'm doing tonight.
Well, yeah, it's not like I make a habit out of it or anything, but yeah.
But I don't know anybody on YouTube who is as bad as he is, who does nothing but whore himself. That's all he does. I don't know anybody who's even nearly that bad.
Yeah, I can get
But
along with just about anybody. I mean, I even, as I mentioned earlier, I even got along with John and Melted, and sometimes they're hard to get along with, right? Because they can be difficult at times. But last night I was getting along with them, reasonably well, and
right,
it wasn't until Teague showed up when everything went to shit. You know.
as it always does, he makes sure of it. He makes sure that the spotlight is on him as soon as he appears. He makes
Mm.
sure of it. But the point is, all of us are respectful of each other. We all know each other has YouTube channels. So at the end of our streams, we all know what we do is I go around and say, Gorilla, tell me about your channel. PvP, tell me about your channel. That's the time to self promote. Unless somebody asks you earlier, we usually do it towards the end. But he has no self awareness. He will do it anytime, all the time. Doesn't matter what chat he's on, what panel he's on, what stream he's on, what the topic is on. It doesn't matter. This is how he starts every single time. I don't
Getting back
understand how he has any subs on his goddamn channel.
talking about self-awareness, though, it's like he doesn't seem to realize that he goes into the extended windbag monologues at times, talking over everybody, talking about stuff he wants to talk about, not what anybody in the actual panel was talking about previously, right? And it gets really annoying. Like it really
Well,
does.
and he knows, and by the way, it's not, whether he knows or not, he does know that none of us like new Trek, but he doesn't hesitate to talk about it anyway.
Well, other than Scotty, which seems to for some reason like some of that stuff, I don't
Scotty does
understand
it
it.
because he likes to cause arguments and turmoil.
Well,
Teague
yeah,
does
it's
it
like
because he
yesterday.
wants to self promote and self promote and self whore himself.
Mm.
But anyway, I'm sorry. Gorilla, are you there? I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Gorilla.
Yeah.
You're kind of laying back and listening to us.
I apologize. Gorilla, this is no offense to you because you had no control over what happened last night and what these
Well,
people were doing.
well, as soon as it started, the big argument started. This is why I'm adding rules to my channel here. I just fucking ended the stream and said I'm going to bed.
But
But
see, that's just it. That then they win because that's what I thought. See, that's like with
well,
my time machine Tuesday. I felt like ending it many times, but I thought, no, then they're going to win.
well,
So that's why I go ahead.
I was getting tired, and nobody was listening to me when I just told them to stop. So I just said, "Screw it, I'm just ending it."
Right.
So that's
But what I was going to say, Gorilla, is what I'm going to do, and this is advice to you. If you want to take it, it's up to you. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to start muting their mics and then kicking them off the panel rather than letting them hijack my stream or having to end my stream and screw everybody in the chat because all the people in the chat are nice. A lot of people are having a good time. So just because somebody comes on and causes turmoil, imagine that we're I have a club or a bar and we're all having a good time. It's a Saturday night, everybody's drinking, we're listening to music. One asshole comes, let's say it's 9 p.m. One asshole comes in, they're overweight drunk. They start making a scene and causing arguments with everybody. Why not just kick them out the door instead of shutting the whole bar down and sending everybody home?
Well,
You see what I'm saying?
that's why there's bouncers, right?
Yes. And for me, that is moderators. But what I'm going to do is I'll like Scotty. I should have started muting his mic, and then if he kept it on what he was doing, then I'm just going to kick him off the panel
Yeah,
because I'm not going to let them hijack my streams anymore.
I just give them a warning or two, and if they keep doing it, I would just say I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to boot you.
Right, because the point is that I've got a finite amount of time. Like I said, on weeknights when I do my streams, there's people that have to work in the morning, so I've already got in mind how long I want that stream to be. So I've got a goal, but I've got to get through this movie in a certain amount of time. And when you
Yeah.
have somebody who's constantly interrupting you, changing the subject,
Mhm.
it's they don't belong there. I'll put it that way. They're not welcome. Sorry about that. Gorilla, can you do me a favor and help me with the chat while I clear my throat?
Yeah,
Thank you.
still highlighted. And welcome Edge of Time here. He says, "Hail, rumbling ramblers, and hail the gap after dark." There, he says, "Okay, back to Gap says, hey gorillas, you doing okay? Pop setting prayers for you."
I am doing better. I just had to get that off my chest, and I'm sorry, guys, to start this stream with something negative. I usually do not do that.
Yeah.
But I had to explain my actions about the stream last night because to a lot of people I probably seemed rude last night, and I didn't want them to think that. Hello, LDG.
Hey Pickles, how's it going? Hey
Hey,
Pickles, were you
LDJ.
listening when I told you to tell Yvette that Tim Russ was in the show? And there's Streamlabs for Oiler Greg. Gap saying hey to LDG. LDG saying even Gap. He's saying Edge Time saying hey to Gap and even Pickles. And he's saying EOT.
AOT. I'm not sure what it means. I'm sure once he explains it, I'll be like, duh, of course. But
I think he
right
means
now.
Edge of Time, perhaps.
Oh, yeah, duh. Okay, like I said, Edge of Time. Yeah, good to see you.
All right, well, I put it in the chat same time we were talking about the time machine, so he might have meant EOT or whatever.
Okay.
He says, hey, Edge. Welcome, Oiler Greg. Welcome. He says, cheers and
Hello,
hello.
Ella Gray. Good to see you.
Hey, Oiler.
He says, I'm really a giant spider in disguise. Shh.
Stay tuned Monday. We may see more of that.
Oh, yeah.
And he goes, oh, it's a clip show.
Yeah, sorry, I don't. That's my first time I've ever showed a clip from somebody else's stream like that.
WKRP did several clip shows.
Well, a lot of sitcoms used to back in the day, and they really sucked. I'm sure everybody can agree on that.
Yeah, clip shows are pretty awful most of the time.
Yeah.
Gilligan's Island did one. It was a clip show / Christmas special.
You remember that one they did on Next Generation, that clip show with Riker? Like, oh, that was god awfully bad.
Oh, that was a beautiful episode. Just beautiful. hey, hear me out. Hear me out. It's a great episode because I've already seen all the clips. So it's a great episode to go to bed to when you're having trouble falling asleep. You just put that episode on. You already know what's happening, so you can just close your eyes and just listen. It's a beautiful episode.
And if you fall asleep towards the start, you're much better off, right?
You know what's the worst part of those damn clip episodes is because none of the actors want to show up and work for the. Usually when they shoot, it's like a 5 6 day shoot.
Right.
But no, they want to take a vacation, spend maybe 15 minutes doing the in between talking, and yet get a full paycheck.
Yeah, well, it's just basically they want to save money on the budget towards the end of the season, right? So yeah.
That Shades of Grey episode was
God, I hate
because
that
of the
episode.
writer's strike. That was because of a writer's strike.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess it was one, wasn't
it? And they needed to fill out the end of the season.
Yeah.
So who wrote the lines that each character said? Was
I
it like ad-libbed or what?
Could have been ad-libbed, like they're ad-libbed or something. There's very hardly any original dialogue, so for all we know, they paid some guy on the street to write it.
Yeah,
they didn't try to loosely put it together into some kind of plot. That's usually what the clip shows do.
Well, there was a plot, but there's a lot of clips in it. Lots of clips.
Yeah, it's pretty much all clips. That's why I hate it so much.
Terrible.
It was boring as hell.
The plot of the episode was they're on this planet exploring there, and Riker gets stung by something. But since they have no data on this planet, they have to beam him up to the sick bay. And apparently, the thing that got him had some kind of parasite in it that they weren't quite sure on it. So he goes in the medical lab, and it's affecting his nervous system, and it's crawling up his spine. And they're trying to find a way to stop it from getting to his brain. And it turns out on positive memories. Like they started out the clips by showing all these positive memories and all that, and it was absolutely no new footage,
Oh God.
But and it seemed to spread faster. But they found out if they used the primitive, angry emotions and all that, all of his bad memories and that, it stopped the spread of the parasite, and actually then it went to kill this parasite.
Oh, so it was like a reverse ripoff of Day of the Dove.
Yes, it had inspiration from of Day of the Dove, but it's a lot. But I wouldn't say it was a one for one ripoff.
Well,
No,
usually,
in the Day of the
well,
Dove, whatever the alien was feeding off of anger, and then laughter and peace and joy is what destroyed it. So they
Yeah,
just took that and switched it.
yeah. Well, it had that inspiration for it for sure.
I don't know if I'd
it's
use the word
almost
inspiration, but okay.
it's almost like the cage where they use negative emotions to fight the aliens, right?
Yeah,
Because I mean,
I think
that's what happened in the cage, right?
I think that's where they got the idea for the ad lib stuff and all that was from
Mm.
the cage and from Day of the Dove there.
It makes
But
sense, yeah.
anyhow,
Still a god awful episode.
Gap is laughing at Greg here. Then
Uh-oh.
Greg says, "The more you know, Gap." And Gap says, "Right." Edge of Time says, "If the giant spider can't descend from nowhere, a movie probably won't isn't worth watching."
That's right.
Other Greg says, "I agree completely." Edge. Then other Greg says, "I won't back down." Great Tom Petty song. Never heard it.
Good
Oh, it's a
song.
good one. It's a good song.
Yeah, you should listen to some Tom Petty. He's got a lot of really good
I
music.
think
And
I think I think Gorilla's more into country music.
take me home, country roads. Take me
Okay.
back to the
Okay.
place I
Well,
belong.
apparently classic country music.
I like classic country. Yeah, the modern stuff makes me cringe, but the classic stuff can be pretty good.
Yeah.
Let me- I want to share a story really quick. John Denver was heavy into religion,
Okay.
and we all know that he died in a plane crash.
Yep.
And I have a friend that lives in Oregon, Portland, Oregon. And John Denver was set to appear the night before the plane crash, or
Wow.
after.
Wow.
Yes, he had a concert, a small, very small venue, where he was going to basically sing a few of his songs and talk about his religion. And it was called John Denver, a conversation with God.
Okay.
Right, the day after his plane crash. So
Well,
it's
I
like,
guess he had a conversation with God, all right, but not
yes,
when he
yes, he
planned to.
did. Right, not the kind he, but not right.
That's pretty funny, Pop.
Sorry, go ahead,
In a
guys.
sad,
Continue.
tragic way, of course.
All right.
Yes.
Edge of Time said Wicked was a tough read compared to others, as if the
Pro,
prosy
pros,
Well,
pros.
prose is over the top, poetic, almost purple. All right. Other Greg says, "Put a giant robot on the screen with warning, warning," and waving his arms. It's a warning that you could get dumped.
That'd
I
be
can't
good,
wait till we
actually.
get to. Yeah, I can't wait till we get that episode of Lost in Space Trip to the Robot.
Oh, that's a great episode.
Yeah. Other Greg says, "My German friend will dump someone quickly.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay.
We giant spiders don't put up with any nonsense."
There you go.
And Edge of Time says, "I make off-topic chats. Being absurd is my shtick. I resemble some of those. I resemble some of those remarks, Pops."
I hope I didn't offend you at your time. I was not speaking about you.
And the LDG says, "Not yet," for some reason. And he says, "Bingo, PvP."
Okay, thank you, LDG. I'm not sure specifically what you're talking about, but thank
It's
you.
my fault because we're so late getting caught up with the chat. I apologize, guys.
Yeah, Edge of Time says, "But I didn't think you meant me because I couldn't participate much during the time machine."
Oh, well, no, exactly right. You're quite welcome there.
No one likes to be called a Tom Noddy, Greg.
I
Tom
haven't heard of
Nutty?
that one before.
That's a different. Haven't heard of that. Yeah.
I don't know. Edge Time says, "Laying in a freshly made bed that was washed in Gain original fireworks best thing to happen all day.
Oh,
And
nice.
I should wash my bedding, but I still have to make my bed. I haven't made it in like 3 months.
3
Oh,
months.
well,
Holy
maybe
shit! I thought I was bad.
maybe one of these months you'll get around to it.
It's on the list. It's actually on my to do list. I can prove it.
Well,
Such is the bachelor life.
when the sheets start calling you by name, it might be time to change them, Gorilla. Okay, I'm being silly.
The only thing about this is not the only thing about not changing your bed is when I was young, I used to try to sell Kirby vacuums. I wasn't very successful. I'm not a good salesman. But one of the demonstrations Kirby vacuums would do is they would tell people, "Do you realize how much your body sheds skin when you're asleep and in bed?" No, everybody says no. And then we would do is we would take the vacuum and we would put it on the bed, and then vacuum a swatch of the bed, and then open up the bag and show them all the dead skin. And that was one of the things that would help sell that vacuum. So the only bad part about not making your bed is you've got a lot of skin buildup in there, and then with the skin buildup, you get a lot of bed mites.
Yeah, you get those dust mite things, right? Yeah,
Yeah, because they feed off dead skin.
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Welcome, Basil Battle Dragon. He says, "Yo, ooh, what a beautiful day! Ha ha! Texas romped all over the Browns. Bring on the Chiefs."
Oh, okay.
Congratulations. Good to see you, Basil.
Hey, Basil. So you're a sports fan, it sounds like.
Yeah, and Caps's to-do list gather dust.
Well, when winter does that, we kind of put things off to another day.
Yeah. Edge of Time says, "Romped and stomped,"
Nice.
and Gap says, "We're pod people who shed their skin." Then Basil says, "Happy New Year to Gap." And all right, we're all caught up.
Yeah, and I was thinking last night too on my horror sci-fi stream. What do you guys think about how it's been going?
I think it's been going really well. Like
You guys,
I enjoyed the time machine stream. Somehow I guess I missed all the drama in the chat. I guess I was just talking, thinking about talking about the film and I didn't notice some of the shit that was going on. I had a pretty good time actually on Tuesday's stream. I think generally it goes really well. I mean, the Frankenstein movie was great. The Horror Hammer's been good. I mean, I think it's been going really well overall, Pop.
well, the reason why I ask is, do you guys think I need to get back and maybe show a black and white movie?
I'm fine if you do. I mean, I'm
fine
not
if you
picky
do.
that way. As long as it's an
Okay.
interesting movie, I'm good with whatever, right?
Yeah, because I was thinking, when's the last time we showed a black and white movie? Was it Incredible Shrinking Man? I
Metropolis.
don't know. No.
No, Metropolis was a silent one that I kept falling asleep to.
Yeah,
It's
Gorillas
a
that
good
used
film.
to subtitles.
It's a good film, but it is like 3 hours long. Yeah.
And hey,
But
Scurvy,
Okay, but I was just asking because I'm thinking maybe as I need to start getting into like maybe we can cover like Boris Karloff Frankenstein or Creature from the Black Lagoon or something like that. Start because I one of the promises I made when I created the stream was I wanted to pay respect to some of the classic horror too, and as far as black and white, there's a whole bunch out there to show still.
I would really enjoy reviewing The Hidden Hand. I'll review it on my channel if it, dear, but I was trying to stick to sci-fi, and maybe some action films of mine, so we're not stepping on your toes for horror.
What's the Hidden Hand? I've not heard of that.
Oh, it was it's a black and white mystery film. Here, I'll get the context. Mr. Londell posted it on his channel like a year or so ago. I watched
Right,
it.
it's considered a mystery. It's a black and white 1942. There's been a lot of movies about a severed hand that moves on its own and kills people and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
So
I
it's one
remember
of those.
I remember another horror flick. I think it was from the '60s that had the severed hand that was in black and white, but I can't for the life of you remember what the hell it was called.
That may be the name. There was one. One of them was called The Severed Hand.
I don't think it was the same film, but it was
I know I
really
lost
good.
count. I'm guessing there's at least half a dozen movies about a killer hand.
Yeah, there was one I watched as a kid. I think it was probably a '60s film, and it was really fun actually. And it was very creepy, of course. I mean, well, how could it not be creepy with a hand crawling around killing people?
Right.
But hey, did you put? Is there any poll in the community tab on your channel currently, Pomp, or not?
For our next movie,
Yeah, I haven't checked it out recently.
this week is Nemesis of Eden's choice, and his choice is Train to Busan.
I have not heard of that.
Zombie movie, South Korea, North Korea, whatever one is the good one. I
That would be
always
South.
forget.
It would probably be South Korea because I don't think the dictatorship in North Korea would be big on zombie flicks.
Right. I always get
Well,
the South and North mixed up.
funny story, PvP. Kim Jong Un does import a lot of American movies there.
It's
There,
crazy, isn't it?
but he'll watch a lot of American movies, but nobody in the country is allowed to watch them.
Yeah, it's pretty messed up, isn't it? Like he's got his own little private cinema, and he does love to watch Western movies. And he hates the West, but he loves our movies. Like, go figure, right?
Yeah. All right. So Euler Greg here says, "Go Texans." Then Gap says, "Happy New Year, Basil." Then Scurvy says, "Hey, fellows."
Well, none of the teams I care about are in any playoffs anyway, so I can just relax about that as far as sports.
I don't watch sports. I don't watch sports ball.
I used to be a huge sports fan, but I really have totally gotten out of the habit the last 10 years or so. I just don't bother anymore.
Yeah. And Euler Greg says, "All giant spiders are Texans fans."
Oh, there you go.
And then Euler Greg says, "Hey to Scurvy, hey, Scurvy." Welcome, Melted Copper. He says, "Good evening, everybody." And Edge Time says, "Have you used Wicked yet? Do you recommend the movie? Sounds like it was a challenge to produce."
I didn't know they made the movie. I know that's been in development hell for a long time, but I didn't know they made the movie.
And Melted Copper says, "Idle Hands." That's Dennis Rodman's buddy.
Yeah, Idle Hands was okay. That was another one, Killer Hand movie, I think from the 90s, if I remember right.
Yeah, that's all the chats. Everybody
you.
was saying hi to each other.
I appreciate that. And for those of you that are into giant spiders, I do hope to cover the giant spider invasion one of these days. It's a horror movie. It's cheap, but it's got Della Street from Perry Mason and Skipper from Gilligan's Island. So you can't
Wow,
beat that.
that's cool.
Have you ever seen
Wow.
it, PvP?
No, I didn't even know it existed, but I'm intrigued just by the cast alone that you just mentioned. That's kind of awesome.
Imagine the Skipper playing the sheriff in a small town, and he even calls the guy little buddy in the movie. So
Oh, I got to see that now. You've sold me. You've sold me.
it's very
Yeah.
low budget, but it's funny because it's one of those where it is entertaining. It's because there's a lot of low budget movies that are just outright boring and unwatchable.
Oh, yeah.
But
That's a
it's
lot of
not
big
one of
budget
those.
movies.
Yeah, it's not one of those. It's actually entertaining, sometimes funny. So yeah,
Those are the best low budget movies when they're actually good and produced on a tiny, minuscule budget. Kind of puts Hollywood to shame, which I kind of enjoy. So,
yes. And I actually saw it at the drive-in, and we had a blast watching it.
ooh, wow. Hey, have you got a link to that Korean movie, that zombie Korean thing, by the way? Because
In
I
my
wouldn't mind.
community tab,
I should take a look at that over probably tomorrow sometime.
yeah, in the community tab, you'll see the movie poster, and it'll be down below that in the comments.
Okay, cool. Hey,
And if you get,
Suzanne's here.
hello, Suzanne. Hope you're doing well. The thing is with the Train to Busan, I don't remember if it's dubbed over in English or if it's a subtitle movie. So that may be a little daunting for those of you that don't like subtitles. But it's a good movie. It's worth watching.
I don't mind subtitles personally. I get into a lot of foreign films. Like I love Akira
So,
Kurosawa's samurai picks and all that kind of stuff, and I don't mind subtitles at all.
me too. I love subtitles because, in my opinion, a lot of those foreign movies are far superior to the American-made movies.
Oh, there's some fucking awesome
Right?
foreign
They're not
films.
predictable.
Yeah,
They're not cookie cutter. You never know what's going to happen. I watched
exactly.
a horror movie, a recent horror movie that came out of, I think it was Argentina, I can't remember
Yeah,
which country, but it was Spanish. And
Spanish.
my God, was it a good, effective horror movie um, in subtitles? But it was a great movie, great movie. I wish I
Mm.
could cover it on my channel, but I just don't know if people are going to want to put up with the subtitles.
Is it like it's horror though, so it might be
It is
worth a shot.
horror.
I have a hard time with subtitles because it seems to take me out of the movies.
I think it
I
just
know that's
depends
okay.
if you're used to it. Like I've watched subtitle films for like decades and decades, and I don't mind them anymore because I kind of gotten used to being able to read and watch at the same time. So I think it's just maybe a little bit of practice, Gorilla. Maybe if you watch
Yeah.
like a few more, you might start to, kind of fall into it kind of thing.
I don't know. It just seems like if I go look away or if I go take a drink of a pop or something, I'd
Well,
either have to pause the movie or I miss something.
you got to
Well, see,
pause it. Yeah.
that's what I do. I pause them if I have to
Yeah. I just
do
pause if
something.
I have to.
Yeah.
I just want to mention a film I highly recommend that I don't even know if you guys have ever heard of this film. It's by Federico Fellini, the Italian director, quite pretty famous director.
Yes.
And I'm not a fan of all of his work. Sometimes I find his films just kind of weird for the sake of being weird. But when he makes a good one and he nails it, he's can be a very excellent director. And one of his early films is called Knights of Cabiria. It's about a street prostitute in Rome, and it's fucking amazing. Like it's just basically a good drama at its center about this woman's life experience and all the shit she has to go through. And actually, Fellini's wife was the starring played the starring role as the street hooker. Uh,
Uh huh.
Julieta Massina, I guess was her name. She actually won an Academy Award as a foreign film Academy Award that year for best performance.
Uh
So
huh.
it's pretty damn good. And it was released in 1957, by the way. So it's a vintage film for sure, but it's damn good. It's got one of the best endings of probably my favorite ending of any film ever, because she goes through so much shit, and you're really rooting for this woman because in spite of her profession, she's a very classy, big-hearted, lady, right? So you're really pulling for her, you're rooting for her, you want her to win, you want her to succeed, and she has saved her money, and she has a little home, and then things go sideways, and it gets not so good partway through the film. But the ending, I'm not going to give it away because I think it's one of the greatest endings of any film ever.
Uh
It's
huh.
so fucking heartbreaking. Like it just when I first time I saw it, my heart just sank. And yet, in the last like minute of the film, in spite of her whole world kind of falling apart, there's a scene right at the end, like about maybe a minute long at the most, where something happens and she sees other people enjoying their life, young people riding their bicycles and laughing and just enjoying being alive. And then she gets a smile on her face, and you think, she's going to be okay. It's a beautiful film.
Do me a favor. Send me the title on Twitter.
Okay.
But just like The Killing, I appreciate it. And I watched it. And I loved it.
It's an incredible film. It really is, Pop. I
I
will
want to
send
see it.
that. I will copy the title and send it to you in a minute.
Okay, I've seen some of his other movies, but I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, it's an
But
early one, which I think I kind of like
Fellini
his
was a good
early stuff.
director. Yeah, he was a little quirky, but he was a good director.
He was more down to earth, I think, in his early films, though, right, Pop? Which I guess I can
Yes.
relate to a bit more.
Uh huh.
You want it to send to your personal Twitter, I'm guessing, Pop Culture?
Yeah.
Okay, I can do that.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're very
I
welcome.
wish I could. I wish I could do a stream on The Killing. I like that movie so much.
What's
It's a
wrong with
great
it?
movie. Yeah, I love that movie.
What's wrong with it?
Well, it's not horror sci-fi.
Right? It's not horror sci-fi.
It's film
In
noir,
fact,
basically.
right. It's film. It's like I think it was 1957 version of Reservoir Dogs. In fact, Quentin Tarantino almost ripped off from it almost directly, or pay homage, however you want to put it. but it's about it's a high these but like 5 or 6 men decide that they're going to rob a racetrack for all their money, and each man has a certain job to do, and they have to coordinate together. So it's a robbery heist movie kind of thing.
It is. It's really good though. I think Sterling Hayden too. He gives one of the great performances I've ever seen. He's such a sadly underutilized actor in Hollywood. Like he should have had a bigger career. He should have been
Oh,
an A-list star, really.
yeah, BBP. Excuse me. Oh, hold on. In the version I downloaded, there's like an hour long interview with him, and it's
Awesome.
very interesting. He talks about his career, and he started out as a shipman on a boat, and somebody in a small town, I don't remember where it was, and
Hmm.
someone told him, "You've got movie star looks," and he's like, "I don't know what you're talking about."
He did.
And word spread around town, and then suddenly he was recommended to go do screen tests, and the rest was history.
Hmm.
And throughout his whole career, he thought, "Well, what am I doing here? I don't know what's going on like everybody else." So he's not conceited, and he had some interesting stories about Joan Crawford. And I love hearing dirt on Joan Crawford.
Oh, that sounds entertaining, I must say. Well, Joan Crawford's kind of got some legendary controversy around her,
Yeah,
to put it
yes,
mildly.
definitely. I would cover Mommy Dearest, but that's a comedy, I guess.
So, well, I don't think it was meant to be a comedy, but a lot of people view it that way.
It was.
I think I saw it like maybe when it came out, like what 40 years ago or whenever now, and
Yes.
I couldn't believe what I was actually watching. It was so fucking bad. I actually kind of enjoyed it.
I remember that it was voted that year as the year's best comedy. That was thanks to Faye Dunaway's her acting role. But
Oh lordy.
but since we're on the topic, that reminds me. So the next time I do a movie, not I don't mean next time because next week is Train to Busan.
Right,
But
right.
the next time that I get the opportunity, I'm going to show a black and white movie, and I think I'm going to cover whatever happened to Baby Jane. I think that could be considered a horror movie, but I'm gonna.
Yeah,
It may not be considered a horror movie. I don't care. It's a great movie, and I'm gonna put
it's
it in that category.
it is pretty scary, and it does have a decapitation scene, does it not?
No, that's whatever happened to. That's whatever. Hush, hush, sweet Charlotte.
Oh shit, I get those movies mixed up all the damn time.
That's all right. They were filmed one after the other, and they're linked in history. So that's.
They
I would
are
like
kind
to
of
show.
similar.
Right, they're both great movies. I'd like to show them, but I'll start with whatever happened to Baby Jane because that's the first one that brought Joan Crawford and Betty Davis together. Because as everybody or as us old folks know, their Hollywood rivalry is famous going way back.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
How are we doing on chat, Gorilla?
Just a sec, I'll get to that screen.
The stream
Sorry.
started at 7:05, and I have this friend. He lives in California, where I used to live. He texted me last night and says, "Hey, can we talk? We haven't talked in a while." And I said, "Okay, sure. When?" No answer. And then tonight, just as the
Hmm.
stream started at 7:05, he said, "Now."
Perfect timing. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Uh,
Edge of Time here says, in The Hobbit, Bilbo called the spiders After Cop, Lazy Lob, Crazy Cobb, and Old Tom Naughty. I guess I don't remember that.
Edge of Time, I hope you're here when we show Giant Spider Invasion.
Uh,
just
Alright, so
tune in
that's-
for Lost in Space because you'll see some giant spiders in.
And welcome, Suzanne. And she's saying hi to everybody. Welcome. And they're saying hi to her. Hi.
Hey,
She's saying hi.
Suzanne.
Great turnout. Good to see you all. I love you guys.
And Edge of Time says the title was taken from a line in Shakespeare's Macbeth. By the pricking of my thumb, something wicked this way comes.
Yes, he's referring to Ray Bradbury book and the movie produced by Disney with Jason Robards.
I did see that movie years ago, and it actually was pretty damn good.
Yeah, I would say it's the darkest. It's actually
Very.
a horror movie. It's actually a horror movie, surprisingly, coming from Disney.
It's
They
pretty
would
damn
never make
scary.
it is. They would never make something like that ever again. And the
Yeah.
whole movie
Oh,
was about two kids in danger. I mean, they would never show that now.
hey,
Hmm.
hey, PvP. Is that the movie that what's her face made Ted and John watch during
God,
the Halloween episode?
I don't know. I haven't seen that film, and it was probably was it 80s or something? Like I haven't seen
Yes,
it since it
it's
came
about
out. So
86 or so, 85,
yeah,
86.
I watched that film when dinosaurs still roamed the earth, so I can't remember much about it. Other
Well,
than it
what?
was damn good. It was damn good. It was
Yeah, with
very
Ray
effective.
Bradbury. Yeah, it's based on his story, The Dark Carnival. And Gorilla, what are you referring to? What
It
show?
was very scary.
We watched Ted today. There's a Halloween episode, and
Uh-huh.
they told her to pick out a scary movie because they're expecting Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but she brought some Disney film and she dared them to watch it and it's scary. And then they watched it. They're scared. Then she kept
Hmm.
popping out of nowhere with a blindfolded eye, with their eyes blindfolded.
Dude, I can't remember what movie they were watching now. Shit.
Okay.
I was probably too busy laughing, actually.
Well, Disney did not make a lot of horror movies, that's for sure. So it should be easy to narrow down.
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah,
great movie.
well, back when Disney actually knew how to make a decent bloody movie, right? Go
Yes, they
figure.
used to own. Right. For those of you that are not in the know, Disney used to have a sub company called Touchstone. So
Touchstone,
whenever
yeah.
whenever they wanted to release something that was not G, then they would release it under the Touchstone banner, and that's how we got Something Wicked This Way Comes. We actually got a lot of movies under the Touchstone banner, but they just stopped doing that, and it got to where everything is well, eventually like it is now, which is crap.
Touchstone was a great company in their day. Like I remember a
Uh
lot of
huh.
awesome movies that they produced. And you're
Yes.
right. They were like the adult, wing of Disney back then, right?
Yeah, and what was good about it is they made good content that Disney did not interfere with. And
Yeah,
these
they were
days, that
like
is not. Go
they were
ahead.
like a separate company, right, Pop? Like a totally
Yes.
separate company. Didn't Disney just left him at arm's length and let him do what they did, and they did it well.
Yeah.
They made a lot of really great classic films.
Yes. But these days, Disney, as we've all seen, it doesn't matter if it's Marvel or Pixar or the Muppets or whatever,
They're
Star
gonna,
Wars,
yeah,
they got to interfere. They've got to interfere and ruin it. So
they'll fuck
they're
it
just
up.
not capable of doing that anymore, right?
Yeah. Hey, I
Everybody
just
seems to everyone forgets about the Muppets. Remember, guys, they killed it. That was one of the first franchises they bought and killed. Don't forget that.
yeah,
Sorry, go ahead,
amongst
PvP.
others. I was just gonna say, I'm sending you. I just found the film Nights of Cabiria on Soap, and I just put a link to you in your Twitter
Thank you.
so you can watch it. Hopefully, it's a good copy. Of course, I haven't had any minutes to actually watch any of it to check it out, but hopefully, it'll be reasonable. Usually, Soap is pretty good though, right? So,
It's pretty
and it,
reliable,
yeah.
and as long as you
Uh,
give me the title, even if it doesn't work, I'll find it somewhere.
No, I
I
put the
just need
title
a
first.
reminder.
I put the
Okay,
title
yeah.
first and the year 1957, and I just looked. It does have subtitles this version, so it should be good to go.
All right, perfect.
Alrighty. So Edge of Time says Something Wicked This Comes This Way, directed by Jack Clayton and produced by Walt Disney Productions. It stars Jason Roberts, Jonathan Price,
Bryce,
Diane Ladd, and Pam Grier.
yes,
And,
It's
and
probably
then
Jason Robards, I'm guessing, actually, isn't
it
it?
is Jason Robards. Yeah,
Yeah.
and Joan Crawford has risen from the grave.
Oh God, let's hope not.
I would love to see. I would love to see a horror movie. I remember I saw the drive-in. I was probably 10, maybe 9. We went to the drive-in to see a horror movie called Evelyn Returns from the Grave, and there you are, full frontal nudity. I loved my
Nice,
parents. They didn't have any hesitation to take us to see movies like that.
great.
Very low budget affair, but I still remember, and probably because of the nudity, the movie wasn't that good.
Yeah,
But
but
I would,
when you're young, it's always nice to see a great set of titties, right?
yes, I meet people all the time,
Uh,
in real life and on YouTube here that they say, I don't know, it's either their parents did not expose them to horror movies when they were young, or they saw a scary movie and it turned them off and they don't watch them.
uh,
And I don't know because my mom took me to see The Exorcist, and I've been in love with horror ever
holy
since.
shit! Wow, it's cool, mom.
Yeah, I was like, I
Wow,
think it was 73, so I was like 8 or 9, and I've been in.
holy
That's to this day I'm a fan of horror and gore and special effects because of The Exorcist.
man, that's pretty cool. 8 or 9, your mother takes you to see that. It's like, wow, thumbs up.
Yeah, oh yeah. We weren't like, well, they people didn't raise pussies back then. We didn't sit there and cry in the back
No,
seat. We want to go home. No.
no, I couldn't be a pussy because I had too many bullies trying to beat me up every fucking week. So it's like, yeah, pussy wasn't on the menu. Well,
Oh, by the way, when I use
I
that
kind of wish
word,
it was on the menu now, but
right? When I use that word, no offense, guys, I don't mean like the female. Nothing about females. I'm just saying, sissies. That's all.
it's a derogatory term for sissies. Yeah, but I think pussy's kind of a nice word for females too. Actually, like I don't mean a derogatory. I use it with affection. Let's put it that way.
Oh well, I don't think they're going to accept it with affection.
Oh well, I'm single anyway, so it probably doesn't fucking matter.
I try to tend to be a little more polite when it comes to
I should
addressing
be. I'm
women.
sorry. I'm being impolite. I'm being rude. I apologize.
Alrighty, so Gap says no more wire hangers ever.
Oh,
Yeah, there's the reference to Joan Crawford.
I think Joan Crawford has risen from the grave could be a pretty awesome film if it was done well.
I would love to see that. Yes,
I mean,
comedy
can you
horror,
see
absolutely.
John Crawford in front of an army of flesh-eating zombies? Like, I'm there all day, man. I will watch that.
Yeah, I want to see a zombie Joan Crawford rising from the grave, killing people with wire clothes hangers.
Yeah.
A lot of all the various deaths they could do through the
Oh God,
eye, through the
that would
ear.
be really good.
A lot of creative
Damn.
deaths. I think it would be funny as hell.
Oh hell yeah. Oh man, I wish somebody would make that movie. There's probably nobody creative enough in Hollywood that ever even think about that these days,
Well,
though.
now you're taking a chance too. Most people don't know who Joan Crawford is, except you. You and like you and I are the old people. We know who she is, but most people don't. They wouldn't get the joke.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm just laughing my ass off even thinking about that, Bob.
Yeah, I
It's
wouldn't
so
get
good.
the joke. I'd have to actually do the research, and nobody wants to spend time researching for
Just watch Mummy Dearest. That'll probably tell you just about everything you need to know, girl.
No, actually, that will kind of tell you, but then even then you're going to be like, well, who's Joan Crawford? We don't understand why she got all this attention. So nobody's going to, like Gorilla says, no one's going to do the research. So you'd have to go back and watch her old black and white movies and learn about her attitude and her feud with Betty Davis. But then but like I've done, like I have a good friend in California. The way I introduced him to Joan Crawford is I showed Whatever Happened to Baby Jane. That's a good introduction because it's a great movie. So even people who don't know who she is will watch that movie and enjoy it. And then that might make them interested to look up and find out more about Joan Crawford.
Well, Joan Crawford was actually a damn fine actress. It was just her personal life sort of became a legendary joke, right?
Well, right. And another thing is she was not the only one, but she was one of the females that, let's just say, they loved the Me Too movement. She loved the casting couch. She offered her she offered her body all the time to get roles.
Well, that's what they
So
did back then, right?
yeah, but not these days. Now they've the way they love to change history. When all that came out with the Harvey Weinstein,
Oh
they made
shit.
it look like the only time the casting couches were invented, the only time they existed was men taking advantage of women. It was actually mutually advantage back in the old days. They both used it.
Oh yeah,
Yes,
a woman has
right,
never used her sexuality to get advantage of anything, right?
right. That's what they want us to believe, which is
Yeah,
bullshit.
it's totally bullshit. Yeah.
There are a lot of women. Betty Davis is one of them, where she said, "Fuck off." No, I'm not going to do that.
Well, it's like that Star Wars director that they just, the whole internet lit up like 2 or 3 weeks ago about her getting hired to do that Ray film. And it's like, I remember she's going on about how she loves to make men uncomfortable, blah, 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 all the, the male hatred. And then I saw another clip and she's
Yeah.
going, oh, I don't mind playing the damsel in distress if I can take advantage of the situation. I'm like, yeah,
Well,
right. You want it both ways, lady.
well, the problem with that interview that everybody's showing, and not to be the devil's advocate or anything, it was that she should have known better that things take out of context.
Oh, yeah.
She previously directed a documentary of something about uh, what certain
Pakistani men, right? On how they
Yeah,
treat
yeah
well,
women.
she's made documentaries about how badly women are treated in Pakistan, and I think she was probably directly referring to Pakistani men. Unfortunately, she didn't say, I like to make Pakistani men uncomfortable. That would have probably saved her ass, right? When she generalized and said, I like to make men
yeah
sound like all men, that's what got her into hot water, right? Because that's going
Yes,
to come back and bite you in the butt, right? That kind of
right.
clip.
yeah, that's one of those when you're doing interviews like that because any even if I'm not defending her at all. I'm not defending her words
No,
at
I
all.
get that.
But
I get that,
what
girl.
I'm saying is you got to be careful what you can say because you can be talking about one thing, but it can get clipped out of context and looped into
Shit, yeah.
something else that's not totally related. Then all of a sudden your PR person's just like, ugh.
Yeah,
Fuck, how am I
probably
gonna?
Right.
I'm
having
gonna spin
headaches.
this.
Yeah.
And PvP when you mentioned lit up the internet, that lit up, that was the bonfire of the end of her career.
Oh, did it end her career? Is she not doing the movie now?
You notice there's been no mention. No, she's not going to do the movie,
Oh,
obviously.
okay. I hadn't paid any. I had enough the first couple days when it was everywhere, and I watched some of the videos, and I watched some of the clips of her interviews, and I was like, okay, I don't really need to watch any more of this because whatever happens
Right.
happens, right?
And by the way, when they show these old clips, if you guys remember not too long ago, it was the Me Too and the cancel crowd are the ones
Mm.
that started digging up people's pasts and showing interviews to destroy them. If you guys remember, so now it's gotten to where when it happens to them, they argue and say, "No, it's not fair. You shouldn't do that." Well, they started it, not us.
Isn't it interesting how they don't actually believe in fairness?
Of
Being
course
all
not.
things being equal, right?
Of course not, and then especially
Yeah.
when not until it comes to them. So, on that note, let's talk about this new Star Trek movie they announced.
What? There's a new Star Trek movie? Well, it's going to be crap, of course, I imagine.
Oh, it's going
J.J.
to be
Abrams,
Wonder
right?
J.J. Abrams producing, and it'll be about the
Uh,
start of the Federation.
that
Now,
sounds
now,
pretty iffy.
now, I'm not gonna sit there and judge it before it comes out there, but my
Well, you
problem is,
don't worry, it won't come out. But go ahead.
but my worry here is J.J. Abrams. The reason nobody complained about the timeline and all that is because they spun it off into the Kelvin timeline, and so nothing that they did in those movies mattered to the Prime timeline. But now they're going back to before the incident that split the timelines. There, all of a sudden,
Yeah,
so either
Girlie,
so
you said
you got
nobody had any problem with it. That's not true. A lot of people did. And
So
well,
never,
no,
like me, I never accepted that dual timeline bullshit.
I think it's bullshit too, Pop. But are you saying, Gorilla, they're actually going to do the origin of the Federation in the Prime timeline in this film?
I heard it's
well,
going to be in the Kelvin timeline, but like Gorilla
Oh,
says, it
okay.
makes no sense because that incident was supposed to split the timelines in that movie, which means they don't even care about their own history or what they've said. Like typical bad writers.
yeah. See, I had no problem with the Kelvin timeline. It's like, oh, cool, we can do something different on our own, but we'll just have a different timeline. That didn't have a problem with that. But if you're going to be all of a sudden changing the Prime timeline's origins there and calling it the Kelvin timeline, no, that doesn't work because that's not where the split happened.
Yes,
Yeah, they can't even be consistent with their alternate timeline, right? It's like,
correct.
We don't fucking care. We'll just make this shit up as we go along because we're morons.
Well, not only that though, but once again, they're treating the audience like they're stupid.
Well, that's what they think.
Because right?
They
Because
think we
obviously
are.
they obviously hate the audience, and there's a lot of disdain. They think
Mhm.
anybody that's a true Trekker, we're all sexist and istafolks and all that stuff.
All
So
right.
they're
Well,
not making it for us anyway.
when I saw Into Darkness, I realized they truly hated us because anybody that puts out a piece of crap like Into Darkness must have a lot of hate in their hearts for the fans because that was probably that's in my top 5 worst films of all time that I've ever seen, and I'm not saying that lightly. It was horrifically bad. And
I
to
know.
think that was Nimoy's last Star Trek film before he passed
I
away, I
know.
believe.
It was a
That was
disgrace.
even sadder because
But
it's like
which one was Into
Leonard.
Darkness?
Why?
The second one.
Sorry. Yeah, it's the
The
middle one of the 3. The second one, I didn't. The first one was just dumb.
I
Into
hated the first one.
Darkness
My
was
God.
horrible.
When I saw the first one, I hated it, and all I could think of was, it can't get worse than this. And I was wrong. I was wrong.
Oh, you were really wrong, Bob. I didn't mind the third one. I mean, the third one was a dumb action popcorn flick, but at least it was better than Into Darkness. It was entertaining, at least, even though it was stupid, Into Darkness was just boring garbage. And Khan, I mean, are you kidding me? Cumberbatch as Khan? Like, really?
oh, I remember that. Now I remember. That's the one I had that Captain Fandom Nerd had me defend on while I was doing Defensive Thursdays.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Okay, please don't spend a lot of time doing it, but what did you find that was worth defending?
Good action sequences and all that stuff. Like I can't remember.
Okay.
I can't even remember. It's been like 2 years since I had to do that. Since I did a Defensive Thursday, I might consider bringing it back there because I did enjoy doing them. But the problem was that this is a bad thing to kind of begin doing it off and let the audience pick because I wasn't having a lot of people come to my channel because I was still relatively new. Now that I got more people coming to my channel, I could probably do the entertaining their defending bad movies and stuff.
Well, a word of advice, what I would do is because people tend, when I say, for example, I'm going to review a movie next week and I give the name. If they don't like that movie, they're not going to show up for the review. So what you might want to do is ask them first and say, look, are you willing to show up for this movie if I defend it? Otherwise, you might.
No, they showed up.
You
for
might be
it
wondering. Yeah, but I'm just saying is you might not get as many people as you want. Like me personally, I didn't go to your Defensive Thursdays because I didn't like the movies that you were defending. And I'm speaking only for myself.
Yeah, but it might be a hard sell,
I don't know.
I'm thinking, actually,
yeah,
though, if you did like a Mystery 3000 like satire with a commentary where, you could get people on the panel and we could all like talk about what we think is, ridiculous with the film, that could actually be fun.
That might be fun where people are making fun of it as it's playing along.
Hell yeah, I'd love to do that because, man, I tell you, I could make a lot of fun of that movie because I hate it so much.
Basically, Cringe Stock, their
yes, actually, Cringe Stock, perfect film for Cringe Stock watch, Gorilla. Yes, put it on the list.
If you're gonna do that, then you have to premiere it with the ultimate of all time, Santa Claus Conquers the Martians.
That one's a good one. Yeah.
Because you maybe remember, pick a movie that's got enough bad stuff where there's a lot of laugh in it. There's a lot of stuff to make fun of.
Have you ever seen Ever seen Santa Claus versus the Devil?
I don't think I have. You know about when it was made?
It's a Mexican film. I'm just going to look it up because it's a classic. Yeah, I highly recommend it because it's actually really good if you've never seen it. It's very imaginative, very well done.
Check it out. Gorilla, you said you already showed Santa Claus Conquers the Martians?
No, I said I could.
Have you seen it?
No.
Okay.
It's pretty good, actually. got what's her face in it too, right? She's kind of cute. So.
Pia Zadora.
Yeah, she's kind of cute.
The thing is, there's a handicap to that, and that is that the professionals like MST3K, they watch the movie, then they actually write a script, get a lot of the jokes written down on paper, and then they review it in front of the cameras. That's why it's so good, and there's so many jokes. It's not that easy doing it live and trying to come up with jokes immediately offhand is what I'm trying to say.
Could be.
And
Yeah, could be true. Yeah.
I gotta get something to drink. I'll be right back.
I don't know. I'm pretty good with coming up with some jokes right off the bat there. Like I did that with Mad Max there, especially, which reminds me, I got to clip the the Doctor Who joke in that.
I'm putting up
They hit.
information about Santa Claus versus the devil here. I'm posting it to you and Pop Gorilla
Okay.
because I think you might get a kick out of it. It's pretty funny actually, and pretty damn weird too.
That
Actually.
sounds like that'd be a Christmas cringe.
Oh, it's a Christmas film. Like, yeah, it's like 3 weeks late, but what the hell, you know?
Yeah, I'm gonna try bringing cringe stock back. Maybe I'll do it like Thursdays after germ streams or something. They don't go too long.
I could probably go for Thursdays because I might not be working Thursday. I'm down to 3 days a week now, which kind of tightens the budget. But I might be able to do a Thursday for stuff like that. Actually, now Gorilla. So yeah,
Okay, it'd be like after germ streams, open panel and stuff.
probably should work for me.
Yeah, but it won't be every Thursday.
That's okay. I mean, you know,
Let me know. Let me know which night you pick, or you can have it on Thursday, and then you could do it another day on a different week.
Yeah,
Just
it'd be
around
just
your
like when I
schedule.
can have time. Yeah, it'd just be like when I have time and stuff. But I gotta
Sounds
get
good.
because I'm also trying to work on getting my watch hours up too.
Oh, by the way, Gorilla, I was going to tell you, be careful when you post clips from like TikTok and Facebook or whatever, because I don't want you to get flagged as reused content like they did on my channel.
Oh, I got plenty of variety on my channel. I don't think it'd be much of a problem.
I have a variety on my channel, but only one thing was triggering it.
Yeah. Well, those clips there, I've also added my own commentary to them.
Well, I know. Well, I'm just saying though that if you get a warning that says you've got reused content, they're not going to tell you which video. And the more reused content you have, you're not going to know which one. And it's going to make it very difficult. Is all. Thank you for sending that link, PvP.
Oh, you're most welcome. I love to share good things with my friends, you know, so it's always fun.
And I like those low budget Mexican movies.
Yeah, I think it's on YouTube. I'm just going to try and find it here, and I'll send you a link to the actual film. Just give me a
A
minute.
lot of times they would use the Mexican wrestlers in those movies as the bad guy or the monster or whatever.
Have you ever seen the movie called Super Argo? There's a couple of Super Argo movies. Have you ever seen those?
No, I don't think I have.
Oh, those are fucking awesome. And
I
they
saw.
basically they're Italian films. There's 2 of them, I believe, if I remember correctly. And they have a
Uh-huh.
wrestler in the starring role, a Super Argo, and he's like this, you know, man in, you know, like a superhero costume. Well,
Yeah.
and he's a wrestler, so it kind of makes sense because he wears his wrestling garb to fight bad guys, and it's awesome because it's kind of like a combination of a superhero movie and James Bond. It's pretty damn cool, I got to tell you. Pretty damn cool.
I saw when I was a kid, we went to the drive-in, low budget Mexican horror movie, and it was great. And it was low budget. I mean, I don't know about like now if you watched it, now that I'm an adult, I'm sure it's more low budget.
Mm,
But as a kid, it was great because, well, let me explain. You'll see what I mean by just the description of the plot.
sure.
And it was about a warlock. And what he did was he had a scarecrow, a live scarecrow. He put a curse on it to bring it to life.
Okay.
And what he was doing is murdering people and then cutting their hearts out and then putting them into a miniaturized doll of themselves.
So this isn't the Wizard of Oz we're talking about here.
Definitely not. In fact, the name I was just thinking about it a minute ago. I'll think about it again. But essentially, it was before uh, Twilight Zone, the Talking Tina episode, and it was before Child's Play. So
Okay.
what happened was he would have people killed, and then he would take the scarecrow. He'd have the scarecrow go and retrieve the body and bring it to him, cut out the heart,
Jesus.
and then make a miniaturized doll of that person. The doll is maybe about a foot tall, and then he would give the dolls these long needles, and then send
Jesus.
them out to kill people. And what the
Or,
scarecrow would do was,
uh,
those boxes they use for flowers, those long white boxes with a ribbon. You know what I'm
right,
talking
right.
about?
You put roses in them or a machine gun or whatever.
Yes. What he would do is he would send the scarecrow out with the doll on the inside of the box, and he would deliver it at a doorstep of people's houses and say, "This is a gift," and then they
Oh,
would bring it in, and then in the middle of the night the doll would come to life and then kill the family.
you should put this on your horror stream one of these months. That sounds awesome.
It actually is, but it's very, very, very difficult to find a copy of it.
Some films are like that. By the
What?
way, finding a
Attack of the
copy.
Doll. That's right. Attack of the Doll People was the American name. I've got to find the Spanish name. Back in in the '90s, when I was really big into collecting DVDs, I finally found an obscure company that was selling the DVD, and I bought it. But then over the years, I ended up losing it, and
Shit.
it's not easy to find right now. I'm going to try to see
You
if I
might
can.
you might have more luck if you search with the original Spanish name like that. That might be online somewhere.
Yeah, I know. I've done that too. But every year, sorry, I'm opening up a Pepsi. But every year and a half, I search again and again and again. There's a couple of movies, that and Arnold. I search for them on a regular basis, hoping to finally get a good version again. Arnold is another one I want to cover on my channel if I can ever get a good copy.
Hey, I got a question for you. Is it Attack of the Puppet People? Maybe.
No,
No, I don't. It's British, isn't it? That film.
no, that movie was Bert I. Gordon, the great Big. That was Attack of the Puppet People with John Hoyt, and that's where he was taking people into his um, laboratory and shrinking them into dolls and putting them in these little glass tubes.
Don't you love the imagination that filmmakers used to have, guys? Like,
I
I
love.
miss those days.
Well, see, I'm a big fan of Bird Eye Gordon.
He was
Um,
good. Yeah, yeah.
right. He also did Village of the Giants, and he also did Food of the Gods, and a whole bunch of movies about giant people, giant rabbits, giant monsters, giant animals. I mean, all that.
Giant
That's all he
rabbits. I
did.
gotta love that. Oh, by the way, guys, I sent both of you a link to watch. Actually, I found Santa Claus versus the Devil here on YouTube. It looks like a good copy at 720p, so
What
it's
do you
pretty
know?
high quality. And I sent the link to both you guys, so you can take a look at that. It's pretty damn good, actually. It's very weird, but it's pretty damn
Yeah.
entertaining, I gotta say.
All right.
Very good
So,
production values too for a low budget movie, right?
do you want to catch up on the chat here?
Please, thank you.
Sounds good. Sounds good, girl.
All right. All right. Edge of Time says no more wire coat hangers, please. Then Edge of Time says I was bummed I didn't go get to watch them. Was still planning on it. I think I missed that.
I just found it on YouTube. Curse of the Doll People. There it is, and it was published on YouTube 9 months ago.
Now, is it an actual movie or is it a
It's a
movie where
movie.
they're trying to send you to another website?
Oh, is now it's the movie on YouTube? 1 hour 22 minutes. Yes.
No,
Um. Sorry. Go ahead.
okay, because some people will do that. They'll post the actual length of the movie there, but the whole movie is just it's trying to get you to go to another website.
Oh well, I'll check into that before I decide if I'm going to promote it for my channel or not.
Well, if it sends you to a link to another website, make sure to report it.
Thank you. All right, I'm
And
going to show. There's a trailer for the movie, and I'm going to show you guys. I don't want to get. I don't know if there's a copyright strike on it, so I'll kind of skip through the trailer. But here
how
goes.
old's the movie?
I have to look at the year again. All right, here goes. That's one of the dolls right there, and that's a couple of them. And I guess it's a short trailer, but there's a lot more to the movie than that, I assure you. And it's dubbed. It doesn't have subtitles, if I remember right. It does have English dubbing over it. Hello, Nemesis. There you are. Good to see you.
Yeah. All right. Belted
Go
Copper
ahead,
here.
Jilla.
Dinosaurs roamed in the 80s sitcom, and the show ends with the Ice Age, and they all die. A tad dark ending, but for a cute show.
I
Oh,
never liked that
dinosaurs.
show.
Oh, I
It was
hated it.
it was a complete rip off of the Honeymooners. Is exactly what it was.
Oh, I remember the dinosaur. I'll still to this day. The baby dinosaur. I
Oh
wanted to throw
God.
something through the TV because it shows it actually, and I'm not exaggerating.
It's
I'm the
horrible.
baby dinosaur. You gotta love me. Gotta love me. Gotta love me.
Yeah,
And when it did that, I wanted to throw. Oh my god! I wanted to destroy that TV.
it was 80s cringe for sure. I hated that fucking show. And it was a total rip off of Ralph Cramden and the Honeymooners.
But
Totally.
without any of the humor.
Well, there aren't any of the quality, yeah. Even the Honeymooners, sometimes they had a little bit of dramatic moments too. Like they could tug at your heartstrings. That
Right.
dinosaurs thing was it was a piece
God
of shit,
awful.
basically. Yeah, I hated that fucking show.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Alrighty.
I'm done.
Basil says, "Yeah, you're right. Touchstone was pretty good years ago.
Used to be.
We'll
They're
never see
they're
it again.
they're going after the liberals crowd because there's and he cut off there. And Melted Copper gave us a bunch of tacos. Gaps is night. I'll have a great rest of the stream. Have a good night.
Good night. Good night,
Yeah.
Gap.
Take care, Gap. Thank you for coming by.
Melted says, I want Kelly Bundy to do Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter is Undead.
I don't know. Thanks.
Oh no, I don't want a remake of that movie.
And I don't want a remake of Married with Children. They've been trying to put together an animated version remake, and I don't want to see that.
Yeah. And other Greg says Kelly Bundy, and he's giving us a beer and some wine for that one. Welcome, Nemesis. Welcome. He says,
There you are.
Hail, all you beautiful people. I hope you are doing well.
Hey, Nemesis.
Nemesis, get on up here.
Yeah, come on, Nemesis. It's Saturday night. Get up here and join us and give us your awesome opinions.
And I have a question, Nemesis. Train to Busan, does it have an English dub version? You know, the audio voiceover, or is it strictly subtitles? Because I can't remember, and I haven't had a chance to rewatch it yet. I guess but after this stream, I'll check that link that I posted on my channel. I'm hoping even though it's dreadful, and I usually I don't like the English dub versions, but I want to post that version for people who are not into subtitles. I'll put it that way.
All right. And Melted Copper here says Julian Sand played a warlock, died mountain climbing. Oh, that sucks. And this is why Nemesis is going to survive the AI apocalypse, because he thanks the AI.
That's right.
And he says, good to see you as always, buddy, pop culture. And he says, hail, Gorilla PvP. Hope you boys are doing well. Pretty good. And
Yeah,
I believe
okay.
it's strictly subtitles. Oh, okay.
Strictly subtitles. Okay. Well, I hope you guys still give it a chance.
Yeah. So that's all the chats.
Okay, so we were talking a few minutes ago about if, which I doubt, but if there's going to be another Star Trek movie about the beginning of Starfleet. And what I wanted to point out is funny how he doesn't mention the cast from his last 3 movies, does he? So I guess they're admitting that those movies sucked because there's no mention of Chris Pine as Kirk or any of the rest of them. So I guess they're just going to abandon all that, huh?
Maybe the actors didn't want to come back.
Well, the beginning of the Federation would be before Kirk's time. This would be Archer's time time in the Enterprise timeline at the end of Enterprise.
Oh, so during Enterprise, there's no Federation or
No,
Starfleet or
they
whatever.
no, well, they're part of Starfleet, but it's the United Earth Starfleet, and they're part of the United Earth there.
So at
The
the end of the
Federation,
show, go ahead.
yeah, because at the end of season 4, 10 years later, is the formation of the Federation with 18 member worlds.
Gotcha.
Huh.
So during the first 3 seasons, is it just Earth or there's only a handful of planets?
Yeah, there's like Denoblia, Teller Prime, Vulcan, Earth, and Andoria. But those
Vulcan
are the only
Earth.
ones that
Wait. Vulcan Earth. What does that mean?
no, those are the member planets that are named. I'd have to go back
Vulcan,
and look at the
Vulcan,
scene.
or Vulcan Earth? I don't understand the term Vulcan Earth.
Vulcan and Earth. Vulcan and
Okay,
Earth,
gotcha.
Andoria, Teller Prime, Denoblia. Then I think Betazoid's a founding member. I
Oh
can't remember. I'd have to look at. I'll Google it
no,
here real
no
quick.
problem, Gorilla. No problem. There's no don't waste your time. Okay, so in other words, it's not like they're going to pay attention to canon, but so what they're saying is if they make this movie, it's supposed to take place right after Enterprise, I guess, but before Strange New Worlds, maybe.
Strange New Worlds is supposed to take place 10 years before Kirk takes over or a few years before Kirk takes over, because Pike was the commander of it's 10 years before Kirk's time, because the cage was set 13 years before man the uh that one where that
When No Man
Gary,
Has Gone Before.
yeah, it's supposed to take place like like a decade before that there, because
So
Pike
Spock
was,
was supposed to be 10 or 13 years older. He was with Pike the entire time.
yeah, he was with Pike in the cage, and he's
Okay.
with Pike on Strange New Worlds.
I know
But
he was there for the cage, but I was just trying to think of, like, I'm trying to think if Pike was on the Enterprise, let's say 13 years, was Spock with him the whole time?
yeah,
Okay. So does that mean Spock in the Strange New World is like in his 20s? Or does he have an age? What, Pooch? Hold on. I pick up my dogs again.
his age ain't mentioned. I can't remember if his age is mentioned.
All right. I just always assumed that he's supposed to be around the same age as Kirk, but I could be wrong.
Well, Vulcans age differently too than humans
I
do.
know.
So
I know they tried that excuse, but if you look at Nimoy when he got older, that excuse falls apart. You know, you can't affect the way a human ages. And with an actor just like Data playing an android who gets old and fat, it just falls apart.
well, the problem with that is that they kept bringing Brent Spiner back. So that's why Brent Spiner rode into Nemesis, that he was killed off. So he wouldn't come back, and then all of a sudden he got Picard season 3, or actually
Right.
season 1.
Right. He could have easily said no, but I guess they waved a paycheck in front of his face, right?
Hey, if paycheck's good enough, I'd even say yes. So
Even
if the
if you knew it,
paycheck's
even if you knew it made you look like an ass in front of all your fans.
well, hey, everybody's pride has a price. It just depends on how much the check is.
Shatner doesn't. He stayed away from the garbage.
Wait a minute.
Who?
Wait a minute. Shatner, he's not completely innocent. He did do Generations.
Yeah. Hey,
Yeah, I think that's more because he wanted to tie up end the character for forever.
yeah.
So.
But that
But
was still a disgrace for his character. It was.
Oh, I
He should
agree.
not
I
have
hate
done
that
it.
movie. I hate that movie, but
Yeah, it sucked.
I can't fault the Shat. I mean, come on.
I can.
well,
Wow.
PvP. That's just because they didn't wave a big enough check in front of him.
I just always will love Kirk. He's going to always be the
Well, so do
captain
I. I love
of
William
my heart.
Shatner. I love William Shatner, but I'm not ignoring the fact that that was a mistake of him to sign on for that crappy movie.
I hated the way they killed him off. I would have loved him dying on his feet, phaser in hand, going down in a blaze of glory. That would have been the way to
his
kill him.
original death.
Or ship to ship battle would have been nice. Him commanding a ship in battle.
Well,
Yeah.
I like the original ending, or the original death there, where he's on deck 15 trying to save the ship, and he actually manages to save the ship, but he dies in the course of saving the ship. And that
Yeah, but
film
that's
starts.
stupid because he's the captain. The entire ship, I don't know, 400 to 500 crew members. They didn't have anybody that qualified to. No, he should have died on the bridge, in the captain's chair, commanding a ship,
That would have worked for me. Yeah.
not under a bridge.
Oh, by the way, I found a Super Argo movie on YouTube. It's like 1080 or whatever, high quality, so it looks
Oh,
pretty damn
cool.
good. Yeah, it's
Thank you.
Super Argo and the Faceless Giants.
Okay.
Great
Thank you.
film.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, I sent it to both you guys. I think you'll actually love this film because just take a look at this dude when you get around to watching it. It's hilarious. He's totally like superhero costume with the masked man, and then he's like James Bond in a way if he was a superhero. So it's a pretty amazing film, actually.
Yeah. All right.
Good shit.
Nemesis here says reading isn't hard, lol, but it can be a bit distracting to read the text.
Okay, let me explain something about that. Okay, listen. I want you guys to think about what I'm saying. Back in the 70s, they used to offer what was called a speed reading course. I remember the Evelyn Wood speed reading course. And it showed people that could just like scan, they would hold their finger at the top of the book or the page and just go straight down the center of the page, and they were reading it super fast, and then on to the next page, and then scan down the next page. So what they train you to do is to look at the center of the line of the because it's a paragraph and you've got sentences, but look at the center instead of reading from left to right because you've got peripheral vision. So what you do is you look at the center of the sentence and you can read it, comprehend it by just keeping your eye down the center, if that makes any sense. So what I've learned with subtitle movies, I don't look at necessarily at the top of the screen and I don't look at down below where the subtitles are, but I can get my eye trained enough to where I can see what's going on and my eye still sees the text down below without having to go up, down, up, down, up, down. Now, if I sometimes miss something, I will pause and go back and read it or watch it again. But it is possible. Keep that in mind. If you use your peripheral vision instead of tunnel vision, it is possible to watch the movie what's going on in the movie without being distracted by the subtitles. Sorry, go ahead. That probably sounds crazy anyway.
Oh no, that takes a lot of trip. But welcome, Jim. There, and Nemesis here.
Hello, Lemon Pie.
Or Scurvy got the draw on Nemesis here. He goes, "You got me, Scurvy." And welcome, Jim. He says, "Hello,
Jim." Hello, Jim. I've got to ask. I'm curious. What was that link you put in the StreamYards group? Because I went to play it last night, and it's just somebody's face and no talking. I don't get it, and I don't recognize the name.
She was talking later on in the video there, but I guess that's one of her first streams there. She's new to the YouTube streaming there, but she is a Star Trek. She's a Star Trek fan, and she's new to streaming.
Oh, then I suggest just edit out the first part for her sake. Edit out the first part to where she starts talking, because otherwise, I know myself. I tuned out before. I'm not going to sit there and watch somebody's face, so I never even got that far. So edit out the beginning of where they're just sitting there staring at the camera, and then just show the part where they start talking, and then go forward from there. That might help her build her channel, because you don't want her to look like a fool. I'm sure she's great, but you don't want the first appearances to be, people saying, whatever.
Yeah, she's really nice and all that. It takes some getting used to streaming and stuff.
Oh, I know. I remember the first time.
Yeah.
But
And
that's
that
what I would
was
have done. I would have edited it out the beginning where she's just, figuring it out and just looking at the camera. Sorry, go ahead.
and Nemesis says, "Boo, William Shatner, boo." He goes, "I enjoyed
Exactly.
the ending of Generations personally." Oh, that
Wait,
death
wait,
scene
what?
that's
Oh,
worse death
so
than
you were
Tasha Yar.
so were you glad to see Captain Kirk die? Is that why? I
No,
mean,
he got a worse death than Tasha Yar. We sat there and mocked Tasha Yar's death.
oh, I think he got the worst of any Star Trek character, in my opinion.
Yeah, Jim says sneak peek at the new reporter video. Cool, cool.
Yeah, his death was pretty painful. I gotta say it. I thought it
Yeah,
was shit. I really
yeah.
did.
Well, not only that, but
And
think about it. If you let's say you're Brandon and Braga, the stupid idiot writers, and you're thinking, how can we make Picard look more like a coward, a pussy? Oh, how about we had to go get Kirk to fight for him? Yeah, that's it. So I'm thinking about it. Not only did it was a shitty death for Kirk, but it made Picard look even more like a coward and a pussy. So it was like, I mean, there was so many things wrong with that scene. And Malcolm McDowell's a little short guy. It's like, my God. That's why, I mean, the reason why I never liked Picard, I never liked him. Couldn't
Well,
even fight Malcolm McDowell.
Picard pretty much looks like a pussy anything he's in. So
He is. He
that's
is.
my opinion anyway. I'm not a the weird thing is, Pop, when Next Generation premiered, we didn't get the first season at all because my local channel, being how wonderful, they never showed the original series because if it's not a big hit, we're not going to show it. So it's like, okay. So I didn't get to see most of the first season. And then
Thank God.
my cousin lived like a 90-minute drive from here. And my mom and I went up to visit him and his wife because we did that time, once in a while for the weekend just to have a little bit of fun and, socialize. And my cousin had his VHS or whatever the fuck back in the day. And he had taped that one episode towards the end of the season with the parasites, with the guy's head exploding.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And that kind of sold me on it. I thought this is actually not fucking bad. It kind of reminded me a bit of TOS because lots of phaser action and people getting heads exploding. And I thought this is actually, I'll check it out. I actually enjoyed it back in the day, even though
Okay.
I thought there were a lot of shitty episodes, but there's some really good ones, like the ones with the Borg and some of that stuff. But when I look back, Pop, in hindsight, it's not aged well at all.
Oh, hell
It's like
no.
I still love TOS. TOS holds up, 60 years,
And it
50
always
some years.
will.
And it's classic still, right? It's so good. And even Deep Space Nine, I mean, I know you're not a fan of the show, but there's a lot of good episodes. And I like the characters, which is the main reason I can watch Deep Space Nine is because there's some really good characters and some good acting in it. And those are the two shows I love the most. Next Generation's kind of hit or miss. Voyager, I can't fucking stand. I hate Janeway with a passion. And Enterprise, it's like, oh, it's okay, but whatever. So
Yeah,
I guess
it's really
about that.
sad. That guy that played the Doctor on Voyager, he had a good career before he was on Star Trek. But it's like now
Yeah.
all he does is talk about Star Trek, like that's all he has. And he posted something on Twitter the other day, and I reminded him, I said, it's really sad, Picardo. His name is Robert Picardo.
Robert
And
Picardo,
I
yeah.
said, it's really sad. I said, you had a good career before Star Trek. And it's like now that's all you can grasp onto is your desperation of Star Trek. And that's really sad.
Picardo was probably my favorite character in that show. I mean, I love the Doctor. Any scene that Picardo was in as the Doctor, to me, it was like worth watching. It was all he was always good in that show. Even in a mediocre episode, his scenes would shine compared to a lot of the shit, right?
Wait,
And
I don't know. I never watched it, but I did. And that one of the reasons why I didn't want to taint my opinion of him because I liked him before that show came on the air.
uh,
And if I would have watched
well,
that show, I would have ended up hating him.
if you ever want to watch it, Pop, which you probably
Oh
never
no,
will,
no,
if you ever want a list of recommended episodes, I could probably put it together. And I'm just
no thanks.
offering that's all.
Yeah, no thanks.
It does have some really good episodes, so I gotta say,
Well,
as
I'm
a Trek,
sure somebody,
as a real
I'm
Trek
sure,
fan.
right? I'm sure that somebody that watches Star Trek Discovery would tell me the same thing. But there's a few episodes. No thanks.
No, there's more than a few. It's actually a pretty decent series overall. I mean, it's
I
got
know, but
Every episode.
But
I mean, even TOS has a
I
handful of
know, but
shit
right.
episodes, right?
But if you could do a fan edit where I don't have to listen or see Janeway, and I don't have to see that loathsome Vulcan,
Okay,
I like
I
I
can't
like
argue with that. Janeway is like fingernails on a chalkboard. I
I
can't
liked
stand
it.
her.
And also before Voyager, I liked Robert Bertrand, and I didn't like what he did in that. So also, you can go ahead and cut him out while you're at it.
I think the big problem with Voyager is the characters. Most of them were shit. I mean, they just bored me or annoyed me. So that's why I had a hard time really getting into it. But the Doctor, Picardo was damn good, with what he had to work with, right, Pop? So,
Okay, well, I guess.
no, he was really good. I mean, the
No,
Doctor
I know,
scenes
but
are
I'm just
generally the
saying.
best.
I'm just saying. I think he should get his career above and beyond. He had a career before Star Trek. He should
Mhm.
continue his career after Star Trek, doing stuff that is not related,
It
instead
would
of
be, yeah,
right. Instead of living in the past, all he can do is talk about Star Trek and do guest appearances on the Orville and other stuff. I just like, no, you need to stop it. Go back to
yeah,
your once successful career that you used to have.
yeah. It's kind of sad when a really quality actor kind of falls into that routine, right, Pop? Where he just
Yes,
decides to take the easy road, and yeah, I get what you're
that's
saying.
why I
I
was.
totally do.
That's why I was so sad and upset when I saw Paul Winfield do that Darmok at Tanagra. I was ashamed of him to take that role. I was like, "Are you serious, Captain
Mm.
Terrell?" He goes from Captain Terrell to Darmok at Tanagra, whatever the hell the name of that episode is. Oh, I
Darmok.
hated that episode.
It was called Darmok, that
I
episode.
hated that episode. He was so much above the actor I'm talking about was so much above that. I mean, not only was it a crappy ripoff of Enemy Mine,
Right.
Robinson Crusoe on Mars, on and on and on and on of all the things that ripped off.
No,
But they
Robinson
got
Crusoe
Paul
was a great
Winfield,
movie.
yes, but they got Paul Winfield in that role, and it was like that was a disgrace.
Mm,
I remember at the conventions when I used to go to Star Trek conventions back in the day. And this is the when they were filming Star Trek 2 through 5,
right.
and if they were the conventions were put out by a company called Creation Convention, and they were crappy.
Oh,
They
they
were
were
very
horrible.
yes. The conventions are the only highlight is when you're going there to see whoever the celebrity guest is. Everything other than when they're on stage is insufferable, horribly boring, low budget, and crap. So there would be times where they would sit there, and I'm not joking. They would just show slides, not even film clips, but just slides of movies and slides of actors from Star Trek. But whenever they would show a slide of Paul Winfield as Captain Terrell on the screen,
Right.
people would cheer and applaud because everybody loved his character so much. And I did the same thing. Whenever they showed Paul Winfield, I would cheer, I would salute, I would applaud
Right.
because not only was he a great actor and a great role, but he sacrificed his character for Kirk, as we all know.
Mm,
And then he plays Darmok at Tanagra, and I'm like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
mm. When the walls fell.
Pretty much,
When his career fell.
it was a disgrace. It was too bad.
Uh, by the way, I sent you another. I've sent you both of the Super Argo films to cheer you up, Pop.
Thank you.
Because
Appreciate that.
I think you're gonna have a. I found them both on YouTube, and I think they're both in English, and they look like pretty high quality copies. So I think
Cool.
you'll have a gas watching these films. They're so much fun. It's like
Well, I don't
if
care.
James,
Even if they're subtitled, I don't mind.
but if James Bond was like totally insane, and instead of a guy, an English guy wearing a well tailored suit, James Bond was wearing a superhero costume with like a wrestling mask and
Right.
going and kicking ass. And it's just like great weird. It's a lot of sci-fi elements in it too. By the way, one's called "Versus the Faceless Giants," so that should give you some idea. it's pretty, it's pretty damn weird shit, but
Those
it's
wrestling
fucking
masks.
awesome. Oh, it's so good. I
Yeah,
love these films.
those wrestling masks are hilarious.
Yeah, I wish it was more like horror. Well, it kind of might fall into sci-fi. So take a look at them when you have the time, Pop. And if you think, either one of them might fit on a Tuesday stream, I would be all for it because I would love
Okay.
to expose people to these films because I think they're
Well,
little low budget masterpieces, really.
if I think they qualify, I can put them up in the poll. Let
Mm.
people vote.
They are great movies. Like for me, I love these films.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be careful about just showing stuff out of the blue because you heard a couple weeks ago. I knew that I was
What
right
happened?
on the reaction I'd get. I'd say, so just out of curiosity, everybody, what if I show Planet of the Apes? No, no.
What? They didn't want
Yeah,
to see Planet of the Apes?
no.
Why?
Yeah, I know. That's what I say.
That's a classic. I love
I
that. I mean,
know.
God.
I would have already showed that. I
Wow.
would have showed that already, but no.
That's weird. I don't get it because that's a great sci-fi film.
It is. It's
That's
a
like it's a
magnificent, great movie.
well, it's like a pillar of 70s sci-fi, or was it
60s.
late 60s? Yeah,
Uh-huh.
68 or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah.
Gorilla, how are we doing on the
Damn.
chat?
Um, just a sec. I'll get back to it here. Um, Nemesis says, oh wait, Digitize says, I thought you did them. Was it one that didn't get voted in? We
No,
covered
them
them.
people voted for the yeah. No, when I covered them, that was when we were still doing the voting, so people voted for them.
Yeah, them was really
Yeah.
fun. I love that movie.
Then Jim says, hail to everybody here.
Hail Jim.
And
Yeah, yeah.
Nemesis says, if it's a heavy dialogue movie, subtitles can be straining, but for an action horror movie, people should be fine.
That's true. If there's not a lot of dialogue, subtitles shouldn't be that much of a problem, right? Hi, Lemon.
Well, I agree. I think they should at least give Train to Busan a chance.
Yeah. And Basil says, true, the new Godzilla movie is using English subtitles in Japanese language. It takes a minute to get used to watching the subtitles in the movie.
I'm glad
I
it's
actually,
like that. I love that.
I actually enjoy Japanese. Like when I watch Kurosawa's awesome films, I actually enjoy hearing the Japanese language while I'm watching the subtitles. I mean, I guess maybe I'm weird, but I think Japanese is a pretty cool sounding language, actually.
I like the fact that they have the English subtitles over the Japanese, the actual language,
Right.
because what it basically says is "fuck you" to the American King Kong Godzilla movies, which are total shit. I hate those damn movies with a little girl's secret to everything. God, I hate those movies. And we
Yeah, I
got another
still
one
got to
coming out this year.
I gotta go. I would love to go see Godzilla. It's trouble is, it's in a fucking theater across the fucking bridge. It's
Yeah,
like
I
10 or
know.
15 miles. And my old car, I'm very scared to actually drive
That's
on the
okay.
highway
You can
with
see
it.
it when it
So
comes out on video.
yeah, I think I might just wait because
That's what I'm
it's
gonna
like
do.
I don't want to die on a car crash just to watch a Godzilla movie, right?
And I don't have a choice. Yeah, I don't have a theater near my house.
Yeah, I've been thinking of the thing is, if it was a matinee during the daylight, I would go for sure, right? Because I don't mind driving in the day, but at my age, I
Wait
don't
a
like
minute.
driving at night, right?
Wait. Why don't they show it during the day?
I have no idea. It's they have like one showing, and it's usually like at 9:45 at night. So it's like
That's
you're
odd.
gonna be out of there at midnight because it's over 2 hours long, right? So
Or maybe because it's been at the theaters so long,
I guess,
it's on its way out. It's been out. It's at theaters since I think November.
yeah,
So
that's why
maybe they're. Go
there's like
ahead.
3 theaters like 10 minutes away from me right in town here, which I'd be very happy to drive to because I do drive to those areas every week to get groceries and shit, but they don't have it showing on any of those closer theaters. It's the one that's like fucking 15 miles away. So I'm like, oh man, you know.
Oh, I know, but I was thinking maybe since
I
it's been playing since November,
think
they
that's it.
they probably figured the kids aren't going to see it. It's just serious adults, so they're probably showing more recent releases during the day. Is what I'm guessing.
Yeah, well, the Extreme West Cinema, which is across the bridge, tends to show films longer than any other local cinemas. So they kind of do that. So
Okay.
yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Are we doing
Well,
the chat, Gorilla?
we still got a ton of chats here.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and get caught up.
Yeah, Nemesis says I had no problem with the new Godzilla -1.
Excellent.
I'm sure I'd love
Yeah.
the movie. It's just the drive I don't think I can handle because I don't,
Yeah.
it's scary, right? It's scary at
Yeah.
night.
Hey, welcome
Hello.
Taylor Swift.
Hail Taylor Swift. Hope you're doing well. Glad to see you. I'm happy to see that you could join us.
Hey, Taylor Swift.
He says, "Hail the greater something here."
I think
And
he's talking about Taylor Swift greater than whatever.
okay, the Nemesis says, "I'd say DS9 is my favorite Star Trek." Oh yeah, I
That's
love.
fine.
I never
Didn't you?
realized that.
Well, Nemesis, then you unless you already know that's Bird of Prey Bird of Prey's favorite on his channel. So if you check it out, Bird of Prey 5, he's got a lot of videos on Deep Space Nine. That's his favorite.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And he's a great guy, very entertaining.
Yeah,
And
Bird's pretty cool.
welcome, Sci-Fi Nation. He says Robert Picardo
Yes.
here, and Basil says, "Agreed. Janeway is Insane Way is a moron."
Well, that voice, my God, that voice.
That's the voice that always killed it for me. Like she was like the harsh school mom that would drag her fingernails on the chalkboard to get the class's attention. Right? I just
Well,
couldn't
and she's
stand
another
her voice.
one. She's another one where you could tell by the sound of her voice that she was a heavy chain smoker, and that's just not sexy. It's not attractive, and I find it very annoying. As any of us
Yeah.
old people know, if anybody's old people know that she turned into Lucille Ball.
The thing is, she went woke as well because I remember a couple years ago seeing something on YouTube where she was at a fan convention where she was shitting all over Kirk and saying
Of course.
TOS was like old school and it was sexist. And
What a bitch.
it's like, fuck you, lady.
Yeah, I wish I'd have been in the audience. I would have said, at least it's not ugly and nasty.
Yeah, like you are.
Yes. And another thing, at least TOS had sex appeal, unlike you.
Fuck yeah. Kirk was like, oh, let's face it. I mean, you want the chart of sex appeal among Star Trek captains? Kirk knocks it out of the ballpark.
Everybody after
Easy.
TOS, TNG, up until modern Trek, they all wish they were Kirk, and they're all jealous, and they're wondering. They still try to achieve that status, which they never will do.
Speaking
So
of
it's all
jealous,
jealousy. It's all jealousy.
have you seen the controversy this week that Paramount is actively trying to erase Kirk from the fans' memories?
Oh, they've already done that for a few years
No,
now.
but they put out some new posters, some new images
right. They
where
had
Kirk
right.
is
They had a
totally
poster
gone.
last year. Yeah, they had a poster last year and the year before doing the same.
Now they put one out
They
recently.
started it when Discovery came on the air, is when they started removing Kirk from their advertising materials.
Well, get this: Mikey Spock is right in the middle. Then
Of course.
you've got other secondary. Then you've got cartoon characters from like Lower Decks that nobody even fucking knows who they are. And on the outside perimeter, 3 on the left, 3 on the right, you've got, of course, Uhura because she's a black woman, so she gets on there. Then you've got Nimoy because I mean,
who knows why? Because if
then
Nimoy had a choice, he'd probably say, "You get me off of that thing."
Yeah, but then you got Janeway and you got Archer on the outside, and it's like, where the fuck is Kirk? Where the fuck is McCoy? Where the fuck is Scotty? It's
I
like,
know.
fuck me. When I saw that
those
image, I
toxic
wanted to bang my head against the desk.
Those toxic white males, never.
Horrible, just horrible.
And then they have that horrible gay Pike from that Strange New Worlds. He's so feminine, and he's got that horrible pompadour haircut. Oh my God!
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean, he looks like he's going to a '70s disco, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it does sound pretty bad. I haven't seen that, and I don't want to actually.
So. No, I'm referring to that post. Just look at without watching the show. Just look at the poster.
Yeah.
Right, you'll see a picture of it with not the original Pike, obviously the new one, and he's got this stupid pompadour haircut where his hair sticks up like 8 inches, and it looks ridiculous.
Yeah, all these people that keep trying to. I keep hearing people like, "Oh, Strange New Worlds is pretty good. Oh, Strange New Worlds isn't that bad. Oh, Strange New Worlds this and Strange New Worlds that." And it's like, you know what? I think I'll just take a pass, guys.
Right. That's why I don't. Right. That's why I don't listen to Teague. Right.
No, fuck yeah. Well, I can think of 100 reasons not to listen to him, but I won't go into them.
Right. Starting with Teague. That's number one. Is Teague.
Yes. Exactly.
Yes. Okay, Gorilla. How are we doing on chat? I'm sorry.
We got a shit ton more now.
Okay.
All right.
You. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
By the way, all you guys in the chat, you're all welcome up here. Any of you guys, if you want to come up here, and share in the conversation, do so, because I feel really bad that it's late for us to get caught up on the chat. So sometimes you can make it easier by coming up on here and joining us. So you're all
Well,
invited.
at least Gorilla is the chat master that can take control of the situation when needed. So
Gorilla's my good buddy. I couldn't do it without him.
Sci-fi here says so did Stewart. He had his bag packed the whole first season of TNG. Yeah, he didn't think TNG was gonna last past 3 months. Then apparently Edge of Time says Robert Picardo did nothing wrong.
No, I didn't say he did anything wrong. I'm just saying that he needs to get over the Star Trek career and move on. Start doing other things is what I'm saying. Because I like him. And I don't want him to be forever labeled as just a Star Trek actor.
he's a damn good actor. I agree.
He is. And
Very damn good actor.
He's easily overlooked as the we ain't found shit guy. Because he even commented that.
No.
Oh shit, rock person. I was thinking Tim Ross.
Yeah. Yes,
Never
even
mind.
I know the difference. I know that's not the same guy.
Oh heck, they're not even the same
Maybe-
race.
Maybe you're right. Exactly. Maybe I was going to say maybe you're confused because of the resemblance.
Oh, brother.
Oh shit.
Oh, man.
Well, it's nice seeing Tim Russ in something new today, though. But anyhow, let's see. Sci-fi says all Trek has shit shows in it. Even TOS fans said TNG ate our Trek when it came. It's
never
the same
said that.
band, it's just a different song.
I never
No, I've
said
heard that quite a bit too. I've heard that quite a bit. That it's not your father's Star Trek.
I've given all the Star Trek shows a chance, and I think they all have their
I gave
positive
TNG a
and negative aspects.
Right. I gave TNG a chance. I watched every single episode during its first run.
Yeah, me too.
So I do know what I'm talking about. I'm not just judging it. I dislike it heavily, and I've already stated in the past my reasons, and that's after watching it. So
I think
they're grounded.
I find sci-fi's comment a bit unfair, though, because he's kind of labeling us Star Trek fans as intolerant, which I heavily disagree with that statement. Actually.
Well, I'd say there's some fans maybe that fit under his category, but not all.
I've always given all Trek a chance. I mean, fuck, I even saw the 3 J.J. Abrams movies, which I thought were garbage, but at least I watched them, right, to see what it was about.
Same here.
God help my soul.
Right. God forgive me, you mean.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah. It makes you want to get on your knees and pray after you've seen those films.
Right. Please don't send me to hell just for that.
Yeah, please don't send me to hell. Yeah.
All right,
All right, go ahead, Gorilla.
Watching Into Darkness was kind of like being in hell, I'm guessing. So.
Yeah, Taylor here says, "What did Picard do that was so above and beyond Star Trek? He was great on the Wonder Years. Yeah, he was in Stargate. There's not a lot of Wonder Year cons. LOL.
Okay, look up the great director Joe Dante. He made Gremlins, which Picardo was in, among many other movies, and he was one of the staples. Joe Dante had Robert Picardo in almost all his movies. Inner Space is another good one. Also, The Howling was another good one where he played a werewolf. I mean, a whole bunch. So if you look at Joe Dante, he's a director, and like I said, Gremlins was a big one. So look up Joe Dante and just look up all his movies, and you'll see that Robert Picardo was in almost all of them. And Inner Space, like I said, was a really good one.
Was he in a lot of Wonder Years episodes? Because I really liked that show a lot.
And that I don't know. I never watched.
Oh, it was a great show. Really, you should give it a chance.
No thanks. I know what it is, but no thanks.
It's really good, actually.
I had a good buddy, my good friend Sean, that used to watch it, but it just wasn't my thing.
I guess growing up in the 70s or whatever, it's kind of nostalgia for me when I watch it because it really rings true. Like, I think the writers got it really, really correct. A lot of they had good writers and a good cast on that show, so I enjoyed it. I wish I knew what episodes Picardo was in, though, because I don't remember him offhand.
Well, you could look it up on the Internet Movie Database.
Yeah, I could probably find it. Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
That was a good show, though.
And Sci-Fi says, that was actually a great episode in the Trekverse. I'm not sure what episode he's talking about.
Yeah, I'm not
And
sure
Melvin
which one.
Copper said, yeah, Picardo was in Gremlins too.
Electric
And,
Boogaloo.
and did you know the guy that played Serac played the Klingon commander in
Yes,
Star Trek, the ship porn picture?
that was Mark Leonard. I met him at 2 conventions, and at one of them in San Francisco, I bumped into him as he was coming out of an elevator.
Wow, that's cool.
And what was interesting, this was back, 80s. He was not surrounded by bodyguards at all. It was just him coming down an elevator, and
Nice.
he around, in the middle of the whole crowd in the lobby of everybody, so they weren't afraid.
Hmm.
Very nice guy. I apologized because I wasn't paying attention. I was talking to my friend, and we were waiting for the elevator. The door opens, and I just walk in, and then boom, I run into him, and I found it very hard to talk. I was like, it was him, and he apologizes to me.
Wow.
And I was like, oh no, no, forgive me, please forgive me. I was going down on my knees and start begging for forgiveness.
So you were
It's like
tongue
my
tied.
God.
You were
Yeah, I
tongue
was like,
tied.
blah, 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 blah. Yeah, because
Oh,
not only was I bumped into him, looking at him face to face, but the fact that he apologized was like it was overwhelming. I'll put it that way.
it's a different experience because I went to one of those conventions. You mentioned the company that sponsored them earlier.
Creation.
Um, Creation, and I went to the Vancouver convention in the late '90s, I think it was now. And the reason I went, I actually flew down on a jet plane. It only takes like 40 minutes from here, though. But I thought, fuck it, I'm going to get the plane ticket. I'm going to get the hotel. I'm got to see this because Shatner and Nimoy were the guest stars appearing.
Ooh,
Uh,
those conventions were expensive.
yeah, I think I paid about $160 because
Yeah, I was gonna say a couple of $100. Yep.
I paid the extra money to get the autograph. So right.
Oh yeah.
So I go down, and the best part for me was Shatner and Nimoy were on like maybe an hour on stage in front of, man, it was packed. There must have been 1,500 fans there in the hall. And they told some great stories. They were hilarious. They were like so buddy buddy, that back when they were getting along, right?
Right.
And they were just so interesting, entertaining, informative. They were hilarious, but they told so many great stories about working on TOS and doing the films and all that fun stuff. And it was a great hour of my life, I gotta say. I mean, they were fucking great. And then the big disappointment was when you got the ticket to get the autograph. We lined up. There was maybe 100 of us, right? And they're behind screened off behind the curtains and all that shit. And they got the security guards all around them, like I don't know, they're going to have a terrorist attack or something. It was ridiculous, right? Like Creation has no idea how to treat fans, from
Oh
my
no, they're
experience.
terrible.
Awful. So, I'm standing in line for maybe 15 minutes before I get up to the table, and I'm standing like 4 feet away from two of my biggest heroes in life, Leonard Nimoy and William Shatner. And I actually made the mistake of taking a magazine with like an article from 1969, and a copy, of course. But I put it down in front of them, and I was going to say, thanks so much, guys, for all the great entertainment. I got like 3 words out. It was like thanks so much. And the security guard looks over at me and he goes, keep the fucking well, not you didn't swear, but he keep the line moving. I was like, oh shit. And of course,
Yes.
Shatner and Nimoy, they're just so busy signing. Their arms are probably getting tired from signing hundreds of autographs, but
Oh
they
yeah.
didn't even look up at me, not even eye contact. I'm thinking, shit, this is a real bummer, man.
Yeah.
And
Out
of
of all the
course, I got
TOS, go ahead.
it was a sad day in my life. I got my autographs, and I limped away, embarrassed and sad that I couldn't have met my heroes in a better way because the damn security didn't allow it. And
Out of all the, go ahead.
I'll never forget, Pop. I walked maybe 100 feet away, and I looked back over my shoulder at the table where they were still signing autographs, and Bill Shatner was staring right at me, looking with a very confused and sad expression on his face because I think he was reading the article I left for him at that point, and
Oh,
he
you
looked
left
very
it?
sad. He looked very sad. He was like, "Oh shit, sorry, man. had that expression on his face, and that always kind of touched me, because I thought, well, maybe he gets that the security were jerks, and that I was an actual true fan, but I'll never know, of course.
Out of all the TOS fans, the only ones where I did have time to stand there and talk to them, looked at them eye to eye, and they responded, and I shook hands, was George Takei, Nichelle Nichols, Jimmy Doohan, and Walter Koenig.
It seems
The
like
re-
the secondary casts were more accessible. What I've always heard
yeah,
about.
and I think it's and in their defense, it's because they do have thousands of people in line waiting.
Oh, I totally got it. Like I didn't, I wasn't. It was like the security thing made sense to me because I'm sure they got a lot of nut jobs out there too, right? So they got to protect these two, huge stars because obviously there's fans
Yes.
that go nutso, right? And
Well, it's
you
even
know,
worse now. They're behind glass.
really, oh shit, it is
Yeah,
worse.
Jill
Oh
went to a
fuck,
convention and she took pictures. In fact, a few people have lately, and they're
wow,
separated by plexiglass.
Jesus,
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah. I just felt so sad. I mean, I was heartbroken for days after that. I almost went back to my hotel and felt like crying. I was so sad. It was because I met two of my icons, my big heroes in my entire, childhood and teenage years and early life. And I mean, I didn't blame them. I wasn't mad at them. I was just mad at the way the damn convention handled the security because it was like, come
Yes.
on, guys, lighten up. I just wanted to say a couple of sentences to thank my entertainment heroes and thank them for their great work and their great performances. And I never got the chance. And yeah, it pissed me off, to be honest.
I want to share. I'll make this quick. Something that happened. This is how terrible those creation conventions were. Is you would be sitting there for hours, and whoever the main guest for that day, let's say Shatner, for example, would be
Uh-huh.
coming on at 6 or 7 p.m. But
Mm,
the convention is all day long. So let's say it's like 11 a.m. noon, and you know that the main guest is not coming on for another 5 to 6 hours. Creation to fill up the time, they would show slides or they would ask volunteers to come up on the stage and reenact scenes from Star Trek.
no, Jesus.
And those were the ones I absolutely hated the most. And I'm going to point out there was one, the episode of TNG where Data was Sherlock Holmes. You guys know what I'm talking about, right?
I think I vaguely remember it, but it's not like etched in my memory.
Right. And I don't remember because, as you guys know, I don't like TNG, but there was an episode
Uh,
where Data was on holodeck and he was playing Sherlock Holmes.
shit.
And they called two volunteers up. One of them was reading, I don't remember who the other character's line was, but one of them was reading Data's lines. And the guy had the paper in his hand with the script, and he would read one sentence, and then he would turn around and say processing, and then turn it back towards the other guy and read the second sentence, turn around and say processing as he was reading the script, turn back towards the other actor, read the line, and it was like that for like a half hour. I finally stood up and boo, get the fuck off the stage. Get out of here. I booed the hell out of him.
Good for you.
I
When
couldn't
did da-
handle it any longer.
when the fuck did Data ever say processing in a fucking episode?
I know.
That's
It was
ridiculous.
just the guy
Fuck.
that because when they ask people to volunteer, they're not obviously not professional actors, so it's just anybody. So there's some asshole standing up there, and he doesn't know the script, obviously.
He's probably never seen the episode either. I would
Oh,
guess.
he probably did. I don't. Why would you volunteer? I don't know of it. I remember I booed the fuck out of them. Creation
Man,
is such a shit show. They suck so bad.
if I had to watch hours of that, I think I don't know. That would suck.
Very painful. It was god awful. At least one time, one convention, they had two stuntmen come on and reenact the fight scene from a mock time. That was
Well, at
fun.
least that would be good. At least, yeah.
Yeah, they even played the music, and they were actual stuntmen, so they'd already trained for the scene, and they did, they did all the moves.
Great.
So that was
Well,
fun.
yeah, that would be good.
But yeah, but most of the time it was just some volunteers out of the audience and who didn't know the lines. I couldn't do it.
Just
It was,
thank God that the convention it was basically just Shatner and Ema. I came on fairly early on, so it wasn't that painful as what you went through Pop, but they
Right.
had
And
a dealer's room too, actually.
yeah, I
Which
was just going to say,
yeah,
normally you would think, well, let's just go in the dealer's room and hang out before, Shatner comes on stage.
yep.
But then if you do that, by the time okay, if you think, okay, I'm in the dealer's room, 15 minutes from now, Shatner's going to appear. By the time you get over to the hall where he's doing the appearance, you can't get, it is packed. There is no room. So you've
Mm,
got to go into that room where Shatner or whoever's going to be early in the day, get a seat up close. I always got up close and then not move or somebody will steal your seat. And so the only time I spent in the dealer's rooms was after the appearance of the star. But
yeah,
I'd have to sit through the whole shit show. Otherwise, there would be no seating at all.
yeah. I didn't want to spend any money in the dealer's room anyway because most of it was overpriced, right? So I
No, I
thought,
like
fuck.
to look at the exhibits, and sometimes they had guest appearances from people from other movies.
Mm,
Like I met, that's where I met Wes Craven, and I met
wow.
the guy, what's his name? The guy from Hills Have Eyes, with the knobby fingers and the bald guy,
I haven't never seen that movie actually.
Michael
So
Barrymore. And I also met the guy who plays Freddie, Robert Englund.
right,
So I got to
Freddie
meet a lot
Krueger.
of people by going to the dealer's room. That you'd have people from other, movies and stuff. But
I
anyway,
guess, yeah, I
go
guess
ahead.
being in Vancouver, they didn't have any other actors like that. It was just people just selling merchandise. So,
Yeah, I was lucky that I was going to the LA and San Francisco one.
yeah,
So
if you're at a good one like that, then you will get some stars, I guess. Yeah.
yeah, Drill, how are we doing on the chat? I'm sorry.
Further behind.
Uh-oh.
I'm sorry, everybody.
Yeah,
Well,
and then Sci-Fi says, "Who bitched about that?"
who bitched about what?
I don't know.
I,
I don't know, Robert
I don't know.
No
McConnell.
Whatever
idea.
we were talking about at 10 o'clock.
God, and it's 10:30 now.
Well, we
And,
bitched about a lot of things on here, so
Sorry, guys.
be specific.
and Edge of Time says, I prefer Trekker to Trekkie because in the same sense that the Mandalorian is nicknamed Mando because he's male and Manda would sound feminine. That's romance language for you.
I don't know. I didn't watch that crap.
I never
And
cared
Nemesis,
whether it was Trekker or Trekkie. It never bothered me either way, to be honest, guys.
I just
yeah.
accepted both or either one. It didn't matter
Either
either.
one's fine with me. Like
Yeah,
I don't really give a crap.
I never took offense.
Me neither.
Yeah. Nemesis says, little girl who's the secret to everything sounds like the new Planet of the Apes, lol.
It is,
Uh-oh.
and the new King Kong movie. In fact, but at least 3/4 of the movies coming out this year.
Yeah, and Edge of Time says the IE is diminutive.
Diminutive. Yes.
Yeah. Nemesis says Godzilla -1 is worth risking your life to see.
Well, sorry, but I don't want my car to die either, and it's been having issues the last few months. So
Right, especially not near midnight when you're driving home.
yeah, exactly. At midnight, it might be kind of rough. Yeah.
Right.
All right, Basil says Godzilla what the heck? Godzilla -1 is great. What about Uber or Lyft? Maybe you can hit a ride to the theater that way. This is one movie that's
You know how much that would cost to
Yeah,
do like
10
a
miles is,
like a 30-mile round trip? It's like not gonna happen.
yeah, it's not cheap.
Yeah, I'd rather pay rent and actually eat, so I will take a big pass on that. Thank you for the advice.
I used to drive for Uber, and it's not as cheap as you wish it would. It's
Taxis are
better. It's a lot better than the taxi, but still, it's not cheap.
if I want to take a cab, I'd probably end up paying $50 for that round trip. So it's
Well,
like
my
fuck it.
roommate, the nearest town here is 30 miles, 30 something miles away, and he had to get an Uber from there to here home, and he
Right.
paid 80 something dollars.
It's fucking scary, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll fucking catch it online because I'm sure it won't be long before it's available on here somewhere.
Yeah, I'm
So-
surprised it isn't already.
It might be. I don't know. I haven't checked.
Go ahead, Gorilla.
Yeah. Nemesis says I agree with you, Basil Dragon. Basil says this probably won't be as good on TV.
No, a lot
You're,
of things aren't.
you're
Nice.
right. If I had a giant screen, I'd love it.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
that
guys,
was
but I'm not gonna
the
risk
stuff.
my life and safety and have my car potentially fucking explode. So I respectfully disagree. Thank you anyway.
And for me, I don't have a choice. I don't have a way to get there.
Well, my car was overheating back during the holidays, and I went and took it to the service center, and I was going in there anyway to check my tire pressure, and they were like, "Well, they looked under the hood and they're like, "Oh, you got a coolant leak, man." They want to charge me $160 to replace the system, which I can't afford right now. Maybe in a couple of months, but I've just been trying to stick to short trips because everything's fine. Like he topped it up for free with the coolant, and it's been good like the last month, but I don't want to take any long road trips. Just I don't want to chance fate, so to speak. So because he
Yeah.
told me like it was overheating so bad that the red warning light came on for 10 minutes when I was driving over there, and he said, "You're lucky that you didn't like fuck up the cylinders, the pistons in your engine, because
Yeah,
if that happened, you'd have to get a new car." And it's like, oh shit,
yeah,
I
yeah.
can't do that.
That
So
makes sense.
yeah, so
Go ahead, Gorilla.
sorry, I
All
didn't
right.
mean to interrupt there.
Nemesis says Bird is wonderful. I'm in his chats a lot. Same here. Basil says agreed. Nemesis. It's best on the big screen, especially because of the high quality sound
Well, I'm glad
available
you
only
guys
at
enjoyed it.
Yeah,
And
that's what I've
welcome,
heard.
DJ Play Nice.
Hello,
Welcome,
DJ.
welcome.
Good to see you.
Hey, DJ.
Gotta roll out. Be safe. Have fun. Take care of your
All
crew.
right.
You too,
Have a
man.
great night. Stay warm, DJ.
Yeah. And Basil says Kirk will live forever. Fuck the woke crowd. Nah, he's gonna
That's
live
right.
he's gonna live just long enough so that he can piss on what's his face's grave.
Yeah, that's what I think is keeping Kurt alive, just so he could give them shit and
Yeah,
turmoil.
Shatner's gonna hang on for like another 10 years, right?
That's
Just
right.
for when woke finally fucking ends, and he'll do probably a Twitter video of him taking a piss on
Yeah,
the grave of woke.
he does not need the money where he's got to bend over and play the shit show that all the other actors and everybody else are doing. No,
Exactly.
he's straight up honest,
He's
and
got
he's
nothing to prove.
correct.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Gorilla.
All right. Then Delta Copper, sure. Are you sure I am welcome? LOL.
Everybody's welcome as long as they don't cause discord or
Yeah.
discourse, arguments, or too much abuse of substances. I'll put it that way.
Or if they talk over other people, that's the big one for me.
Yeah,
Bob.
that's another one. Yeah. Go ahead, Gorilla.
All right. Edge Time says you're welcome by me, Copper. And Basil says William Shatner is a good actor, no doubt, but an ass in real life, from what I've heard over the years.
He does have an ego. I admit that.
But he doesn't he deserve to have an ego? I mean, he's a
I'd
legend,
say
right?
so. Yeah,
I'd have
I'd
a
say
fucking
so.
ego too if I was Shatner, to be honest.
He probably deals with a lot of assholes all the time.
Yeah.
Well,
Edge
can
of
you
Time
imagine?
says,
Yeah, being that famous and I mean, he probably deals with jerks every week of his life.
Well, and I've seen that at the conventions where the geeks will stand up and say, "Why in this episode did you do this and not that?" And it's like, "Oh my god!" And you could just hear the moans and the groans in the audience, and people doing. You're like, "Oh my god!"
And Shatner's
So
thinking, I filmed that 60 years ago, you
right,
fucking idiot. I don't fucking remember what I
exactly,
did.
right. Yeah, why did you go to Ward 3 instead of Ward 4? That kind of shit. And it's like, oh my god,
Exactly. Yeah.
poor guy having to put up with that shit for years.
Oh, can you imagine? Like, really? Can you imagine the shit he has to put up with?
I know. That's why
all
I'll
right.
give him. I'll give him credit. I'll give him slack.
Yeah, I think he's a pretty cool dude, personally.
All right.
Go ahead, Gorilla.
So Edge of Time says if Data or Worf isn't in the episode, TNG isn't worth watching.
Okay.
No, I
TGC.
don't totally agree with that, but whatever.
I'm excited when TNG was announced, but the first two seasons, PU told Stinkfest.
There were actually a
Yes,
few good
I
episodes in the
agree. I
first
agree
couple of years.
completely.
Well, I liked the episode where the guy's head exploded. That was very entertaining.
Yeah, but PvP. I don't want to talk too much about that episode. It had the shittiest filming because the majority of that episode was shot on really poor quality videotape.
Yeah.
I once had a stream with Gorilla here where I showed him how bad the videotape was and how bad the effects were on that episode.
I've
So,
actually heard you
not
talk
one of my
about that.
favorites.
I've heard you discuss that before, actually, Pop. I do remember.
Yeah,
Yeah,
not one of
yeah.
my favorites.
I just like. I guess I just like all the phaser fire and the action. It was a little more action packed than a lot of season 1 because a lot of season 1 was pretty boring.
Okay. So you got to see more action with the Dustbuster.
Yeah, the Dustbusters. Actually, I like that one too. What was the one, the planet they went on, where they had the? It was like, oh God, what was it called? Where they had the things flying around trying to shoot them, and they were
I don't know.
there was like an AI guy that was trying to sell them weapons.
I don't know.
That was a good one.
Gorilla would have to be the one to tell you. I don't know.
What's the question, PvP?
Well, there was remember the episode in season 1 where they went down to a planet and basically the population had all been killed off, and it was like an automated AI dude that was trying to sell them, offensive weapons for, I guess fighting a war that obviously was long over on the planet because everybody was dead.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah,
the Arsenal of Freedom.
Arsenal of Freedom. That's the one. Yeah, that was actually a pretty damn entertaining episode, I got to say.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
come on. We just know you want to be on the starship, the starship, the USS Lollipop.
I remember that. Yeah. That was a good. I like that episode. It was very entertaining, I thought.
Yeah.
And once
right,
again,
now-
they reminded me of TOS a bit.
Okay, how are we doing on the chat?
I got about 326 to read.
All right, well, let's try to see if we can get caught up. I apologize,
Oh,
everybody out there.
Nemesis.
Thank you guys for your patience.
I'm
Yeah.
very disappointed in Nemesis' comment here.
Yeah, he says that he's the main reason I can't stand TOS or anything else he's in.
Okay.
TOS is fantastic, Nemesis. Well, I finally have a complete disagreement with Nemesis. I never thought that would happen.
That's fine.
Melf Copper says it's not they are removing Kirk Shatner. Probably wants the stupid mount one for his likeness.
No,
I
no,
doubt
no.
it.
They don't get
I
they don't
doubt
get
it.
paid. They don't get paid for any money to be put on that.
Shatner never made any fucking money when he was doing
Right.
it in the 60s. They didn't
Well,
pay
actually, he
actors
did.
jack.
He did. He had a side contract that most of the actors didn't know about. But my point is, like Nimoy is in that shitty poster we're talking about, and his family's not receiving any money. So they're not receiving money just to be in that poster. That's just their likeness.
Yeah. I don't think Shatner gives a fuck actually about being
It
on
doesn't.
the poster, but
Right. He probably preferred not to be with those other idiots that are on there.
yeah, fuck yeah. If I had to be on with Mikey Sue, I would just go, I don't think so.
Correct.
Yes, he did. Scurvy. He says that he asked if he doesn't remember if I said hi before. It says,
Cool.
"Oh, he needs a hug." It says Melf Copper.
Well,
Nemesis says, "Oh well, at least he wasn't a dick to you, PvP."
Oh, well, you have a personal grudge there, Nemesis? You had a run-in with
No.
Shatner?
no, it sounds like he's talking about when you saw him at the convention. At least he wasn't a dick to you.
Well, yeah, he wasn't a dick, but the fucking security sure made up for it.
Right. Yeah.
They were
The
very
security-
dickish.
Hey,
The security guard was doing what he was hired to do.
He was
Hey,
overdoing it.
Hey,
Overdoing it, actually.
hey, PvP. What you should have done is just right hook the security guard. He will back down and apologize to you. Hear that? He
Well-
whoop your ass. He throw you out. 1 to 2.
No.
Okay.
No, would
Okay.
you give him as a Kirk kick to the chest?
Trouble is, it's behind it. He was like 8 feet away behind the table, so I think I would have had a hard time kicking him. I probably would have got my fucking neck in an arm lock and escorted out the door at that point. So,
Well, no, you just punch him in the face. 1 or 2 things will happen. Either they'll back down and apologize, or you'll get your ass kicked and thrown out.
no, but
Right.
they knew you couldn't touch them because they were like 8 feet behind the table, right? It's like,
Right. And plus, they knew that the Star Trek fans are not tough. I mean, come on, these Star Trek fans are all geeks and nerds.
Yeah, we
Well,
might
well-
admire Kirk for his fisticuffs, but we're not like going to go do one of those great fight scenes from TOS, right?
Well, you could have told Kirk, aren't you going to stand up and defend me? I want to see double.
Probably would have looked at
I
me
wanna
like,
see-
what the fuck
I want
do
to
you
see.
want?
I want to see a kick to the chest. I want the double fist to the back. I mean, come on.
Or
Oh,
PvP,
God.
if you really want their attention, you can leap over the table like that one guy leaped over the judge's desk.
Jesus.
Oh yeah.
You actually think I'm in that good a shape to be leaping over tables over people?
that,
I wouldn't have to leap over Nimoy anyway, and I don't think I.
that
I
guy
wouldn't.
was such an idiot. He got a horrible sentence because of that. He's so
Oh,
stupid.
he got charged with 12 felonies with that. But you know
Really?
what?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh
yeah.
shit!
I'll send you the video because Donut Operator broke it down good, but he
they
got charged with attempted murder
I
of
wouldn't mind
a
seeing that.
protected official.
threw
But,
the, that's
Yeah.
an actual thing where that's where the term "throw the book at him." You actually see it happen right on the street.
Yeah. Yeah, then the judge came back the next day and they had like they had like 6 cops in there all around him, and they had his
God.
they had his
Yeah,
feet chained, his
Chaco.
head shaped, and then they even put a spit mask on him.
Okay, okay, that reminds me. So I was thinking about this. I think the day's going to be coming soon, within our lifetime, where they're no longer going to have them in the same room as the judge. I think they're all going to be over a video monitor because of
No,
that.
they've already done a Zoom meeting because I was laughing at the one guy that his sister set up the Zoom account for him. So
No, I know they've had Zoom meetings for years, but what I'm saying is, I think that they're going to be. It's going to be where that's mandatory. I don't think it's. Well, I think they're going to have it where the defendant and the judge are in the same room. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, maybe this guy probably screwed up for a lot of people. But I was
I think
laughing
he
because
did.
the video I was laughing at, he asked his sister to set up a Zoom account for him because it's for his court appearance there, and she says his name as Buttfucker 3000, and he didn't see it before he went into court. He did not see it before he went into court.
Oh,
There.
Lord.
Yeah,
Buttfucker 3000. Well, that's classic.
Yeah, the judge kicked him out. The judge kicked him out of the Zoom meeting there.
Oh, poor guy.
Then when he came back, he apologized to the judge and he explained that his sister set up his account for him. He did not realize that his joke his sister played on him.
Well, apparently
And
him and
that's
his sister
too
didn't
funny.
get along very well.
Yeah, this was a no bullshit judge. Oh, I'm pretty sure they get along well enough if he asked her to set it up for him. I don't think he was expecting her to fucking do that. But
That's what
I'm
I'm
sending you a
saying
link
now.
on accident.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing that, Gorilla.
Yeah, put
Yeah,
that
but I'm
link down
saying
below.
though is a joke's a joke. But I'm saying the sister doing that to her own brother sounds like she was trying to get him in trouble.
It's no wonder the family's pretty fucking dysfunctional if the sister does that to him, right?
Right.
I gotta say though, Buttfucker
Yeah.
3000 sounds like the next Disney movie, does it not?
Yes, it does.
No, but I guarantee you my sister would have done that to me too if I did not, especially if I didn't tell her it was for court. Especially
That's
if I
not
didn't.
good.
Yeah, but you're smart enough where you would at least check everything before you know.
Yeah, you'd at least check it out. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you go, hey sis, what the fuck you trying to do to me? Are we done with the chat, Gorilla?
At least he wants a dick to you. Well, oh, okay, we're still on that.
For the video.
Yeah, that was just the Shatner reference.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and Scurvy here says, ever coming to a stream immediately get pulled away by another distraction in life? That's been me tonight.
Oh,
Hmm.
yeah,
Yeah,
well,
that
that happened.
Yeah. Nemesis says that happens a lot to me, Lemon. Oh well.
Yes, I understand.
Scurvy says Pop will let it riot. And Nemesis says, I say it again. My experience with Shatner was awful. He's a self-entitled, crotchety, careless asshole.
Well,
now
Nemesis,
how you
tell us
really feel,
about it.
Nemesis.
Yeah, tell us about it. You know, you said you met him or what happened?
Yeah, you should share that sometime on the live stream with us, Nemesis.
Yeah, we'd love to hear it.
Yeah, tell us Shatner tales. Tales
Yeah.
of Shatner being an asshole.
Edge of Time says, do you sell the poster of Angelique?
No, I lost it the last time I fucking moved, and I had her signature on it. She was naked on the poster.
Same here.
Oh,
But
it's
the good
so
news, guys,
pissed off.
Google it. Good news, Google it and you'll find it.
Oh, you can even buy the posters on eBay because people are selling them. Yeah.
Yeah, but I
I,
bought. Yeah, I bought and lost mine too.
it meant so much though because Angelique Pettyjohn actually hand signed it for me. I'm like
Yes.
5 feet away from this gorgeous sexual being, like one of my favorite characters in a TOS, and she was awesome. Like she did the whole strip show, like, and man, I'll tell you, when that woman took her, she started with the whole thing, right? She had she had the weapon and she had the costume and she was doing
Yep.
the whole moves from that episode and she was a great dancer. And then when she started to strip, it's like my friend and I were like, oh fuck me. We were probably thinking that too,
Cover
watching
your
her.
eyes, kids.
Oh my lord, it was a moment I'll never forget watching her. And the thing is, after she did the show and she came out, with her clothes back on and signed our posters, and it was like only like $5 or something, right? It wasn't expensive. And we got talking to her for maybe 5 minutes. She was the nicest, sweetest, kind-hearted woman, one of the sweetest ladies I've ever met. She was like, "Oh, you guys love the original series. You love the episode. You enjoyed my performance." And we got chatting. And she was a real sweetheart, like a really
Yeah.
great, classy lady, right? And when I found out she died from cancer, like maybe 10 years after that, it really made my heart hurt because she was a really lovely person.
I never saw a Trek actor or actress with bad attitude until the TNG cast came in. And that's why I also stopped going to conventions because they were entitled assholes.
Well, remember Marina Sirtis when she said everybody in Texas should die or whatever a few
Oh
years ago?
yeah.
Classy, right? I bet Jill didn't appreciate that comment.
No, but people still watch her on
Uh,
TV.
I never liked Troy's character anyway. I always thought Troy was like just
Insufferable.
non-essential.
She
Yeah,
was. Well, and what made her more non-essential was they gave all her lines to Guyman.
that's even worse.
Yes.
I'm not a Guinan fan either. Damn.
Okay. So how are we doing on Chat Gorilla?
536 chats behind.
Holy
Okay.
shit!
Okay. We'll get there eventually, guys. Sorry.
And
Wow.
Greg gives us cheers, and Melton Copper's giving us a lot of booze.
Everybody drinking it up in the chat.
Yeah,
I
and
was glad to
DVB
join
says,
them.
"Welcome, DVB." She says, "Welcome, welcome."
Hey, again,
Hello,
DVB.
DBB. Good to see you.
It says, "Hope you guys have been well. I've been all right."
I'm doing okay.
Absolutely. No complaints here.
Yeah, I do. And Nemesis says, "I do have a personal experience with him that was not pleasant. It was all him. No security issues. PvP."
That's right. I would like
Okay.
to really discuss that sometime in a live chat with you, Nemesis. I'd love to
Yeah.
hear your
When maybe
story,
when
man.
when you get time.
As big as a Shatner Kirk fan I am, I would love to, hear your experience. That would be very interesting, I'm sure.
Alrighty.
Because, I mean, he's only a human being, right? I mean, we all have our bad days or whatever, right? So,
Did you like kick your dog or something? I hope not.
Buttfucker 3000.
Yeah. Oh my god, I remember fucking 2000. I felt bad for the dude.
I gotta say that does sound like a low budget film that I would probably watch.
No,
Porno.
it's just
Low budget porno, right?
well that was just one of those the guy had a court meeting for like a misdemeanor or something. And
Oh, and it turned into much worse.
Actually, if they did like a porno sci-fi action picture, that could be incredibly entertaining.
Oh, they made him. Yeah.
Oh, like Flesh Gordon or something, I'm guessing.
Hey,
Yeah.
Flash Gordon. Hey, just remember Rule 34 of the internet, PvP.
Shit, I don't. I'm old. I forget things.
What's
Rule
this rule?
34 of the
Where do you
internet.
where do you hear this?
Rule 30. It's just like a joke that goes around the. It's been around for since the 90s. Rule 34 of the internet. If it's been made, there's a porn of it.
Oh, okay.
That's probably true, actually.
Yeah,
Actually,
because they've had knocks off of everything, Gilligan's Island, all of that. I mean, come on.
that could actually be an interesting discussion sometime about classic films that are really great that have porno knockoffs with similar titles. That could actually be kind of interesting to talk about for 10 or 15 minutes.
They usually do it where they just change like one letter in the title just enough not to get sued.
But they often are very creative too, coming up with some of these porno names, right? Which actually they're kind of more entertaining than the actual film's titles themselves at
Sometimes,
times.
yeah. Sometimes, yeah.
So yeah, that could be worthwhile. I wouldn't mind a chat about that.
Alrighty. GVB says, "All good to see you, Nemesis." There, and then everyone say
Definitely.
howdy. Here's the link to. No, that's not the. No, that's not it. What did I send? Oh yeah, that's link to the angry cops there, where he breaks down the judge jumping thing, and it shows all the whole clips and stuff.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Oh, and I posted it twice apparently.
Uh-oh.
And he goes, "Not my lemon or chill." Thank you. It's good to see you, DVB. DVB says there's a lot of people saying that about Texas. At the same time, aside from Marina Sirtis.
Yeah, that's too bad. Those that did are stupid.
Yeah. I mean, why would you wish death on a whole state full of people? That's just ignorant.
Democrats.
I don't think,
They hate Texas because it's conservative.
I don't like to get political, so I'm just saying
No, but the fact that
ignorant people.
the fact that they wish death on somebody just because of their political affiliation is just total bullshit.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm not a fan of extreme politics on either side, though, Pop. I
Yep.
think I've expressed that before. So
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, Nelson says, depending on my time tonight, I will try and pop in.
hey, that'd be great, Nemesis. Welcome.
Yeah,
That'd be
sounds
awesome, man.
good.
Always love chatting with you, man. You have really great opinions and insights on stuff.
And Melted here says, I heard Marina loves singing the Charles Bronson film she was in.
Which one was that? Because I know he died some time ago, so it had to be before Star Trek, I'm guessing.
Actually, Bronson had some decent action movies, but I never considered him to be a great actor. Like I thought he had a very
no,
limited range.
he no range, and his I mean, Death Wish 15 and all that. His later career was really bad.
Oh fuck! I liked the first Death Wish though. That was entertaining, even though I kind of thought it was schlock, but it was still an entertaining enough film.
Right, but he got just sequel after sequel after sequel after sequel.
That's the
God.
that's the problem, isn't it? It's like Rocky 1, Rocky 2, Rocky 3,
Yep.
Rocky 50,000, and yeah.
I preferred his 60s and 70s work before. I'd say right up until Death Wish 1 and 2, and then I'm not a fan of anything after that.
Well, actually, some of the stuff he did, like when he did that Western,
Shadow's Way.
Well, no, there was the Western version of the Kurosawa film, right?
The Magnificent Seven.
Yeah, he was really good in that.
That's why I said 60s and 70s. Yeah.
Yeah. That's it. I think that was his peak years, really.
Yep. Go ahead, Gorilla.
Alrighty. DVB says Texas seems like it could be a good place to live, depending on where you live. After all, it is a huge state.
Yeah, but with all the immigrants, they've had that influx going, and the California people moving in,
they're making
sure everything they can is destroy that state. Unfortunately,
and that's the problem.
I feel sorry for the people that are native who live in Texas.
Well, being right along the southern border, that could definitely be an issue, right, Pop? Yeah.
Or anywhere near Austin.
Oh well, yeah. Don't go to Austin if you're. I don't think I have to say anymore, do I?
Right.
Alrighty, and Nemesis says Casablanca.
That's a great film.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I love Casablanca.
And Melted Copper says Death Wish 3, Marina Sirtis gets some surprise sex.
Well, then I might have to watch that then. I'll probably have a few beers and cheer for it.
I might actually enjoy that. Actually, that sounds kind of entertaining. Damn.
Wait, I have to ask. Do we see any skin? I have to ask that, obviously.
Well, that's a lot of reasons people watch TNG, because she was like the only reason to watch her was because people lusted after her, right? Even though I never got it because I didn't find her that attractive. But
they put her in the tightest fucking costume they could.
Well, as long as you hit mute, she's okay. Okay, go ahead. What's next?
Austin is Seattle, Texas, according to Scurvy here.
Yeah, that's probably about right, actually.
San Francisco.
And Melted Copper says, "Yeah, guys, you see boobs."
Hey, okay, I will look at her boobs.
And Nemesis says, "You missed the I added to make it the porno version. Yeah, no. Well, I could probably you can go to A to Z Nude, and you can see Marina Sirtis's boobs there. There probably.
I'm sure they're not worth it, but oh well. I might as well just for posterity's sake.
I can never pass up a chance to look at boobs personally, but
Dr. Crusher, hell no. But yeah, Marina Sirtis, maybe.
actually, I thought Crusher was a lot hotter. Actually,
It's her acting. I just, oh my God. It was, oh my, a plank of wood has more range.
and I thought Crusher was better than Marina because Marina
Oh, they're
had
both
zero
bad.
range.
They're
Yeah,
both bad.
oh, I agree with that.
They were hired just for their looks, and that's very sad.
Yeah, yeah, true, true, true.
Alrighty. DVDs and pops. Yeah, several good points there. If Texas is running out of safe places to live, America's running out of safe places to live.
It is, and that's the whole point is, and that's why they're also at the same time making it legal for illegal immigrants. They're making it legal for illegal immigrants to vote because they want to make sure that they eliminate the Republican Party.
Making it illegal legal. Get this, I was looking at Twitter like I think it was earlier today or maybe yesterday. There was something about the cops in Toronto putting out a video saying if you have a porch camera and you film people coming onto your porch and stealing your parcels and running away, that's a violation of their privacy rights.
Oh, shame! Terrible, isn't it?
Do you believe it? Can you fucking believe it? It's like, well, what about a violation of fucking people's property when you're
I
fucking
know
stealing it?
because that's their excuse saying and that's why they don't want to investigate or try to solve the crimes.
But they were actually telling people not to post those videos on YouTube because they could get, it could be an offense. It's like, what
Of
the
course,
fuck?
yeah, because you don't want that porch pirate to sue you.
Jesus, I guess if they're a rapist, it's just like they're going to warn people to don't make an offense of wanting a rapist charged with being a rapist. Just pull your pants down and let them go to it, right?
But the point is, regardless of the offense,
It's like
they're
fuck
they're getting more and more where they're protecting the identity and the privacy of the perpetrator.
the criminals, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I just saw that today and I just shook my head in disgust. I really did. Yeah, I don't get what's
Well, edge
going
of
on in
time.
the
No
world.
offense. No offense. It's just it wasn't my movie.
That was actually I enjoyed that movie. Is that the one with Henry Fonda?
No, Seth MacFarlane.
Oh, it's a different movie then.
No, wait. No. Yeah, that's the Sergio Leone movie. Yes, that's an amazing movie.
Uh,
Sorry. The Seth MacFarlane movie was A Million Ways to Die in the West. So, yeah, Once
yeah,
Upon a Time in the West is a Sergio Leone movie. Amazing movie.
I love it because Henry Fonda was so dark in that film, like he was so
Yes.
evil. And I thought everybody always goes, "Oh, Henry Fonda, he's always a good guy. He's always a nice guy. He
Right.
has
That's
no
why.
He has no range. He just keeps playing a nice guy, film after film." It's like fuck. Have you ever watched that fucking movie of
Right. And that's why.
in the
That's why.
West?
That's why the director picked him. It was. I mean, my favorite scene is where one of the buffoons, the bad guy who's a buffoon, he's wearing a belt and suspenders, and um, who's the actor with Peter Fonda?
Oh shit! I haven't
Oh,
watched that movie
Henry
in like
Fonda.
20 years.
Well, anyway, they're robbing the train, and there's a dumb buffoon, a chubby guy, and he's wearing a belt and suspenders at the same time. And Henry Fonda shoots the belt buckle, knocking the belt off of him. Then he shoots the suspenders strap by strap until they fly off. And then he shoots him in the chest and says, "That's what you get for wearing belt and suspenders."
That's good. It's like how many evil bastards have a sense of humor like that, right, Pop?
Oh, great movie, Jason Robards.
I gotta say though, I thought when Sergio cast Fonda to play the evil, what was his name? Hank, I think it was in the film, if I remember.
I can't
God
remember.
damn, he must have been one of the most evil villains in film history because he was truly terrifying. And Fonda like totally pulled it off, right? Like,
I think he shoots a kid in the movie.
He probably does. Yeah, I think he actually does towards the beginning, doesn't he? That's right. He kills the family, and then
Right.
somebody mentions a fucking name. Somebody mentions like
Little
the kid's
boy.
name, and he says, "Well, now we gotta,
Yes.
I can't remember the actual dialogue, but it's like now we basically got to shoot the fucking kid." Is what it
And
amounted.
another one of my favorite, I have to throw you on the tangent, guys. It had Jack Elam. I absolutely love Jack
Oh,
Elam. He could
yes.
go from the dirty, evil, mean guy to a hilarious comedy. The guy, he is somebody with a very excellent range. And I
Yep.
think one of his last movies was Back to the Future Part 3. So that was good to see him in that. I'm glad. I love Jack Elam. I would watch anything he's in.
Well, one thing I'll say about Sergio Leone is he always knew how to get a great cast in anything he made.
And the cinematography, he knew how to shoot
Oh, fuck.
and make
And
everything
the
look
music and the
spectacular.
music and the music.
Oh yeah, Ennio Morricone.
He's one of my
Okay,
favorite directors. Yeah. Anyway,
right.
we're maybe
How are we
getting a
doing,
bit
Gorilla?
sidetracked.
We're at 786 chats behind.
Holy shit!
Oh, and counting down.
Nemesis says, "Shut up, Wesley." Then DVB says, "That's messed up, PvP." I believe it though. Then Scurvy says, "Many Californians that moved to Texas are here to escape California that aren't interested in changing Texas."
Oh yes, they are. As soon as they get there, they vote Democrat. Believe me, I was in California, and I knew many of them that moved to Texas, and that's what they were talking about. Why they think about this? Why do you think they targeted conservative states? I mean, come on, they want to change the voting patterns. The whole point is to get rid of the opposing political party. So that's why now, if you're in Texas, you're going to be introduced to what's called a Karen. You're going to be out sometime eating dinner, and you're going to see some hag up the counter. Can I talk to the manager? Then you're going to know you're meeting somebody from California. That's where Karens originated. Sorry, go ahead, Gorilla.
And the Edge of Time says, "We'll always have Paris."
That's a good
Yeah,
movie.
that was another Star Trek episode from TNG. There, DVB says, "The stars at night are big and bright," says to Scurvy here. And
Deep in the
Edge
heart
of
of
Time says,
Texas.
"Bronson plays the mysterious gunslinger in 1968."
Yeah, that was when he was in his really golden peak of his career.
Yeah. Melted Copper says, "Quick and the Dead" is one of my favorite westerns. Gene Hackman is great. Bishop from Aliens, Sharon Stone, and Leo
Lance
DiCaprio are.
Henriksen. Right, Lance. And that was a Sam Raimi movie. And out of all of Sam Raimi's movies, that is the only one that does not have his 1972 Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme because it wouldn't fit in a Western, but it's in all his other movies. That's the classic you see Bruce Campbell driving Evil Dead and Uncle Ben and Spider Man and everything. That car is in all of Sam Raimi's movies. I love it. Yep, 72 Oldsmobile Delta 88. Sorry, go ahead. Stream Element says they call me. Oh yeah, nobody. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen nobody. They call me nobody in a long time.
Yeah. Edge of Time says, "We'll always have Paris Hilton."
Unfortunately,
And DVB here says, "I've only been to El Paso a few times, but I remember during the lockdowns, my friend who lives in Fort Worth didn't have to wear a mask and everything was open."
same as Florida.
Yeah. And DVB says, "Never been anywhere in Texas other than El Paso and Houston. I've been to Houston and I've been to Dallas and on the road to Houston there." So,
Cool.
and Scurvy here says, "DVB cowboy hats in Fort Worth repel germs." DVB says, "Ennio
Morricone.
Morricone is not a director, PvP. He
I never said he
wrote the
was.
scores to all the epic spaghetti westerns."
No, I know
Right.
he's a
I,
film.
right.
He's a film composer. He
Yes, I'm
composes
the one that
music.
said. Right, I'm the one that mentioned his name when we were talking about uh, the Western movie with Henry Fonda.
Yeah, I know Sergio Leone is the director, and Marconi was the guy that scored a lot of his films.
Right,
I'm totally
right,
aware of that.
the composer.
Yeah, and a brilliant composer too, by the way.
Absolutely.
I put him up
I was so
I put
glad. Go ahead.
I put him up there with Bernard Herrmann as one of my iconic film composers.
Yeah,
And
I
maybe
was so
Jerry Goldsmith and some of those guys,
John
right?
Williams.
John
Yeah,
Williams. Yeah, exactly.
yeah,
Yes.
I was so happy that Tarantino pulled him out of retirement to do what's that western? The quickest, or I don't remember where I kept my name. It's one with Kurt Russell. That western, his last movie or second to last
Mm,
movie, but
I don't know. I might have missed that one.
it's a good movie. It's a western by Quentin Tarantino with Kurt
Wow,
Russell. I just don't remember the name, but yeah, he pulled Ennio Morricone out of retirement just to do that movie
fantastic.
right before he passed away.
Well, it's like I as much as I like Tarantino, I mean, I love Pulp Fiction. I think that's a very interesting film. But I must admit I have not seen a lot of Tarantino's films. So there's definitely ones I do need to check out. So I have a very a spotty knowledge of his
The
film,
Hateful Eight,
over.
right? The Hateful Eight is the movie. I highly recommend it if you have
Ah,
not seen it.
I think I've heard of that one actually. Yeah, and there's Inglorious Bastards, and I mean I'm aware of them,
And the
but
Hateful Eight was shot in super wide screen, the same camera that used to film Ben Hur, and it's a mad, 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 mad world.
awesome. I love those films.
Yeah, that's a historic camera.
Those are both classic films
Go
too.
ahead, Gorilla. How are we doing?
The 896 chats behind.
Holy shit!
Okay, and climbing.
Nemesis says Gorilla does Dallas. He'll need to buy
Oh,
me a few drinks first.
there you go, Gorilla. You'll be busy for a while.
You'll have to buy me some drinks first. Loosen me up. Scurvy here says, we don't take kindly to spike protein viruses types around here.
Man-made viruses, yeah, poison.
Yeah. DVB says, okay, sorry, PVB. Maybe I misunderstood what you said.
That's no worries, DVB. I mean, we all make, mistakes. That's no worries, man.
Especially when we're just blabbering on, you never know.
Yeah, especially when we're on a Saturday night. I've had a few drinks. I mean, I'm not anywhere near pissed, thank God, because I don't plan to get. But it's like we're just relaxing on a Saturday night, hanging out, having fun. It's all casual and good, right?
Yep, that's what I say.
So no
All
worries,
right.
man. No worries.
All right. DVB said The Hateful Eight. It says, great movie. Yeah,
Thank
the
you.
Morricone did the score.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Pop knows. All right, now we're all caught up for once.
I'm just thinking of great composers with their last score. Was it Bernard Herrmann that did Taxi Driver?
Oh, I'm not sure. I have to look it up. I liked him as well.
I
He
think
did a
that
lot
was
of
his.
he
I
did a lot
think
of
that
good
was
work.
his final score. I'm thinking, Pop.
It's possible. He did a lot of great work with Hitchcock.
Oh God, Hitchcock. He did like what 8 films with Hitchcock or
At
something.
least, yeah. Those two were a great match. It was
Well, I
like
mean,
Spielberg
yeah,
and Williams.
yeah. It is interesting. I've always had this a theory though that a director will get a certain number of people like actors or people that write music or maybe editors, and they'll hire them over and over and over again because they
Yes.
know they're going to get quality every time when they work with
Yes.
them.
Yep.
And it's like a pattern with Hitchcock or Spielberg or any
Mel
number of
Brooks.
people.
Mel
Mel
Brooks. Yeah.
Brooks, yes, exactly.
Yep.
And it's like Hitchcock. I mean, geez, Herman did what? He did North by Northwest. He did The
The
Birds. He did
Birds.
Psycho.
Rope. The Trouble with Harry.
Rope.
I can go on and on.
Rear Window, I believe. Like,
Yep.
talk about a string of classic films. So it's like that's one reason I'm a huge Hitchcock fan because oh my God, that man he
Same
knew
here.
how to
Even when I
direct
was
a
a
movie.
kid, yeah, even when I was a kid in elementary school, I was watching Hitchcock movies. I loved them.
Yeah, he was amazing. God, I wish you had directors of that caliber around now.
I know.
Oh,
It's
I
never going to
miss it.
happen again.
I miss it. It was the golden age. It really was.
They may, yeah, they may be out there, but the problem is they're intentionally not hired.
Yeah, they're sidelined, right?
Yep, they're not the right color. They don't sleep with the right people.
Yeah, and they don't have the right politics.
Did you hear about this new Echo on Disney Plus? She's an American Indian. And guess what? She's also deaf. And guess what? She's only got one leg. I mean, how many boxes are you taking there, huh?
But does she have any talent?
No, exactly. She has all that but no talent, right? Oh, and she's a lesbian, of course. Duh, I
Oh, of
can't believe I
course, of
forgot
course.
that. It's so obvious. My God, they stink.
And let me guess, her lesbian lover's a black lady.
I'm sure, and probably obesely or
Tick another
grotesquely
box.
overweight.
Oh,
Disney just burying itself. It's like,
how
my
the hell
God.
did we ever get into this world, guys? I mean, seriously, when I was like back in the 70s as a teenager, I never thought the world would get this weird because it's so fucking weird. It blows my fucking mind.
DEI, yeah, DEI.
God, we're living in bizarre world.
It's really. Well, I was talking to a friend about that today. I feel sorry for the younger generation because they don't
Oh God.
realize. I'm talking people in their 20s, 30s. They don't realize that they're never gonna get good shows or movies again. That
Can you
they're gonna have to
imagine?
learn to like. They're gonna have to learn to like the classics because they're never gonna get everything from here on is gonna be full of the message and social reprogramming and propaganda. So I really feel sorry for them because they have a whole life to look forward to with that in it, and that's terrible.
And the only way they'll ever discover those classics is if they hook up and befriend someone like us, Pop, that is a knowledge of the classics that can educate them.
Yeah.
Well, Jill comes to mind, right? Like she's in her, 30s and she loves a lot of the old stuff we love because, we've informed her about them, right? And she has an open mind and she's willing to take a chance and watch the stuff. And it's like when I talked her into watching Man from Uncle and Avengers on Sundays, and it's like she was skeptical. It's like, well, it's not sci-fi. And I said, please, Jill. I just kept urging her to give it a chance, and eventually she did. And now we've been watching that for like a year, and she's fallen in love with both of those shows, right? So
Yep.
it's like, you can persevere and you can get younger folks to realize, the quality stuff in
Yes.
past decades. And
All
it
it takes
warms
is
my
an
heart. It
right.
warms my
All it
heart.
takes all it takes is an open mind.
Exactly. And Jill has an open mind for sure.
Uh, and so I have to give credit where credit's due. So does Gorilla and Nemesis to say a few, mention a few. I know there's more out there, but I'm very happy for them because I know they're younger and we're getting them to watch some of this old stuff. So I'm happy for that.
Oh, I love it when Gorilla Nemesis, we do the Tuesday night horror sci-fis and we watch like Hammer films and whatever. It's like, it's so good, right? It's just so great
Yeah,
to
and it's all
introduce.
because, like I said, because don't expect in the future anything good to ever be made again. It's just not going to happen. It's
No, I keep
impossible.
hoping. I'll probably be deceased before it does happen, but I keep thinking, we've had golden ages in history, right? Centuries ago. And then we've had, the golden age fell and shit happened and there was like the dark ages and whatnot. The human race has gone through these cycles previous times in history, and I have to have faith that eventually enough people are going to wake up and they're going to reject all of this, and eventually maybe in 10, 15, 20 years, we might emerge from this garbage at the other end, and people might want to actually demand quality entertainment at some
If
point.
we don't self destruct first.
Well, as I say, with my age, I'm more concerned with my mortality than what happens because I was lucky. Let's face it. I was a kid in the 60s, a teen in the 70s. I lived through a very great golden age. I lived through the Beatles. I lived through the Rolling Stones. I lived through Led Zeppelin. I lived through all the classic rock. I lived through great movies like Kubrick and all that great stuff, 60s and 70s films, the great TV shows like Lost in Space, Star Trek, Man from Uncle, Wild Wild West. I mean, that was my childhood and my teens. I lived through that shit. And I look back and I go, how fucking lucky was I to be alive in a golden age? It
Yeah,
literally
I
was a
know.
golden age.
Yep, consider it. Yeah, we were very lucky because, like I
I
said,
was I was
the new
blessed.
generation. Yeah, the new generations will not have that.
I feel
They
so
won't.
sad for young people
Right?
now.
They will not have TVs, shows, and movies that are truly inspiring that tell good stories. That's not that's a thing of the past.
It's horrible. Can you imagine people growing up on Velma instead of Scooby Doo?
Yep. And a lot of people will.
Like, oh my God, that's
Because a lot of people
horrible.
will, what they'll do is they'll take Scooby Doo, shove them in the background,
Yeah,
and all there is Velma, and you'll have generations that's all they know is Velma.
exactly.
That's the whole point, is to replace
And
everything.
and they'll think Discovery is fantastic, and they'll think TOS is
Yes,
crap, right?
yes,
So
yes.
it's sad. It's very sad.
I don't know, Gorilla. What say you? Are we wrong?
We're just little farts, right, Gorilla?
Well, I think there's plenty of what's out there that the great stuff will make a resurgence.
You
I
think so?
agree.
What do
I'm
you think?
both like Gorilla.
What do you think will happen? You think they're going to go in and clean house in Hollywood and fire all those activists?
No, they're self-destructing themselves. They're canceling themselves, and they're going after they're eating their own. It's like that snake that has its tail in its mouth and it just keeps biting down trying to eat it.
All right. So let's say we get to the point where they're all dead. Then what?
We just gotta wait for Gen Alpha here to be grow older and start coming into these roles.
Well, it's
Yeah,
like
but
the
all
fall.
they're going to know is what they're seeing now. You got to remember, girl, they're being programmed. All they're going to know is what they see now on movies and TV. They're not going to know any of the good stuff in the past.
No, I know a lot of them are watching some of the older stuff there, and there's plenty of people that are getting their kids to watch the older stuff like I am doing with my kids.
I
Yeah,
hope everybody, and I wish more of them would do that.
I do have to side with Gorilla, though. I mean, I'm always been like a realist, a centrist, and a realist. I don't like extreme anything, but I'm not a Pollyanna. I'm not, an optimist, and I'm also not a negativist. I'm not a pessimistic. I kind of look at as a realist. I kind of look down the middle, and I say, okay, things are fucked up now. Things are bad now, but that doesn't mean that the human race can pull their socks up, so to speak, and eventually get back on track. Because let's face it, we've had very dark times in humanity where it seemed like the world was falling apart. It seemed like the world was ending. Like, look back like maybe 80 years ago, right? People were thinking, oh, we're screwed. I mean, the world is over. And it wasn't over, because good people made an effort to, make it, to rebound from all that shit and carry on and build lives for themselves in a positive way. And I have hope that human beings can do that again. So,
All right, you got to remember that the odds are stacked against them, because this is the first time that it's been a coordinated effort to where the government, the press, and the courts, and the politicians and Congress are all against us. So that's a
well,
big obstacle to overcome.
Yeah, and they're being exposed every day.
Yeah, but like the Republicans are doing nothing about it. I mean, they'll have one meeting after another, but never actually do anything, right?
I don't think there's
What?
much
Yeah,
difference from either party.
Hunter Biden, he'll never spend a day in jail. We all know that. So why do they spend millions and millions of our tax dollars going through this circus act like they care when we know they don't?
You guys remember like the USSR, right? Like
Yes,
people were
the former
people were
Soviet Union.
yeah, people were pretty much had the boot on their throat back in those days too. But I remember I actually watched on the TV the week that the fucking wall came down, and I remember watching the German people with sledgehammers and chisels and whatever they could get their fucking hands on, brick by brick. They
Yes.
demolished that fucking wall. They demolished that totalitarian bullshit system they lived under. And I believe in my heart that humanity can rise when they need to, and they get fed up and they get enough bullshit.
Well,
Eventually,
I
people will
hope so
rise up
too.
and fight it.
I hope, right, but think about this. I hope so too. But how are you going to do that without being declared a domestic terrorist? Because they don't
Well,
want competition, and they
They've
don't want
already declared us domestic terrorists, so
yeah, but look at the Russian people
Yeah, but
back then. I mean,
that's what I'm saying though. When they start jailing people that try to fight back, It's a losing battle. That's the whole
Well,
point. They're never ever going to give the keys to someone else.
they didn't just jail people in the USSR. They fucking shot them when they tried to escape through the Berlin Wall, right? Like I remember
Well, and
watching that
that's
shit.
right, and that's pretty much what's going on in the U.S. now and several countries.
I just think if the Russians could overcome like what 70 years of communist bullshit, I think 10 or 20 years of bullshit in your country. I do well. I guess maybe I have faith in the American people because you guys fought a revolution. You guys kicked ass. You guys bled. You died on the battlefield to be what you are today. And I mean, I'm not an American, obviously. I'm a Canadian, and we had different historical roots, and we had different paths. Like Canada took a much more pacifist route to getting our constitution back here when England signed it over to us back in the 1980s. But in spite of that, I think we are brothers and sisters of a mother country, and we share a lot of things. And
I know,
I,
and no offense, BBB, I could set that to music, but you have to remember
no, but I
that
just
the
think be
people in charge,
optimistic. Don't give
right?
up hope.
I didn't say I did, but I'm just saying, remember that the people who run this country are not voting by popular vote. They're
Well,
appointed by the drug companies, the banking industry, the insurance industry, and so forth. That is not going to change. We have no control over that. Doesn't matter who we
okay.
vote for. And I'm not lying. Anybody who thinks that the presidents are voted in by popular vote, speak up now. Raise your hand. I mean, if you think that they're appointed president not by lobbyists and bribes and the insurance industry and the medical industry and the banking industry and so forth,
Mm,
that they're actually voted in by popular vote, raise your hand now.
While Donald Trump got elected there, he was able to get elected against all odds.
Well, because that's when they didn't have the election rigged. That's why, see, they learned their lesson after that election. Is they said, okay, we need the press. We need to get the press on our side and the propaganda in full swing with disinformation. And that's when they also completely rigged the election system. By the way, California in 1997, they made it legal for illegal immigrants to vote. That's why there has not been a Republican governor in California since. So that is an example, and
guys, can we?
that's why they're flooding the borders.
I'm getting bummed out. Can we not talk about politics? Because I
Sure, any
just don't
suggestions?
anything but politics. Like, let's talk about culture. Let's talk about movies or TV or something.
Well, as long as it's classic TV, I guess there's nothing positive
Anything. Like
on the
I just
tube.
me, Pop. I don't want to get into political discussions because I don't. People have their opinions, and I've been in political discussions on other streams with people, and it generally turns into an argument. And
No,
people
I
have
know,
their opinion, I have my opinion, and it goes back and forth, back
right?
and
But
forth.
I welcome anybody who tells me that I'm not speaking the truth and that it's just my opinion. Tell me so.
I didn't say you're not speaking the truth, but I think I think it is your opinion. I mean, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but we all have our viewpoints, right? And I'm not saying your viewpoint isn't totally valid
No,
from your
but I know
perspective,
people.
right?
The thing is people don't want to think about it. They would rather ignore what's the inevitable.
Well, I do think about a lot of things, so I just don't want to get bummed down and depressed, is what I'm
That's
saying on a
fine. I
Saturday
know. I
night.
understand.
You know,
I understand.
maybe we talk about hot babes or something.
Believe me, if my choice would be to go in and just clean house from the top all the way to the bottom, but
Well, I think
that's
there's a
why
lot of
I
that.
still hope. But I'm old.
Yeah,
I don't have much longer on this earth, so I can always hope that it'll be the younger generations that wake up. I do have that hope.
I do think the younger generation, it might not be the younger generation now. It might take 20 or 30 years from now when there's another younger generation, because there's always a younger generation, at least, unless people go sterile or something. So I've looked at enough history to know there's been dark ages, there's been plagues, there's been wars, there's been millions of people dying and all kinds of bullshit. But somehow, I don't know, the human race always seems to find a way to fucking come back. So
But it's
I,
usually after
I, I'm
major
I'm not
epic.
being naive. I'm just being optimistic.
No, I know, but I'm saying, but it's usually after major epic disasters like the fall of the Roman Empire.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll have another one in the next 20 years, right? It's
Yeah,
good.
or
I mean, look at
sooner.
AI scares the fuck out of me. I think AI could be one of those kind of moments
It'll
when, yeah.
probably run the next World War.
Well, just think if you get AI combined with robotics, I mean, Terminator, anybody?
Yeah, we're pretty
It
much
could
at
be
that.
real in 10 years, you know?
Well, here's the difference: is that the Terminator movies made it look like a robot that's going to come after you. In reality, it'll be much more subtle. It'll be over your television. It'll be over your computer, over the internet, over your telephone. That's the reality of it.
Okay, is Nemesis saying I'm bullshitting? Seriously, Nemesis, I've always been a friend of you. Like, fuck.
Well, saying you're bullshitting doesn't mean you're not a friend.
Yeah, but
Highlight the. Can you highlight that comment, Gorilla?
Oh, no, PvP said bullshit. Is what he's saying.
Oh,
no, well, maybe I took it out of context. I don't mean to, Nemesis. Sorry, man. I just really like Nemesis. I think he's a cool guy, and I think he has very good opinions and insights. And I've always had respect for him. So I just hope he's not.
Oh, Nemesis
something
is
I said
asking for
maybe
the
pissed
link.
him off. I don't know.
I've got something we could talk about. What about the announcement? And you guys saw me post this in Twitter.
Okay,
What about the announcement of the Blob remake? What do you guys think?
they're making another the third Blob film. Are you kidding me?
Actually, it'll be the fourth, but what do you
Fuck.
guys think about that? And of course, the
Uh,
writers
Fucking remake. They
why
already
do
made
they
one.
need it? Why do they need it? The
cash
last
in on.
Blob movie was
They,
the last Blob movie we watched a few months ago was fantastic. They don't need to
yeah,
do
but the difference
another
is
one.
they killed all the other franchises, so they're going to keep mining everything that hasn't been killed yet.
So they're
But
going to kill the Blob.
yes, so if it makes you
Let's
feel any,
face it. The Blob will be it'll be like polymorphous. It'll have pronouns and yeah,
yes.
whatever. Yeah.
But guess what?
Hey,
None of them will be in danger. It'll be all the toxic white males that die, right?
Right. Of
Yeah,
course.
yeah, if they make the blob with pronouns and all that, I'm going full postal. I'll bite the bullet for everybody else, but I'll personally fly out to Hollywood.
I don't see a need to make a Blob movie at all. I mean, it's been done. It's done, right?
The director and the writers of the new
Shit.
movie have worked on one. I'm not joking. 1 or 2 episodes of TV series.
Oh, fuck me.
Yes, that's how talented. Because remember, like I said, anybody who's been in. By the way, there's a new report out. I don't know if you guys saw Midnight Ditch.
Oh, man.
Talks about the Film Thread article that all good writers and directors and everybody have basically been outcasts of Hollywood, and they will only hire diversity hires and people
Yeah.
from TV shows. So you're going to get more people like who does Thelma. I'm gonna I'm gonna go ahead and bring on Melted Copper. How are you doing, sir?
Doing all right. I'm less rowdy today. Man, I look like such a goofy little Amish man now.
No, that's okay. What do you think about the Blob remake?
Oh, you know what? I feel like the not the old one, but I feel like the '80s remake is just that's one of those things where it's like. Plus, it's gonna be a CGI cartoon.
Absolutely will be, yes, CGI.
So yeah, that's definitely it just seems like a weird movie to remake. Because you guys referencing like some really old movies. It's kind of like my favorite remake would be The Fly. Like they took that movie with Vincent Price and they went in a whole new direction and made it like its own thing, and it was great.
Absolutely. Did you check our stream on that? Check out my channel. We covered it on one of my horror sci-fi streams because we love The Fly as well.
Right? Oh yeah, that movie's gold.
Right, we covered that as well as The Blob.
I liked the time travel movie I watched with you guys. It was a fun jam.
Yeah, Time Machine's great.
I thought the Morlocks were X-Men references. So in the chat, I'm sitting there thinking, like, making X-Men references. I was like, oh, they come from a movie. Oops, I'm an idiot.
No, it's the Blob and The Fly were examples of great remakes, and the Time Machine is a good example of bad remakes, where the original is great, but the remake in the 1991 was really, really terrible.
Yeah, the original is the one you need to watch. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Oh, you can make a whole list of just really crappy remakes. Like they remade that Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, the one with the lady with 3 boobs, and that was crap. And
Total
Yeah,
Recall.
Yeah, we
Yeah, Total
covered that one.
Recall.
We covered that one a month or so ago.
Yeah.
And then
Remakes generally suck. Like, I'm a big fan of the 1960s British show, The Avengers, with Patrick Macnee and Diana Rigg. And when they put that fucking movie out and remade it, that movie sucked donkey balls. It was god awfully bad. And you want Sean Connery in a teddy bear a suit? Like, really? Like, that's what they fucking did to poor Sean. One of the great actors of all time, and they dressed him up as a fucking teddy bear.
right, like Chucky ain't even my favorite horror guy, but they remade him in a little funky way too.
I think generally remakes are pretty poor to the original.
Yeah, because all they are cash grabs.
Well, they're
But
being,
Chucky, I don't really count him as a bad, like a scary villain, because if your evil threat can't reach door handles and car pedals, he's not really something you can't get away from.
Right. And were they going to make 25 movies? And besides,
probably.
now, I mean, believe it or not, I'm not lying when I say this. Now Chucky is full of all diversity, and his best friend is a gay guy, and all this shit. Oh my god!
Are you kidding? Oh my god!
No, I know it
I
sounds
wish
like
you were.
I know it sounds like I am, but that's actually the truth.
You know,
Oh,
speaking of
fuck.
gay people, you know what they need? They need to remake Mannequin.
Mannequin was okay, I guess. I prefer the Twilight Zone episode that it stole from.
Right, and then Mannequin 2 actually has
Electric Boogaloo.
Bernie from Weekend at Bernie's. So that guy went from fighting a lady that was a non-living thing to playing a non-living thing.
Yes.
He's got a career path there, it sounds like.
Terry something. I can't remember his name, but Terry something. Yeah. Funny where his biggest role was playing a dead guy, huh?
Shit, man. Wow. Fuck.
It's funny they actually made a sequel to that film, you know?
Yes.
And it's all about the
sequel to
money,
the-
right?
Right. They're still dragging around his dead body in the sequel. It's like, oh god.
When does he start to rot? That's my question. Like, he's got to, right?
I know he never did. I think they might have mentioned the smell every now and then, but they never went into detail as far as rigor mortis or anything like that. How
Yeah,
you doing,
think-
Nemesis?
Hey, Nemesis. Hello, man.
Hello, everyone. Hey.
Good to see you there, sir.
Oh,
think
good to
what-
see you, Pop. Good to see you, PvP, Gorilla, Melted Copper.
You too, man. You too.
We're excited
Oh,
for
just
We're excited
Don't
for
you-
Train to Busan there, Nemesis.
Yeah, that sounds good. I want to see that, man.
Right. Everybody try to watch that before Tuesday.
Yeah, if
Yeah,
I get the link,
it's-
I'll probably watch it tomorrow night at some point.
I'm interested to see what Gorilla says, just as being like a dad and all.
Well, I want to say this. Gorilla is not really heavy into gore, but that movie is not really gory like normally a zombie movie is. So I think it'll be okay, Gorilla. It's just the subtitles that you might have an issue with.
Nemesis, I'm already going to tell you I'm giving it an F because I have to read.
No, well, that's fine, bro.
Hey, you mentioned Gorilla being a daddy. Does that have something to do with the film? Like, are there zombie kids or something in it, Nemesis?
Well, I mean, that's a horrifying concept, but I mean, you should watch the film. But yeah, a dad does play a central feature in the film.
I had a feeling from what you said. I was taking a shot in the dark as guessing about it, but yeah.
And I'll say, without giving away spoilers, it takes place in a confined area with families. So let's just say that.
On
Oh,
a
is it
train.
kind of is it like the Mist
Train.
where they're like locked in a building?
Well, Train to Busan, so that might be a hint.
It's not snakes
Yeah.
on a plane, it's zombies on a train.
It's not zombies, but Maximum Overdrive is a fun little film. It's got
That
Trump
was
with the Green Goblin thing.
yeah, Stephen King's Coke Dream
Right. That could be a fun one.
with Lisa
Especially
Simpson.
with technology how it is now, it's probably get even more crazy.
Yeah. The only thing to remember in that movie is that it had Lisa Simpson in it.
Yeah, it had Lisa and Emilio Estevez from Young Guns.
Oh, you mean Estevez? Yeah,
Yeah.
I suppose. He never really quite went anywhere, I guess, but I know some people like him. I thought he was okay.
Right. He was in He was in a movie with his brother Men at Work. When I was
Yeah,
a kid, it
that
was. I don't know if it still holds up.
Yeah, that comedy from the 80s. How we doing on chat, Gorilla?
1,346 behind.
Fair enough. And Gorilla, I want to say, I know it's late. Gorilla. I appreciate you sticking with us for this.
Well, I'm still
Yeah.
almost finally landed, so
I hope you're not working tomorrow, Gorilla. You got Sunday off, man?
I don't work weekends.
Nice. Well, then you can stay up a bit later.
Yeah, if you want me to get if you want me to be cranky.
Hey, I don't mind if you're cranky. You're
Or
pretty fun,
fall
even if
asleep
you
on
are.
this, or fall asleep. Did you get into the
Just
chair,
don't,
Gorilla?
don't start snoring, man.
Right,
what's-
Gorilla, did you get into the chair, or are you still using the recliner?
I'm still using the recliner.
Okay,
Yes.
well, gotcha.
So we're going to hear snoring in about an hour from now, I'm guessing.
Oh wait, you didn't hear me snoring half an hour ago?
I know I did.
I did.
Shit, I guess I missed that. Oh, well.
Lemon pie's not the chat, is he?
Kurt Russell accidentally smashed a priceless Martin guitar made in 1870 because he was supposed to smash the prop one,
The prop.
but
Oh,
smashed the real
fuck.
one in it day late.
That's
Right?
not
It was
good.
it was a guitar from a museum, and
Yep.
it was this thing with Jennifer Jason Leigh. He grabs it from her and smashes it,
Shit.
and it totally destroys it to pieces. And they say you weren't supposed to do that.
I'm guessing that was 1970, not 1870, because I don't think
No,
Martin was making guitars.
1870 PvP, like priceless. This thing is irreplaceable.
They were making
Yeah.
fucking guitars back then. Holy shit!
Oh yeah,
Well,
Well, it's good. My response in the chat to it was my thoughts was, hey, what better time to smash a priceless thing than when you can watch it get smashed over and over again forever?
This is
Yeah.
not
Yeah,
the Martin guitar company in modern era, though. I'm
Yeah.
guessing.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
I didn't realize they were on that long. Holy
Hey.
crap!
PvP guitars have been around since the 1600s. The first one was
Well, I
actually
know
made in,
guitars have been around. I just didn't know Martin was making guitars back then. I
Wait,
learned
No,
something
and-
today.
wait, who said that was the brand?
I said it was the brand.
Oh, okay. Oh,
I
'cause
thought
you
Yeah.
said-
Martin started
are
like
they-
in the 60s or something, or 50s or
Oh,
whatever.
so that brand is still
No.
Okay.
Oh yeah, they're still around. They were established long ago and
Shit.
very respected. And yeah, I will agree with Melted Copper that at least there's this consolation that you get to see it played. There's a whole song with it. It has a final performance, and then at least you do get to see it smashed forever if you watch the movie.
That's fucking tragic, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what the
My
museum
God,
said.
I hate to see great objects from history get smashed to bits. That's unfortunate.
Poor
Well,
Kurt, right?
Kurt felt awful too. He was just like he was mortified. He's just like
Yeah,
Right,
I guess. Like, fuck yeah.
Yeah, he didn't know. So if anything,
I'd
it
be
would
pretty
have been.
mortified too if I did that. Shit,
So
man.
if anything, I think it's kind of like the Rust incident with Baldwin. I think it would have been Quentin Tarantino's fault.
Hey,
You
well,
think
at least
they
he's
would
doing
have
better
told
than
him it was
people
the
want to
real
say,
guitar,
what?
right?
Yeah.
Oh well, it is what it is.
Does she have a machine gun leg like in Grindhouse?
I think it's a peg leg like a pirate has.
well, I mean,
I know. I prefer the machine gun leg too.
right?
Well, it would be handy.
Unless it was your girlfriend.
Yeah, DVB here says, yeah, when Tarantino first released Hateful Eight, remember he did that roadshow tour where he played the
Yes.
only theaters that could play the super widescreen film.
I know, and I wanted to go see those. They were built for It's a Mad World, and I wanted to see that roadshow version, but I wasn't able to. That's where they
I've never
played
seen
the-
that movie.
Yeah, they had the intermission and everything. He did all classic style. Like, oh man, it's a good movie, by the way. I recommend it to everybody if you have not seen it.
No man, I remember '60s movies where they'd have that 15-minute intermission so people could go take a leak or whatever. Like,
Right, that's when they built those theaters they called Cinerama.
I
But it
used
had
to,
like-
yeah, my hometown had a theater like that. It was enormous, and fuck, I miss giant. I mean, now theaters suck around here. They're all like little shoebox theaters, right?
Right, multiplexes is what they are now.
Multiplex, yeah, they got eight screens. and they're all shitty because they're all tiny.
Yeah.
I think in Illinois we actually have a drive-in up by Aurora. I think.
Holy
And they
shit!
usually play 2 films. Yeah. And
I
they,
haven't
they
seen
tell
a
you to
drive-in in
turn in your
40
radio
years, man.
station.
Wait,
I
sorry.
got it.
Wait, hold
Wow.
on, guys. Wait. Can you? I didn't hear you. Melted copper. What was that?
Oh, I was just talking about drive-ins.
Yeah. What
Well,
about
when you're
this
in the
one?
drive-in, instead of the box, they'll tell you to turn in your radio station. You can get it
Yeah.
through your car stereo.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
how they all are now. They all got rid of that old metal box in the windows.
Yeah, we got one of those 17 miles from my house, so the
I used
drive-in.
to, yeah, I used to go to them all the time in California, but now that where I'm at now, they don't have any, unfortunately. And I miss the
I got
drive-in.
like I'd have to drive 2.5 hours to get to the closest drive-in here, and like I ain't making like a nearly 6-hour round trip to watch a movie. Sorry, guys.
Right.
Right, but I
There's a
think they
weird-
all. I think they all use the car radio now. They've all gotten rid of those old metal
Oh,
speaker
they
boxes.
had it in the 80s, right, Pop? They got rid of the metal.
Yeah, it was
box.
about the
Yeah.
80s is when they changed to broadcasting over the car radio.
Yeah,
have
we
a
had,
sign-
like
we had a
because
local
Amy,
drive until like the mid 80s, and then they put condos up. It's like fuck you guys.
Yeah, but the bad
remember,
news.
old theaters used to be like flat, like they didn't always have stadium seats. So if you find an old theater, it's weird. You're just like, what? We're all on one
Yes.
level.
Right, and what they're hoping. Hold on a moment. What they're hoping is people don't know the difference. But the thing is when they invested in the money to broadcast over your radio instead of the speaker box, you'll see when you drive into the drive-ins right there at the entrance, it'll say tune in your radio to AM 640 or whatever.
Right.
Anybody who knows AM radio is not stereo, that's the problem. They should have invested into FM. So I mean, it sounds it's a great improvement over the old speaker boxes, but it's mono. But sorry, go ahead.
All right,
I'm just a
DVB
stickler for that stuff.
or Melted Copper said, jokes of the 90s are serious people now.
Oh, if you don't want to get back into politics, you might want to skip ahead and chat there, man.
Oh,
Okay,
I think we've already passed that.
All right, DVB says, yeah, I forgot about the film format that it was shot on. Thanks for the reminder, Pops.
My pleasure. I'm a big fan of that camera. That camera is historic. They built it and invented it just for Ben-Hur. And there's only been a handful of movies. I think the Dr. Zhivago might have been another one. Only a handful of movies they pulled that camera out of retirement to use. And that's amazing.
Ben-Hur's another film that got a remake that no one noticed.
They must not have been good then.
Oh no, it wasn't. Plus, one has that, like, we're talking film quality and from an era where now it would be glossed over and CGI
No
cartoon
film.
effects.
Right, no film grain, desaturated color. Yeah, the usual.
Right, that's like the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre is good because of the crappy film quality.
Well, yeah, it's made to look like, it was shot on 16 millimeter. So it's like you're watching a documentary, which really gives it authenticity. Same with Evil Dead. Right. Except the Evil Dead, they really got in and cleaned it up. So you don't get quite that authentic, like grindhouse, I guess, look of it. But, those movies were good because they were filmed on low budget, that 16 millimeter film. And then, like I said, that documentary feel, it just, same with Night of the Living Dead. I mean, it's just.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it just made him look much more, I don't know, I think very
real.
Haunting.
Yes, very real. It would just draw you right into it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Sometimes low budget film is better off having a low budget because they got to do shit like 16 millimeter and it actually works to make the film better.
And they have to stretch every dollar. Yes.
Fucking
so
rights. Yeah. Yes.
Right. Something Disney Marvel would not know.
And they don't overpay any actors. They get unknowns that are still good quality actors, and they put them in the cast, and they write a fucking good script, and it works, right?
Right, or like with Night of the Living Dead, they volunteers.
Yeah. I love that film.
They weren't getting any pay.
It was a great film.
And then Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the narrator John Larroquette, they gave him pot in exchange for their voiceover.
Well, that's one way of paying him.
Yeah, whatever works. And it was good because that was a great intro.
Well, he obviously took the payment and appreciated it, so it's all good, right?
Yeah, it was long before he did Night Court or any of that other stuff.
Wow, I didn't know Larroquette did that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, he does the
Shit,
beginning audio voiceover.
that's awesome.
Right,
I
the
like
John
Night
Larroquette
Court. I
show.
like Night Court. Night Court was fun.
Oh, thanks, Susie.
Alrighty.
We should start covering more of those grindhouse horror movies on my horror stream.
Well, you know what's cool when they did the Grindhouse thing? Like Machete became a film, Thanksgiving became a film. Now this is why I think Austin Pussy should be the Austin Powers remake because Kevin Spacey's still kind of popping back up. He'd be Dr. Evil. Tom Cruise, of course, would be the lead.
Right, like a
Johnny
bad
Depp
case,
is
like
not dead yet. He can even pop up as
Right.
Gold member.
Yeah, he pops up like a bad case of herpes.
Right. Oh yeah, I was talking earlier about The Usual Suspects with this English bloke, and
No
I guess that
thanks.
guy hates that
That's
film.
Brian Singer. That movie was made by a pedophile. The less we say, the better.
Well, yeah, that's where I was going. I was like, those two probably got along on set. They're like, look at
Yes,
this
they
goo.
did. Yes, they did. And especially, we all know how big that, let's just say that ring is in Hollywood. It's disgusting. So I can't even
Which is
watch
something-
most of the original X-Men movies or any. Oh, just the thought of it. Ugh.
Right? I mean, yeah, and it irks me because my favorite X-Men movie is actually First Class. That is a tight film. It is
But
tight.
yeah, that was
The movie goes faster than you think it would,
Right.
and then they bring Singer back to ruining.
It was, yeah, it was good. Exactly. Matthew Vaughn, and then they brought it right back to Snyder after that. It's very
Singer.
stupid. Singer. I get those two mixed up. They're both hacks. They're both terrible.
Right? Yeah, because like in that movie, see, they don't even give a crap to connect their films because Trask is the black dude from Predator, and then suddenly he's no offense to short people, a dwarf that hates mutants, but it's like, you are a mutant? You're probably the most worst cast person to be the mutant. But I guess he ruined all the jobs for dwarfs, so I guess it's on point. So I guess
Yes,
I
he
judge
did. That was a shitty, horrible movie. And another thing too is he's going to be in the new remake of the Toxic Avenger, and it's like, what a mistake! I can't believe they hired his ass to play the Toxic Avenger.
I
Talk
chuckle
about a
because I haven't
shit.
seen him yet, and I'm like, I wonder if they're gonna reverse Lord of the Rings him to a regular size, or if he's just gonna be little him running.
I don't know, but I'm not going to watch it just because he's in it.
We should watch
plus
the Toxic Avenger, though, the original one, because I haven't seen it.
Oh god, that's got some humor you wouldn't put in modern film.
Yeah, I love the first movie. There was a couple bad sequels, and then the fourth, I believe, Citizen Toxie was really good.
I'm with Nemesis. I would vote for watching the original Toxic Avenger because I'd never seen it either.
That
I
is a
see.
that is a,
Actually,
it's a good
Toxic
movie.
Avenger got a Saturday morning cartoon too.
Yes, it did, and it's a crowd pleaser. So
You
it's
should
one
put
of
that
those
one
where-
on. Put it on the list there, Pop, if you don't mind.
I will. I'll put it on the
You guys got hit with the times. Like when the re-release comes out, that's when you do it.
Well, that's what we said about.
That's
That's what we said about Killer Clowns from Outer Space, and the game still hasn't came out. We were going to do that last year.
I know.
right. You know,
At
those
this
guys
point, we should have done it and then just done a revisit.
Yeah,
I'll,
that's what we
I'll
should
watch.
have done.
I'll watch Killer Clowns. Fuck, I'm
Or
open
scared
for that.
stupid. Or scared stupid. They reused the Killer Clowns.
Well, that was one of my first streams I was going to do, and then Nemesis. He had a great idea. He said, "Well, let's do it when coincide with the movie that's coming out later this year." And I said, "What a great idea!" And then the game never came out. Sorry, the game.
The writer's strike might have mucked that up.
It was a game, not a movie. It's something to do with the Chiodo brothers. They're the ones that make all that. I wish they were on Twitter so I could at least ask them what the fuck is going on. At one point, back in the 90s, I think, early 2000s, they were supposed to make a 3D remake movie or a sequel, and I wish they would have done that.
You guys are
Killer
talking about
Clowns
fools earlier. Now I'm drinking milk.
The Killer Clown is ripe and perfect for 3D.
I always like the little one.
It was great makeup. Yeah, they're really intelligent. By the way, they're the same guys who did, and you guys probably already know this, but the same guys who did Killer Clowns are the same ones that did what is it, World Police, by the guys who did South Park.
Oh yeah, the one with the
I think it
puppet.
was Was the World Police? I think. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Team
Team
America,
America.
World Police.
Right, Team America World Police, right? They did the
That's
puppeteers
it.
and all that.
That's the title. Yeah.
That was actually a funny movie.
That's another movie I've not seen.
Check it out. It's
Oh,
funny.
Team America's great. You know what it is? There was a puppet show from the 60s or something, and they remade it into a live action thing. And Trey Park and them was like, this looks like crap. We like the puppet show. And then they made their own puppet show.
Right, so it's similar to like those Gary Anderson, shows, with the animatronics and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's like Jerry Anderson 60s. What was it? What was it called?
Well, remember the remake was with Jonathan Frakes, and he shit all over that.
Yeah, well, I'm not a big fan of Frakes as a fucking director.
I'll be right back. I got to get a refill.
I thought you were about to say as a human. I'm like, oh man, did he snub you at a convention or something?
No,
That's
not
actually
Frakes. I never met Frakes.
That's like Gremlins is amazing. Not just I love the film, but just those are puppets and all the stuff that they do. Whereas now it would be like a weird Roger the Rabbit creature.
I'm just looking
Yeah,
up Jerry Anderson because I know the fucking show we're talking about. Damn it! Let's be.
for a second there, I thought you said we're gonna say geriatrics.
Oh, I think Thunderbirds is the show people.
Oh,
Yeah, Thunderbird.
that's what I was thinking of, and I'm like hurting my brain. I'm like, God damn it, I don't even know. Yeah,
That's why.
thank you, BBC.
That's why I looked it up because my brain was aching too. I thought, yeah, that was a huge fucking show back in the '60s, guys. Thunderbirds.
I hated it.
Well,
I hated it so much. Go ahead. Tell us your story.
I thought it was very well produced. I thought it was kind of ridiculous, but I still am. Well, I just loved all the spaceships and shit. Like, I'm a big nerd when it comes to shit like that. So I thought it was, an entertaining show. I was never a huge fan, like millions of people are. But I thought Thunderbirds was a pretty good show. My favorite puppetoons, Jerry Anderson, though, is Captain Scarlet. I think Captain Scarlet is a fucking masterpiece as far as the puppet, the puppet shit goes, right? That's a fucking great show because it's fucking dark. I mean, people die in that show in horrible ways. Like, it's a fucking good show, man.
Oh, if you guys are bored, you guys look up on YouTube. There's outtakes of Alf speaking of puppets, and he's cussing and swearing and shit. It's great.
God, I hated that show.
I didn't mind Elf.
You okay there, Pop?
Yeah, Pop, you okay?
I just went and got a drink, and then had to deal with my dogs for a second. And I just got
Did you
back.
run
Sorry.
up to the local 7-Eleven to get that drink, Pop?
Nope, over the
You
refrigerator, and
sound
I
winded, man.
got a cup of milk. That's all. No, because I had to rush to grab my dog because my dog was
Oh, okay.
an issue.
Cool. What do you think about Jerry Anderson's puppet shows?
Thunderbirds.
Yeah, Thunderbirds. We were just talking about a minute ago.
You knew it right off the hop too. That's funny, hilarious.
They were okay, I guess.
I thought it was a good show. I mean, it's not my favorite. I as I mentioned in Nemesis and everybody a minute ago, it's like Captain Scarlet is that's my fucking jam as far as this puppet tune shows go because I think that show is fucking amazing.
I just got bored.
Critters. Critters. It's a sci-fi, and there's bounty
Yeah.
hunters.
I just got it. Yeah, the rip off of Gremlins, but I kind of got bored with Thunderbirds. I prefer Rankin Bass. Like the old Frosty the Snowman.
Really?
Well, not Frosty the Snowman, but like, yeah, I prefer that. Like my Mad Monster Party. I love that movie.
I could just never get into Rankin Bass. I mean, I appreciated the quality of them. I watched them, and I thought, yeah, this is good shit. I mean, these guys are actually doing something good, but it just never did it for me. So, I guess we all have these opinions about stuff we love or don't love, right? So,
Well, at least they did that phaser effects for Star Trek.
Rankin Bass did that? Holy shit.
Yes, they
I
did the
did not
phaser and
realize that.
photon.
Wow.
Phaser and photon effects for Star
And
Trek.
if you know what Rankin Bass is, it just sounds like somebody left a stinky fish in their car or something.
I guess so, right?
That's
Rankin
more like
Bass, why didn't you flush the toilet?
it's like rotten bass, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah. Oh God, Rankin Bass up in this place. Put a fish
Girl
in my
probably
car.
would have more knowledge of that, I'm guessing, as a guy that likes to fish.
Wait, that was in Grumpy Old Men, didn't they? One of them do that, like those two old guys. They would do like they were doing all kinds of. They were cranking out
Old
movies of those
guys.
two.
2 old guys. You mean Walter Matthau and Jack Lemmon? Yes.
Yeah, I
Yes.
remember those films. Yeah,
They were actually good.
they were a great team too. I think they must have really
They
actually
were.
liked each other because they
Oh
did
yeah,
a
they were
few things
personal friends.
together, right?
They were personal friends, and they're buried just a few feet apart.
Cool. They were fucking awesome actors, man. They
They
were both
were.
great actors.
Oh, you know what they missed out on? They should have got Leslie Nielsen in there.
Holy
Oh
shit!
no, that's a different kind of comedy. No, different kind of comedy. That Neil Simon wrote some of the best Matthau Lemon stuff, and Leslie Nielsen was best working with the Zaz team. You know, the Airplane and Naked Gun. Naked. You guys remember when Leslie Nielsen was alive? He did some really bad comedies, like some vampire movie where he played Dracula. I mean, they were god awful.
Oh, was
Yeah,
that
I
something
think
about
actually
Dracula
that's a
sucks
Mel.
or something?
Yeah, that's
I
a
don't
Mel
know.
Brooks film, and I think if he did it in black and white, it wouldn't have been as bad because then you could have had it like a companion piece to Young Frankenstein.
No, by then, Mel Brooks' career had already hit the skids.
Yeah, because he started Nielsen. Yeah, he started getting into some crap. He ended up in a bunch of those bad spoof movies in the '90s.
Yes, many of them, and they were horrible. I think the only thing that was okay was Superhero, the one that was like a parody
Which
of
is funny,
Spider-Man or
because
whatever.
I was telling somebody that the main villain in this Madam Web movie come up for some reason he's got this green outfit which looks dumb, and I was like, he looks like the cricket from the Hero movie.
Wait, who? Who plays him in Black Widow or whatever you said?
Yeah, not Black Widow. There's a movie coming out full of a bunch of female Spider-Man that could
That's
never
right,
hold books
Madam
in
Web.
frame.
That's it, Madam Web. Who's in it?
Yeah. Sydney Sweeney. She's a girl with huge honkers.
Oh, I don't know who that is. Never. They probably have her in a brace so that flatten her tits like they did Wonder Woman and many other actors and actors. They go through the effort. If they have big breasts now, they put braces on them to strap them down, and they dress them to look ugly.
Right, because actually this was the thing. The Adam West Batman, they got Batgirl for the show, and I guess because she was getting ready for psyched for the show, so she started losing weight, and I guess the producers were upset because they're like, you're losing why we got you."
Right, Yvonne Craig, she was hot.
Yvonne
That's
Craig
like-
was incredibly hot. Holy shit! Even as a kid in the '60s, when I watched that show, I wanted to bang her. Like, fuck, she was hot, man. God
That's like
damn.
Rick Berman is a notorious pervert too. I was watching a few behind the scenes documentary on that guy. I mean, I'm okay with, hey man, I'm thankful for his choices, even if he's a dick.
I didn't even have hit puberty, but I knew she was something special, right?
Right?
It's like, damn, she's a good-looking woman. Damn, Yvonne Craig was a beauty.
You know,
Damn,
the
she was
'60s.
beautiful.
The '60s, they would film the women to highlight their beauty. You know, they would
Damn
show it
right.
off. Right, and they don't do that anymore. Now they suppress it. It's
Have you ever
terrible.
noticed reaction channels will watch TOS and they'll go, "Oh, they're doing weird lighting on the women. They're like
Oh, you
doing
want like
some
the fuzzy lens.
soft focus lens shit, right?" And it's almost like they're criticizing it. And I'm thinking, well, that's what they fucking did back then, people.
But no, I agree. The people that say that are coming from inexperience.
They're coming from their modern experience.
Right. They look at them and go, I don't understand why they're doing that. And it's like, all that does is show their ignorance.
Yeah, they should look at it from a lens of like 50, 60 years ago when it was actually produced.
Or how about
Like
this?
understand the time it was made in,
Right.
right, Pop?
How about this? If you're going to criticize a movie or TV show, take film study first. Learn the history before you open your mouth, huh?
Or at least watch enough fucking films and TV to fucking understand what was going on back then. Like, fuck. You know?
I agree. Well, look how many people we know. Well, I'm not going to watch that. It's in black and white. It's like, oh my God.
Or it has subtitles. Sorry, girl. But yeah, I mean, it's like, okay, you don't like black and white, so you don't like Charlie Chaplin. You don't like, all those great fucking silent films. You don't like Metropolis. You don't like this, that, and the other thing. It's like, are you kidding? You don't know how much great fucking movies you're fucking missing, man. You know?
Well, that's actually like the Stooges. That was only
Drives me crazy.
That's like 100 years ago now. Like the Three Stooges and old school film and having to splice it together.
Almost, right. Not quite the 100 years, but getting there. And the Three Stooges they're masterpieces.
It's like early Marx Brothers. It's like, fuck, you gotta fucking see this shit if you're gonna have any fucking knowledge of any kind of fucking
All you can
media.
do is pity them. It's their loss.
Well, yeah, it's like it is their loss. Yeah, but I don't really pity them though, because I don't really pity people that want to remain ignorant. You know,
Then poke a finger and make fun at them.
I'll just give them the middle finger. It's like though, it doesn't make me sad though. You know, when people just don't fucking understand what they're missing, Pop. It's kind of heartbreakingly sad. You know.
Every week, I spend at least, in fact, okay, I don't know how many hours I spend watching movies or whatever, but
Right.
at least half of that is black and white stuff, and the majority of that is Laurel and Hardy and the Three Stooges.
They're great.
So,
I mean,
so
yeah,
yeah,
I agree.
as long
They're
as don't
fucking
ever
awesome.
take that away from me, I don't care what other people think, but I will. If there's nothing else to watch, I'd rather watch those on my deathbed than anything else.
That's something I never thought about that I've been thinking about. It's like, what am I going to watch on my deathbed? I mean, I need to figure out the fucking shit I want to watch in those last 10 or 12 hours, right? And I never have. And I really should, make a list or something. Because can you imagine? It's like, how many people just don't ever think about it? And then they're fucking on their deathbed and they got like 12 hours left. And they're like, oh, fuck. Why didn't
Oh,
I think about what I
gonna
really
visit
cared
you.
about?
it's
Your
worse.
family's gonna be looking at you like this and going, and you'll be like, "Get out of the way! I'm trying to watch something. I'm dying here."
Yeah, I'm trying to watch the Three Stooges. When you get out of the way, Curly's getting ready to get his bombs on the head. No, what's
Actually, that
yeah,
Two Stooges might not be a bad choice when you're dying. That could at least
right?
you'd be laughing, right?
I wanted to say this when my grandmother was passing away on her deathbed in the hospital. They showed nature videos like flowers and open
What?
prairies, and just like from Soylent Green.
Fuck, I'd want to die if I had to watch that shit.
Yes,
Oh, that's
you remember the
going back
Soylent
to
Green
Rumblings
with
2
Saul? Remember
when he
Saul?
chooses the end of
Oh,
the
I
world tape.
remember that was fuck, what's his name? I should know it. Fuck, I forget
Flame
his.
Power. Glover.
Were you talking about the actor? Edward
The
G.
actor. I'm
Robinson.
trying to remember his fucking name. He's a
Edward G.
brilliant actor.
Robinson. Right, Edward G.
Edward J.
Robinson.
Yes,
Right, he played
that
Charlton
was a
Heston.
great scene, though. That was a
Right,
great
he
scene.
played his friend Saul, and they put him. He's being euthanized, and they're
Yep.
showing him videos of flowers and prairies and nature. And then that fast forward to 3 or 4 years ago, we're at the hospital. My grandma's on deathbed, and that's exactly what they're showing her. And I'm not
That's
kidding.
that's fucked, man.
It is, and it's like I'd never let that happen to me. Turn the fucking TV off is what I would do. I'd rather not see anything.
It's like show me like mirror or something, or Doomsday Machine, or maybe some good porno. Like show me
Well,
something I'm going to enjoy at least, right?
well,
Like fuck.
obviously, the hospital is not going to have available what we want to see. So, like when I went for my brain surgery in June, and I didn't know if I was going to pull out of it or not. I
Right.
had my laptop and I had my Laurel and Hardy and Three Stooges on it. That's all I watched.
Yeah, I guess I should get that together. Yeah, for
And
sure.
Oh, that's
YouTube
another
has
way put on a list of bad remakes is they in the 2000s they made a already outdated Stooges film. Like they
yeah,
really
that
probably
was
should have stepped.
that was really bad. It was too bad for Will Sass, so I like him. But
They
it was
do
it was
some.
a bad movie.
Was
So
that
how we
like
doing on the chat?
girl? Are you still with us? Are you? Girl
Here,
is
I can
probably
read the
passed
chat
out
if
in
you
the
guys
chair.
want. Where were we at the chat?
But hold
Go
on,
for it.
hold
Go
on,
for it, Grilla.
wait, Gorilla, you there?
Barely.
All right.
Oh,
Thank
poor
you for
Gorilla.
Gorilla. If you get to where you can't handle it anymore, let me know.
I've fallen asleep here. I should probably
Yeah,
head to bed.
you probably needed to take a
I
sleep.
got
man.
the chat pulled up that we were on though.
Okay, and then
And it's like
I want you to tell us about your channel before you leave, Gorilla.
it's like midnight for Gorilla. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Tomorrow we are watching Mad Max 2.
Yes.
Then I might
Road
actually.
Warrior.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
I might.
that's such a good film. And Gorilla's never
If
seen
I
it.
if I get bored during the day, I might do a watch party of F is for Family because that show is hilarious. I like Bill Burr as a comedian.
I'm
And
jealous that you're seeing Road Warrior for the first time. My God, Gorilla, I wish I could share in that experience.
I never forget the first time I saw Road Warrior. It
Me
blew my
too.
fucking mind. It was on a movie channel. I wish I could. I'd
Oh, I saw it
love
at
to
the
see it.
theater.
Oh, you
I saw
lucky
the
bastard.
theater, and all I did was I thought about that for a long time. Anyway, go ahead, continue, Gorilla.
All right,
Yeah, go
Wednesday
Gorilla.
we're starting season 4 of Justified. Friday we should be able to do the Walton's review of the fulfillment there,
Okie doke. That sounds
and
good.
then next Saturday we should be doing the Return to the Lost World. I do got a bunch of shorts I'm planning on doing tomorrow there also, so there might be a lot of crap coming down tomorrow there
Okay.
because I still got. I'm gonna do a few comic shorts tomorrow. Hey, what's that 57 then that was in the corner? You never did respond to my comment.
Wait. Sorry, I didn't get my glasses.
On
What's
that,
that?
on that Spider-Man Black Widow comic, what was that 57 in the corner then? If that's not the year.
Oh, yeah, that was the issue number of that year.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, Spider-Man wasn't introduced till 1962, but that was the issue of that year. So it was like whatever year you said, 1950 or whatever year. But it's like back then they used to release so many comic books that the first issue could be. I'm crossing over brands here, but the first issue could be Captain America. The second issue could be Iron Man. Third issue could be Thor. So that happened to be
Oh, well,
issue
you got
number
like so
50
they do
something of the year.
they used to do split issues. There'd be like Tales to Astonish, and it'd be like half Cap, half Iron Man, and then
Yes,
no, Tales to Astonish was half Submariner and the Hulk.
right.
And then
So that
was
comic
someone
book
else.
that you have, Gorilla, is I was guessing late 60s to 70s. You can
Okay.
look up the title, and you'll find out exactly when it was published.
Back when comics were actually good.
Alrighty.
Oh man, that's Jack Kirby, and Jack Kirby used to be an animator on Popeye before he became a comic guy. That's how he could do so many comics at once.
Yeah, Kirby was fucking awesome. I loved his
Yeah,
comics.
rest in peace. He was a master.
I used to buy all his 70s comics. What was it like? Oh shit. Forever People and whatever the hell Commandy and all that
his
shit.
own stuff.
All right, guys.
Fuck,
I'm going to
those
bed.
were
We'll see ya.
those were good.
Bye, Gorilla.
Good
Thank you
night,
for
girl.
Good night, man.
Yeah, Gorilla,
You
thank you for
sleep
helping out.
Yeah, no
Sleep
problem.
well,
We'll see ya.
sleep well, my friend.
See you
Have a good one.
tomorrow. I'll stop by tomorrow. See ya.
Yeah, so we'll see
Alright.
you for Mad Max tomorrow, buddy.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I'm even excited for when he does Thunderdome. It's like I'll be there for that one too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
like
was thinking that too.
Thunderdome.
I remember Thunderdome more. In fact, actually, I think it was like the first time I seen the first one in forever. That's like when I turned it on and seeing young Mel Gibson was weird. And then like there's so much green in here, like the rest of the films, everything's a desert.
Right.
Well,
Well, that was it was like offsetting. To make this quick, what happened was George Miller made Mad Max 1, then he made Mad Max 2, which is called Road Warrior. And then he was already starting production on a completely different movie. And they said, oh no, Mad Max 2 Road Warrior was so successful, you got to make it free.
It was a
So-
fucking big hit. Yeah.
Right. So he had to use the set for his new movie, which was the forest set. And he had to kind of combine the two movies. So that's why we got the forest opposite of the desert. We'll cover that more when Gorilla does his stream.
My first experience was with Mad Max Road Warrior 2. And I love that fucking. That's probably one of my top 100 films for sure. Like, I probably place it higher if I'm thinking of like sci-fi, post-apocalyptic stuff, because I think it's George Miller's masterpiece.
All practical effects, no CGI. The stunts are amazing.
Fuck, the
probably say this to you
chases
guys
scenes
for-
are fucking mind-boggling. Like, I'm
Yes.
sure I read some stuntmen got actually, seriously injured in some of those shots, right?
Well, that one scene where the guy on the bike, he hits something and then he flips over and over and over and
It
over.
flips over and over. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
That
he
was the
went to
scene.
the
Yeah, they
hospital.
weren't right. They weren't expecting that, but they kept it all in the movie, and he had to go to the hospital.
You gotta love it. Yeah, you gotta love it. I mean, to me, that's the best film. I love the first film. It was great. Gorilla and I watched it last week. I love Thunderdome. Thunderdome's good, but for me, Road Warrior is always gonna. Well, it's the first film that introduced me to the franchise, and it'll always be my first love. It's fucking amazing. Like,
Well, what
the
happened was,
fucking car chases and the action are fucking unreal.
Mad Max 1 didn't really make a big name for itself outside of Australia,
Right.
and didn't really go international. But due to the success of Road Warrior, that's when they released Mad Max 1. So that's why I also saw Road Warrior first and then Mad Max 1 on video.
Yeah. I think a lot of us probably did in North America, right, Pop? I'm guessing.
And like I said, for the first several years, the only version you could get in the U.S. and Canada, they overdubbed Gibson's voice with an English, American actor, which sounded like shit. But then
Yeah.
eventually, like in the '90s or whatever, they released it with the original dialogue, which is much better.
I think I was lucky because I saw it on a Canadian movie channel sometime in the '80s, and it was Gibson's actual real voice. So I think I
Good.
lucked out. Yeah.
Yes, because the dub
Oh,
version is
isn't there like an
terrible.
Arnold Schwarzenegger movie where it's not his voice, and once he became famous, it's just weird?
Hercules in New York.
Yeah.
Fuck. That must be an early one.
Oh yeah, him and Arnold Stang. I don't know if you remember him.
Jeez, even the title sounds early, man.
It was his
Hercules in New York.
he practically just got off the boat. It was like his first movie. Very low budget, very, very, very low budget.
Fuck.
But yeah, but it was basically the only reason why if you got to be a completist to watch it if you're really an Arnold Schwarzenegger.
So
Well, it's
is
kind of
that
a
around
trope.
the time you did that Pumping Iron documentary, Pop?
That came out after.
Okay.
Hercules in New York came out early '70s, Pumping Iron late '70s.
Okay.
I'm shocked they made as many Terminators as they did because it's like the same
Dead.
movie.
Well, it was on life support. At least it was barely dragging along. But then when they turned it woke with the feminist, I mean, they just drove a stake right through its heart.
Right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know why you
Yeah.
bring in fact, some of the other ones, because then there was the later one, and they brought like the old people back and DH, what's name. But there was even one movie where the guy like John Connor. Is it like they don't even try to make it look like the same dude?
Yes, that was a shitty one. Salvation, I think, or one of those.
Yeah, it was some weird looking guy. I don't even know how that guy got an acting
Yeah,
gig.
it
I
was-
mean, I'm
yeah,
not
it
the
was-
sexiest
it was-
guy, but I'm not in the film.
Yeah, it was some guy completely. It didn't even look like him, and it was a really crappy movie.
It's kind of like the Alien films. It's like the first two are the ones I give a shit about for both of
Yeah,
those
Predator is the same
franchises, and
way.
after that, it's like fuck this,
Because like Predator 1 is good, Predator 2 is good, and then it gets dumb.
And,
And
and
then,
same with the first two Terminator films and the first two Alien films. They're
you know.
good films to watch, but after that, it's all shit down the drain, right?
Oh god, and the later one, here's another thing. If you're doing an alien movie with like a Predator and stuff, you don't want to explain your alien because he ceases to be an alien then. You know what I mean? You don't need
Yeah,
to know
you
about
got
the Predator.
you got to have the fucking mystery to fucking make it interesting, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course they're gonna take that out and explain everything. Okay, since my partner Gorilla's not here, I'm gonna get caught up in the chat.
There we
DBB
go.
said, yeah, BBP. There used to be directors and their filmmaking teams making several movies together.
Exactly. Yes. Exactly.
Kind of like how a band makes several albums. That's how it used to be more often back in the day with filmmaking. Yes.
Well, I just want to interject. It's like a band that would use the same producer over and over again to produce a great sound on their records, right?
Yeah, they know when
They-
it's yeah. Go ahead.
Well, it's like Roy Thomas Baker doing the Queen albums, right? They are the Cars. They knew they had a good guy that knew how to make great sounds and produce a great album, and they stuck with him, right?
Yes. DBB said, great point. And DBB says, completely agree, Pops. The future of quality new movies and shows looks dire. Yeah. I'm sorry. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm just seeing it. I'm just saying it as I see it. DBB says there have been a few good gems through, though Cobra Kai, Top Gun Maverick, Super Mario, etc. I do like Cobra Kai so far. I hope they don't ruin the last season. Did not see Top Gun or Super Mario. And Nemesis says, "Pop, link drop the panel, please." It should be
I have
pinned.
heard.
Oh,
I have.
that's right. I was going to pin it. That goddamn heart was in my way.
Oh shit! That heart's a pain in the ass, isn't it?
Well, I was putting the stream together at the last minute, and I forgot. I didn't get a chance to go into the studio and turn it off. There's a way of doing that.
By the way, I just heard today they're doing a Top Gun 3 movie.
Well, they might as well considering the last Mission Impossible failed.
I just hope it doesn't suck, but
All right, everybody. I'm posting a link to the panel if anybody wants to join us. And if that once the chat moves a little bit, and that comment is not hiding behind that heart, I will link it to the top. I promise. So back to the chat.
I never saw the Mario movie because if I saw the Mario movie, I'd be like, "This is the longest fucking cutscene I've ever seen. When can I hit start and play now?"
Oh, I don't know. Nemesis, okay, I got that. Melted Copper says you can do it, Eden. DVB says, yeah, why pay for streaming when you could buy a series on DVD that will take you over a month or so to watch for roughly the same price, and you own the physical disc. And I'm going to add to that the difference too between physical media and streaming is you know that the episodes are uncut because on streaming they're actually editing them out now. Hello, Daniel. Welcome. How you doing?
Hi, Pop. How you doing?
Sorry it took so long to get that link posted, Daniel.
Yeah. So did you have a show yesterday? Because if you did, sorry. I mean, I didn't. I wasn't on because
No, my last stream was Tuesday night.
oh
The time
yeah,
machine
because
was
there
my
was a
last stream
major
for him.
there was a major snowstorm here yesterday, and I was cut off from the internet all day Friday, which sucks.
Oh, yeah. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
DBB says, yeah, why pay? Oh, sorry, I read that. Don't want. Nemesis says, in time, LOL, melted copper. Boy, I am way behind. Almost an
A
hour.
little bit.
I thought we kept. It says I'm almost an hour behind. I thought we were keeping up on the chat, but I guess not.
Well, I'll let you know these chatters, they wanted to talk about Elf. We want to skip it because what's new don't like Elf, but they sure were grinding into the Elf thing.
I know Alf has fans. I don't mind that. Nemesis says, yay, politics. No, the thing is I welcome different opinions on this channel. So if people like stuff that I don't dislike, no problem. Or people don't like what I like, that's fine too. DBB says, yes, Pop, you know, they're appointed, not elected. Doesn't matter what puppet they put up. I wonder no, I guess you're going to skip over these? I guess I don't know. Totally agree, Pop, says DBB. Politics is downstream from culture. Yes, you're right about that. Melted Copper says, yeah, who doesn't love politics? There is a circus tent forming in my pants. I don't know what that has to do with anything. Nemesis Sabine says, politics, they'll be biting everyone. Yes. DBB says, as long as you know that politics is just a big show and both sides are sold out actors. Exactly.
You got
DBB.
that fucking right. That's why I don't like either side. I think they're all
Right.
phony.
That's why things do not get better and the rich get richer.
Well, fuck. I've been alive. I voted since I was like 18. I voted for like 50 years almost. It's like conservatives, liberals, back and forth, back and forth. You know what? Nothing ever fucking changes because they're all elitist cocksuckers.
Right. I can't stand politics either, says DBB, because most people are stuck on one side or the other, and they don't realize they're being played by both sides. That's the problem. Is they're very ignorant.
Played on both sides. That's
Right.
what I've always
They're
said.
ignorant, and very gullible.
Yeah, you can skip
Copper
me,
says,
Dad. I'm here. Hi.
the Nest is the guy who pulled the fire alarm, and idiots actually defended it. Yeah, he didn't spend. Of course, another one that didn't spend a day in jail. Nemesis of Eden says, I, for one, welcome our AI overlords. There you go, Nemesis. Ola Greg. I, for one, welcome our new AI overlords. Nemesis, it's all good, PvP. DBB
Oh,
says,
it's always good, man.
as Uncle George used to say, it's all bullshit and it's bad for ya. Ola Greg says, cheers, Nemesis. OG, hail. And Ola Greg says, vote Blob in 24. He will eat his way to victory. We can always hope so. Maybe he'll just eat the hell out of all of Washington.
That's very, very funny.
Nemesis Sabine says, OG, you and me are thinking the same. LOL, Ola Greg. Great minds think alike, Nemesis, says Ola Greg. Nemesis Sabine says, the thing is the best remake. Absolutely, yes, it's the masterpiece. Ola Greg, Invasion of Body Snatchers is my favorite remake. Do you mean the 78 version? Because, you know, there was also one in the 90s and then a really, really bad one with no kid. Nicole Kidman, everything she does is bad, but she unfortunately made a really bad one too.
The only thing about Nicole Kidman was when she used to take her clothes off, but you know that's not really acting.
Well, you didn't like Nicole Kidman in Batman Forever? She was awesome.
Hell no.
What?
No?
Okay,
she's box office
poison. I've actually never seen that film, so I have no opinion on it. But
she is box office poison. Everything she touches bombs at the box office. I'm not.
I remember her and
don't make me look it up.
I remember her in Eyes Wide Shut when she got naked, and that was kind of fun.
Another bomb at the box office, right?
Another shitty. It was a shitty movie. Like I love Kubrick. You know how much I love Kubrick? I thought that film was fucking garbage. You know,
it was. DBB says, "Yeah, I refuse to watch the Total Recall remake and the RoboCop remake." Same here.
Stick with
DVB
their
says the originals are
originals.
flicks that never should have been remade.
Yeah, I watched the RoboCop remake. I thought it was interesting, but what I didn't like about it was, like, okay, he had brand new armor, right? He had this really cool black armor, right? But it wasn't like the armor from the '80s. The armor from the '80s was like invincible. You can shoot him all you want. You just, whatever, right?
Well,
Yeah, my take on
and
that was
it was
What?
designed by Rob Bottin. The same.
Yeah, but like the new armor, it can only take a few shots, and then it goes right through. That's what they said. It can only take a few shots.
Oh, then what
What I
did you
saw
like
is
about the
so-
movie?
a corporation wanted to make Iron Man and Batman one guy, and that's what they were trying to do. That's why you have a Batman in it. You have Commissioner Gordon, Nick Fury,
Wait, what are you talking about now?
the RoboCop remake.
Batman was in it.
Michael Keaton, yes.
Wait,
And,
Batman
Gary
or
Oldman.
Michael Keaton playing something else? I thought. Are you talking about Michael Keaton playing Batman that was in RoboCop?
No, all right, I'm just saying the characters that were in a Batman and
Yeah,
Nick
which was
Fury,
right.
Sam Jackson.
Right, the
Those
character of
characters were
Batman
in
is
it,
Bruce
but-
Wayne. Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So Bruce Wayne was in Total Recall. I'm confused.
No, he was in the RoboCop remake. Total Recall is the one who had
Hello,
the guy who
Captain
played
Kennedy.
Bullseye.
Hello there.
Oh, this guy. Don't get him started in time travel.
But I have a question,
There's
Daniel.
no
what-
time travel in Total Recall. Get you to Mars.
Daniel, did you see the original RoboCop?
Yeah, the original ones were the best.
Okay, then what did you like about the remake?
I like that Michael Keaton was in there, and
He was playing
I
Bruce.
like the new
Wayne?
visor that RoboCop had. You know, the red one.
Yeah.
It looked so futuristic and cool. His whole armor looked futuristic and cool.
Yeah, but when you say you like the movie, you're supposed to tell us that it had a great plot, and I'm talking about the movie, not who was in it or what something looked like.
Well, the plot was just generic. It was the same thing as the other ones, right?
And it's
But
probably not
good.
worth
Terrence
mentioning.
Bonniger fucking nailed it as a badass.
It sounds like another bad remake.
But you know what? I did like it how the movie tied into real world events. Remember how the movie started? It showed the war in Afghanistan.
Well, that's what happens when you have weak writers. They don't have an imagination. They've got to pull stuff from the news.
But I like it when movies tie into real world events, and they show what's actually happening around the world at the time.
Okay. I thought RoboCop was supposed to take place in the future.
Well, they never really explained what year it was.
They did in the
Yeah, there's
original
the
movie.
problem. Got to say what year it is. That's the mark of a good story.
Yeah.
They should have
assumed
just
it was
shown
20
footage from modern day Detroit.
Yeah, I
Oh,
assumed it was 2014.
That reminds me, Paul Verhoeven is working on a new movie. I was just reading about it the other day, and I'm so excited.
Showgirls 2.
Basic
New Bad-
instinct.
Basic
I don't remember.
Instinct.
I don't know, but all I know is that he's a unique director, and I'm excited. He hasn't made a movie in almost 2 decades. So, yeah, the fact that if the movie even sees the light of day, the fact that they're allowing someone like him to make a movie these days, I've got my hopes up. I'm hoping. I remember Mannequin.
I'm looking forward to Weekend Still at Bernie's, and it's like all of them is like 50-year-olds, but still with him even more rotten and dead hanging out in his
I
house.
don't think that's going to happen. DBB says, I remember Mannequin. Dang, I forgot about that flick.
Andy McCarthy.
DBB says, I remember the sequel as well, LOL. DBB says, Melted Copper. And DBB says, I remember that they destroyed that historic guitar in Hateful Late. It was an accident, supposedly, definitely, allegedly. And Suzanne says, sorry, guys, I fell asleep. No problem, Suzanne. I'm sorry we've been going on and on.
Don't worry, Suzanne.
And Suzanne says, DBB, hello. Suzanne, Ola Greg, hello. Nemesis, hello. And DBB says there's still a Cinerama in Seattle, but it was recently rebranded as the Seattle International Film Festival Theater. But if the original screen is still there, that's excellent. DBB says Paul Allen, the co-founder of Microsoft, refurbished the Seattle Cinerama Theater back in '99 after it had been closed for several years. Is that the bald guy that took over after Gates?
Paul Allen was the guy. I've been to Seattle like maybe 5 or 6 times since in the last 30 or 40 years. And my buddies and I in our 20s, we used to go down to Seattle on weekends and party our fucking faces off, right? because it was a fun town back then. Like Seattle was a great town in the 80s and 90s, and it's probably turned into shit now from
Oh
everything.
yeah, it's just like San Francisco now.
Yeah, but I mean, I've been up
Bad,
to the
bad, huh?
space. I've been up the space
Yes.
needle maybe 3 times, which is fucking awesome. If you've never been, I would recommend going up on the space needle. But yeah, I mean, fuck. Paul Allen was like, I think he was like in with Bill Gates or one of those millionaire techie guys.
Yes.
And Paul Allen had a lot of fucking money.
Millionaire.
And we actually, my cousin and I actually went to the museum he established. It was very close to the Space Needle. And he had the Rock and Roll Museum. And we actually went and saw like shit that Jimi Hendrix hand wrote his notebooks for like lyrics to like Purple Rain and shit. So
Was
it
it
pretty
legible?
fucking awesome.
He was high as a kite. Was it legible?
Oh, yeah, it was. It was actually legible. Yes, it was.
Purple Rain. I thought that was written by Prince.
Well, that's a different fucking song.
Well, you said Purple Rain, so I'm just listening to what you said.
Yeah, same
Oh.
title, different song, but
Yeah, you said Purple Rain, so
But
I'm just
I
listening
know-
to what you said.
Here we
I
go.
know that Hendrix.
Yeah, sorry, Captain's listening. Captain's paying attention. He did
I know
say
that
Purple
Hendrix-
Rain, folks.
Hendrix was on heroin and everything else.
Hendrix
Everything he
wrote
gets his hands
Purple
on.
Haze. Maybe that's the one you're thinking
Anyway,
of.
my fucking point
Yeah.
was it was cool to see all
Was that
those.
it? Is that
all the
right?
Yeah, was that
memorabilia.
the one you were thinking of, PvP?
Purple Haze?
Purple Haze, was that the song?
Purple Haze. Okay, I misspoke.
There you
Oh,
go.
it's okay. DBB says,
Very fucking similar songs, though.
hello,
Well, they
Suzanne.
sound
Title-
completely
title
different. They're
wise.
different genres.
Melted Coppers, and one's by heterosexual and the other one is not. I'll put it that way. Melted Coppers says,
Damn.
I have
don't know
been
who you're
Seattle
talking
is
about.
great, and the ferries to the islands. Yeah, past tense. Now it's like I said, it's a shithole like San Francisco.
And they're
Melted
almost opposites. Purple Haze is a very upbeat number. Purple Haze, oh, in my, yeah, it's a rocker. That's like I'm going out, I'm going to party. Where Purple Rain is more like a breakup song, a tragedy, a sad track. I mean, they almost couldn't be more different, eh, folks?
Yep. Welcome back, Susie, says Melted Copper. And Suzanne says, check out. Thank you for dropping that link, Suzanne. I appreciate it. And Pleasant Valley Picker says, Suzanne, welcome back, sweetie. I hope you are staying warm and safe. Yeah, I hope so too. DBB says, it was the first theater in America to have true THX sound, where no matter where you were seated in the theater, the sound distributed was perfectly equal. Yeah, I know. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of THX. I spent over $1,000 for a receiver that was certified THX that had the sticker on the front. Very expensive, and the speakers were also expensive. Lemon Pie says, "Hey Suzanne, sorry, what's
I'm a
that?"
big fan of DVB. He's one of the only people that actually gets Total Recall and understands whether it's a dream or not. Shout out and hail to DVB.
Lemon Pie says, "Hey Suzanne," and Suzanne says, "Your musical." She drops a link. Thank you, Suzanne. I'm sorry I have to rush over these links, Suzanne. I'm almost an hour behind the chat, so I'm trying to get
Shit.
caught up. PvP says, "So cold," and Suzanne says, "Lemon Pie, hi, I fell asleep." DBB says, "Captifinity is Polish, not English." LOL. Melted Copper.
No, I'm from Poland, but I am English.
Lemon Pie says, "Suzanne, I've been distracted anyhow." LOL. And Suzanne says, "PvP, we are warm, staying with friends for now, dear. So toasty and safe." That's excellent. I'm glad to hear that. Lemon Pie says, "Melted upon the panel." That's great, Suzanne, says PvP. "I do think about your well-being." Lemon Pie says, "Is that a gallon of milk? WTF?" Yeah, I believe it is. I'm drinking milk too, but I put it in a cup and then I drink it. I leave it in the fridge. I'm very
When you
paranoid.
live alone and no one loves you, you can drink out of the gallon. Just kidding.
Well,
My family's gonna come home and be like, "Why is spit in this gallon?" I'm like,
I like to keep mine cold. I don't want to take a chance of it getting room temperature. Lemon Pie says something about Copper drinking a gallon of milk is unwholesome. And Jim says, "Wow, you still up?" Milk, then cigarettes, says Lemon Pie. Yes, apparently so. Suzanne says, "Lemon Pie, LOL." And Jim, hello, says Suzanne. DBB says, "Team America." Yes, Suzanne. "I love that flick," says DBB. Ola Greg says, "Cheers." And, oops, like I said, I got to get through these. Sorry, guys. Oh, Jim says, "Hi, Suzanne, Lemon Pie, DBB, and Ola Greg." Oh, nope. Lemon Pie says, "Hey Jim."
I don't
Everybody's saying
care.
hello to each other. That's great. Great to see you, Jim. Says DBB. Lemon Pie says, "Pop hates Alf with all his heart." No, it just wasn't my taste. I found it's painfully unfunny. I'll put it that way. I really disliked the father of the family. I thought he was extremely unfunny. It didn't have a strong character actor in the whole bunch, but that's my opinion. And the writing was juvenile, I guess. Lemon Pie Pop hates Alf with all his heart. Let's see, I read that. DBB, you have the longest name on YouTube, Jim. And Suzanne says, Lemon Pie, I'm with Pop on that as well. Thank you, Suzanne. Lemon Pie says, Suzanne, only your hatred can strike Alf down.
Your weapon is there. Take it.
I don't know. It was around the same period. I don't like much 80s sitcoms. I didn't like Cosby. My last sitcom that I did enjoy
That's what she
was
said.
Married with Children. So that's what she said. Yes, that's what a lot of them said.
Oh, I don't.
Exactly.
I can't stand Cosby.
Suzanne Eckstein, I remember it was on number one
No
for
one likes
years.
Cosby now.
Suzanne Eckstein says, Scurvy killed the stuffy. DBB says, except in the movie they call Alf Mr. Chompers. What movie? Melted Copper says that has Ben Stiller. Ugh. So that proves
Yeah,
my
there's a
point.
movie about Alf, the creator of Alf, and somewhere it's got Ben Stiller in it, and it's basically this TV brain like drug addict, and there's a scene where there's like an evil Alf chase him through a door.
They did that for the theaters?
I don't know. It's an old movie. I don't know if it hit theaters or not.
Okay. Suzanne says, today's women don't take pride in the way they look anymore. You're right about that. Just look at any video from Walmart. Suzanne says, milk for the muscles, LOL.
Cosplay
Suzanne
models do.
Go to bed. Yes, some of them do, yes. Go to bed, Gorilla. And a Star Wars girl is a perfect example. Suzanne says, go to bed, Gorilla. Sweet dreams.
I never worked with her.
Ola Greg says, Alf lives. And Lemon Pie says, hey, Oiler. Ola Greg says, hey, Lemon. Ola Greg says, midnight here. Good night, everyone. Good night, Ola Greg. It was good to see you there. I'm glad you were able to be with us. Suzanne says, later, Greg. Have a good night.
Night, OG.
You too, Suzanne. 12:07 where I am. Okay, so almost a half hour late on these chats.
Good night, Suzanne. Sleep well.
Suzanne actually says melted coppers, same time zone I'm in. Lemon Pie says you're in a dystopia in which citizens are only given cigarettes and milk to live on. Melted Copper says in Waterworld the villains were the make smokers. How they got smokes, who knows? I don't know. That was a shithole movie.
Well, everybody's fucking smoking in Blade Runner too, and that was like 2019. So go fucking figure.
Daniel's Hot Topic says, hi, buddy, what's up? And Suzanne says, Daniel, hello. Nemesis Beaton says, hello, Suzanne. I hope you are doing well. Lemon Pie says, hey, Daniel. Daniel, hello, Suzanne. So, okay, I'm going to try to get through these quick. So I'll just say that everybody in the chat is saying hello.
There's more? Fuck me.
Okay. I mean, I'm skipping over the ones where people are saying hello to each other, which I do appreciate it. Daniel, I'm very blessed, says Suzanne. There's where I dropped the panel, and like I promised, I did not link it. Shame on me for that. Let me see if it's too late.
It's too late.
Maybe now it's too late. Oh, screw it. I'll just drop it again. Bear with me, guys, just for a moment. I'm going to drop the link again. And that stupid heart being in the way. I hate that fucking thing.
Isn't it a fucking pain in the butt? I hate that fucking thing too. It is a pain in the ass. Thank you, YouTube, for fucking being a fucking pain in the ass.
Yeah, making us suffer for no fucking reason. We're not 2 years old.
Yeah, it's like if I want to leave a fucking heart comment, I'll leave a fucking heart comment. I don't need you
It's
to
obviously
recommend it.
right. It's obviously their shitty attempt at trying to be TikTok.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, so let me scroll back down. All right, of course, now the chat's not moving, so my link's not moving up, so I can't pin it. So I've got to go back to reading the chat. All right.
Lovely.
Nemesis Bean says, I'm glad to hear that, Suzanne. Okay, let's see here.
So you want me to type gibberish in there to scoot it up for you?
Oh, that's okay. Somebody will say something. Suzanne says, Nemesis is minus 50 tonight. Bundle up, Suzanne. That's not good to hear.
It's
Minus
fucking
40
cold. Yeah.
Right, Nemesis says minus 43 here. Gross.
Minus 45 here tonight. I got my fucking heat cranked up to maximum, and it's still not hot.
It's a cold winter. Lemon Pie says minus 50.
Nasty.
Goodness. Nemesis says, I'm glad I were with friends, Suzanne. Absolutely.
It's fucking wind chill fucking danger like on the fucking internet today. They're warning people stay indoors if you can because it's not safe.
There, I actually pinned the message this time. I actually made it. And I believe they're not caught up on the chat. And Suzanne, thank you for moving the chat up enough where I could pin the message. And she says, stay warm, PvP.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Okay.
You too. You
Now I,
too,
can catch
sweetie.
now I can catch your breath. I'm caught up on the chat. Is there anything anybody wanted to say that they had to delay?
Just, I'm so hot. I'm down to one top over here. You guys are so lucky. I'm fucking baking out here.
Yeah, we got the one person on the panel who it's summertime for.
Oh, it's
Right.
time, that lucky fuck.
I'm sweating over here, you lucky people. So cozy.
Have you been hitting the lake, Captain?
Not today. No. No peace for the week, but maybe soon.
Watch out for those eels, Captain.
What's that?
I said, watch out for those eels in the lake.
Oh, goodness me. Some of those might be electric. Be careful.
Yep, it's freezing outside in Milford Copper's area.
Yeah.
Shit. And where's this great breeze in the summertime? It's not ever there.
Yeah, it's crazy because everybody I know is going through cold right now. Somebody needs to mute their mic because they're making a lot of noise and they're drowning everybody out.
Not me.
That was
I
me. It
muted
was the wind. I'm sorry.
I muted like 5 or fucking 6
Okay.
hours ago.
Yeah, I don't like to have to mute other people, but I will if I have to. And that's only if somebody's either talking over someone else, causing an argument, or their mic is drowning people out because of background noise.
If necessary, Pops, will you, under the wrong circumstances, remove a wrench?
Yes, I haven't had to yet, but yes, I will.
It's on the there you go, folks. You've been warned. It's on the table.
Yeah. And by the way, I'm very hesitant to do any of the above. I've never muted somebody. I've never removed a wrench.
No,
But
I'll warn you that wrench removal is a very heavy thing. Because I've noticed some YouTubers are like, what is the deal with people getting upset losing their wrenches? I'm like, well, it's a pretty heavy situation. So you can't remove a wrench and then act surprised when people are like, hey, you removed my... I'm just saying in advance.
Well, for me, I know if I go to a stream and I see that somebody removed the wrench, I figure, well, they must have had a good reason. And I just feel bad. I'm thinking maybe it's something I did wrong.
Oh, interesting. You take it, put the blame on yourself. I tend
I'm not going to confront
assume
them.
it's their problem.
Well,
It's
confronting
not
them is
so
not going
much
to do
the
any
blame.
good.
It's about taking responsibility for yourself.
Yeah, and I'm not going to confront them and cause an argument.
Because I've had that happen too. When I've made a fucking error, I've maybe been not less than gracious on a stream.
Mute your mic, Copper, please.
And they took my wrench away, and I have no problem with that because maybe I deserved it.
Maybe.
I'm a big boy, and I can take it.
No, well, it got taken away.
Okay, so what do you guys want to talk about next? What topic is on your minds?
Total Recall, was it a dream?
Something fucking positive, perhaps? Like something
Well,
fun
we usually do.
fucking Saturday
We usually
night?
do. Yeah, calm down with the F's, PvP. We're all doing okay, all right? We can keep this positive as long as we'll stay away from politics. There's plenty to talk about. Keep cool. Keep your cool.
How about religion? I'm kidding.
I think Indiana Jones is clearly a Hindu.
Well, he's kidding because everybody knows that Odin is God.
No, India. I'm not saying I'm a Hindu. I'm not saying I'm not a Hindu either. I'm saying Indiana Jones canonically must be a Hindu, given his responses to supernatural phenomena in Raiders of the Lost Ark. He's not impressed by the Ark of the Covenant, is he?
You mean, wouldn't it be Temple of the Lost or Temple of Doom for being a Hindu?
Yeah, because of Temple of Doom, he's basically, by the time Raiders comes around, he's lived Temple of Doom, or he's seen the Shankara stones. But then when those guys from the government go, oh, what about the thing holding those tablets from God? He's like, whatever. So he's clearly a Hindu. Just
You don't
follow
think
the
it-
logic of the movies, folks.
You don't think it just be simply that he's agnostic?
Well, that's what I would have thought, but he's seen the Shankara stones. He can't not believe them, can he? He's got those glowing thing in his hands. He knows they exist. He saved that village. But the tablets of Jehovah, screw that. I'm not a believer. Doubting Thomas Indiana over there.
But he has to be by the third movie because, like, he
Maybe
makes it.
he'll have
Well,
to
no, he
stop his
is agnostic by that point
Catholicism.
because it's his dad who's heavily religious and, oh my God, fucking Crusades.
Indiana.
Maybe it's symbolism. It's actually all about the generational divide and how we come round to our parents' point of view in the long term. After
You
all,
don't understand. Why do you keep calling him Junior? That's his name. Henry Jones Jr.
I meant to call him Shiva.
You too, says Suzanne, says PvP. And Suzanne says it's going to be a very warm and positive Sunday as we will be spending it at the Aquatic Center. Oh, that sounds nice.
Nice.
Yeah, swimming in the winter. Oh, absolutely. A heated pool sounds wonderful and very soothing. We have it on. In fact, now that I think about it, we have one here, and we have a small town, but there's an aquatic center. I wonder if it's open. Probably not. They shut down most of the town because it's a tourist trap, and obviously there's a lot less tourists here. People tend not to flock to the Grand Canyon during the middle of the freezing winter, snow and all that crap.
You could always just
Nice in August.
give them a phone call and see if they're open, Bob.
Yes, or look it up online.
Yeah, I'm sure
I
they
usually
put their
I go to
hours on there.
Wisconsin Dells for the winter.
Sorry, what's that, Melted Copper?
I was joking. I said I go to Wisconsin Dells for the winter. It's a
Wisconsin what?
northern water park that's probably the most worst location for a water park.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Water parks in general, like I'm from California, they sound appealing until you get there with all the kids, and then you're like, you want to get the fuck out of there as soon as possible, and you regret buying your ticket.
And that's
Right,
why
well,
you're glad you never had kids, right?
Well, no, because they're the ones that skip the line, and they have the arrogant attitude. You can't tell me what to do. I'll call my dad. He's a lawyer. All that shit. So
Yeah. Got it.
especially in California. And not only that, they're fat. All right, I'll be honest.
I'm a hairy beast, dude. You know, I can't do the swim trunk thing, or someone's gonna be like, "Oh my god, it's a Wookiee going through chemo over there," and like, "No, I'm a human. Please don't make fun of me."
I would tell them to shut the fuck up, or I'll go off on you. Anybody who wants to point out somebody else in public they don't even know, oh, they're open game for me to go after them, and I guarantee you I could top whatever they're saying.
Right.
Wookiee on chemo.
Me dialogue, I'm good at.
Suzanne says, "Pop, hey, have the largest, deepest hot. Oh, they have the hardest hot tub I've ever seen, and I quite enjoy it. My God, that does sound relaxing.
That sounds really good, Suzanne. Enjoy it.
Yeah, it's so cold where I'm at. Like right now, I can't take a shower because the pipes are frozen.
Holy shit.
So I've got to do my showers during the day and that's if and when it warms up enough to where
I
the
just hope your pipes don't fucking burst, because that could be nasty, Pop.
My roommate seems to. Most people here are used to it, so I'm guessing he's probably wrapped and treated whatever pipes are
I
necessary.
fucking hope so, because that could be really bad if they fucking burst.
Well, and I'm on the
I
second.
know a Target girl, and she was like rented a house. She rented a place, and somewhere because she's cheap, she went somewhere, and during the winter, I guess she didn't know she had to leave her stuff on so it wouldn't freeze, and then she came home and her whole basement was flooded.
Oh yeah,
it fucking happens. Yeah, you gotta fucking wrap those pipes.
It's a lot of F-bombs.
Or maybe even shut the fucking water off
please
if you got
PvP.
like
It's not
water going
necessary.
outside.
PvP. You don't have to use the F word every other word. It's okay. We understand.
Okay, but I thought it was a rumbling, so I didn't realize it was a.
No,
problem.
it is, but you get to a point where you just start FF for everything, and I'm just saying, we get your point about having to be that. You know, that's all I'm saying.
Okay, I'll shut up.
I didn't tell you to shut up. It's up to you how you handle it. I'm being fair to everybody.
That's it. Now, Finata, if you're out there, that's an example of a straw man, because BVP is arguing with something that pop culture didn't say. That's a classic straw man.
It's right. We're all friends here.
Yeah, no, I just that came up earlier. What is a straw man? Like, oh, nah, that's where we need you.
Suzanne says, go, Pop. Thank you, Suzanne. PvP yuppers, it's bad. Mine burst already. Yeah, and some people, like I've known people that have cabins up in the mountains where the snow is, and they've got it. I don't know. I'm not sure how they have it designed, but they have pilot lights that are running under some of the pipes. So you can either keep a little bit of water trickling in the sink at the spigot, or they have where I guess under extreme conditions they don't want you running water and wasting a lot of water. So they have it where they have little pilot lights, little tiny lights that are under the pipes to keep them warm, just enough where obviously they don't freeze over. And even here, like I said, I'm on the second floor, and the pipes tend to freeze when it gets really cold. I probably could run the sink in the bathroom there really slow. I don't want to waste water. I know I don't know. Nobody wants to talk about freezing pipes.
Right.
I was just thinking that Melted Copper's collar is so big, he's actually starting to remind me of Rachel from Blade Runner.
Which actress was that? Are you talking about Daryl
That's
Hannah or
just after she shoots, not Gav, Leon. After she shoots Leon and saves him.
different coat.
No, I was liking it. Stays Rachel, you fucking fuck.
No, Rachel was the replicant that had an extended lifespan. She was an experiment.
which actress? Though
She's an experiment, nothing more.
I remember Sean Young. I remember Daryl Hannah. Which one was it?
She wasn't one of the ones that came back to Earth and murdered people. She was
Okay,
she was
Correct.
the one, the experiment.
gotcha. Thank
But
you.
she was still a skin job and they're illegal, so she had to go.
Thank you for clarifying that. Suzanne says I have been meaning to redo the plumbing anyway, so this time I will wrap it in heat trace tape. Heat trace? I don't think I've heard of that. All I've seen is it looks like black sponge kind of stuff that you wrap around. I don't know what heat trace is. Any of you guys know?
No, all I can think is the one time I liked Melted Copper and you ruined it.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to do that for you.
Not you, it's him. Now look, what the
Oh.
fuck is this? It's like some weird version of the $6 Million Man. It's ridiculous. What are we dressed as? Doctor Who?
Wait, Doctor what?
Exactly.
So,
Okay, James, do another one.
Captain, what's the coldest it gets there in the winter?
Oh, I'm bilingual illiterate. I don't do numbers. It gets mildly. I have to put the fire on, so it's cold enough. I have to burn matter to.
I was wondering, but it doesn't freeze over because I figure you're more of a tropical weather. Is that right?
Yeah, it's technically subtropical. I mean, it does technically get freezing occasionally, but not often.
Okay, nice. That's good. It saves you a lot on your power bill.
That's good. Oh, now he's like Leon. Oh, very good. Did you get your precious photo?
Got my
Suzanne
blade reaction on.
Heat trace tape is 12-foot long electric tape you put on the outside of the pipes. Gotcha. Thank you, Suzanne, for
You
clarifying.
think
that.
they'd make the pipes of that stuff?
Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. Why don't they make pipes that are temperature resistant, right?
Just something else you have to buy.
But yeah, at least the problem is you only have to buy it once, and they don't like that.
The only thing fun about winter is driving turns into Mad Max and you get to park wherever the fuck you want. It goes for rules of the road that I see a road and that's my road.
There you
Wherever the
go.
two go.
Right, as long as it's not on private property and they don't call the cops on you.
Yeah, some reason people hate when you drive through their lawns. There's such jerks around here.
I know, right?
If you don't like my driving, get the heck off the sidewalk.
Right. Anybody here going to buy one of those new Teslas? The tank or
God,
whatever the hell that is?
The Tesla truck looks like a retarded version of the DeLorean and or how a toddler would draw a car.
Oh, that's
Pretty
an
much.
interesting-
In fact, I'd rather get a DeLorean.
For one thing, Teslas are very overpriced. Another thing is, I think they're
Overrated.
shitty cars. I ain't
And
going to
overrated,
buy one.
right?
Never.
Well, yeah, because not to mention the fact that they're good for maybe 5 years, and then you got to spend upwards of 30,000 or more for a replacement battery, and that's if you're lucky enough for it not to catch fire and you burn on the inside.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
wonder this too, because like if let's say you're hanging out with your friends in the sticks because you're a bunch of redneck buckboards, and you run out of gas, you can go get a gas. What do you do when your Tesla's stuck in the middle of nowhere? Do you got to drag it back, or is there like a hand
Nothing.
charger?
Right? It's like a dead tank.
Right? And not to mention, if I recall, batteries blow up pretty easy. So I mean, I don't know if people have got drunk driving and smashed these things into enough stuff to figure out whether or not they're explosively flammable.
Yeah,
But
there are
I feel like
videos.
they might.
There's videos of Teslas blowing up. There's one where it's in a car wash. There's another one where it's in a garage. I've seen many.
Yeah, because
But-
remember that years the phone batteries kept blowing up. I forgot which phone it was, but like people would have them in their
think it was
pockets and blow part of their leg off.
Yeah, it may have been a Samsung.
Yeah,
And it was on airplanes. I remember that.
they suddenly banned them on flights when people had booked the flights. It was one of those. Anyone with a Samsung, you can fuck that shit off my flight now. What?
Exactly. It's like, what do we need terrorists for? You got your Samsung phone, right?
Well, it's like
Oh,
what
that's
you
like
need
the other day,
killer
part of
robots
an
for.
airliner lost it's like escape door mid-flight, man. I don't
Yeah,
The AI
understand.
cars. Two people have been killed by AI cars so far. At least two that I know of.
that you know
One-
of, right? And counting.
Yeah, one pedestrian and one tester. So how do we? It's like Alec Baldwin. How do we know it wasn't murder? How do we know the cars aren't doing it on purpose?
And how many do you think have been killed that we don't hear about because they keep it hush hush?
That's just it. Yeah, they bury a lot of it in the press, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, there's two that we know about. No one's been brought to trial. No computer.
Well,
No car.
Yeah, and
The
I
lady-
wonder
Car's
from
been
an
arrested.
insurance standpoint,
the
let's say I
lady,
have my automated car and I get sloshed and I hang out in the back and I'm like, car, go drive somewhere. If my automated car hits something, does that count as me hitting it, or can I sue the company
You.
for?
you.
Based on reality, what if you're sober and it beheads you because it goes under a truck, which is literally what happened.
Oh,
Well,
I think there's some
The lady in
bit
San
where it's
Francisco.
like the car will stop for you, and it's like, can you imagine a car stopping for you? That'd be like having someone in your passenger side trying to control for you. It's like, all right,
Yeah,
I'm here, I'm driving, I don't need assistance.
I've read too
Control
many
something.
Philip K. Dick books. I ain't gonna trust my neck to no fucking Johnny Cabs. Pardon my French.
Same here. But that lady in San Francisco that hit the pedestrian. Well, she was in an automated car, and she was not paying attention. She was on her phone watching like the Desperate Housewives of bullshit or something like that.
Right.
The car hit and struck and killed the pedestrian. She was convicted. They blamed it on her. So
Oh,
ultimately,
really?
Yeah, it is. I don't know if she got it for murder, or I don't know if she got as harsh of a sentence as somebody who would run over somebody.
But
they
that's
did-
interesting.
they did blame
Legally,
her.
the passenger is responsible for the. Because in the other example, it's the passenger that died. I don't know if that counts as it's their fault. But So if you're the passenger in an automatic car, you're responsible. Wow.
But behind the
Damn.
driver, if you're behind the driver wheel, because you're supposed to take over in the event of an oncoming accident.
Oh, if you're in the yeah, I guess that's fair enough.
I do
Yeah.
think somebody
Like,
that's behind the driver wheel should be aware of what's going on in front of them, so I can understand why she got charged.
And she deserved it. The stupid pig was on the phone watching some bullshit.
Well, yeah, it's like you've heard about people that go to sleep while they're in one of these cars, right?
Yes.
It's like,
There was-
fuck me, are you crazy?
Yeah, one guy in
Ah.
Tesla was asleep and he slammed into a semi.
Exactly, it's nuts. I would never.
Oh God, I don't know.
I would
those
never
people
get in
fucking
one of those
crazy
cars
or
anyway.
brave. Because I could never because even now we're I'm talking to 6 different people across the globe on one TV screen now, so times can change. But I don't see a day me waking up and being like, oh, I'm okay for this self-driving car to take me somewhere. I don't trust people, and I don't know if I trust. I'm like
No.
fucking McCoy. I don't trust
Yeah,
my
I-
brain.
Right, exactly.
I
I don't
like-
trust people or computers. I'll do it myself. Give me the keys. Give me the keys.
Give me the keys and let me drive my fucking car because I like both hands on the steering wheel and I know where I'm fucking going. I know how I'm going to get there. It's like
And most
See,
times,
Exactly.
crap.
right, and
If they
most
get
times,
these things to work, they're going to try to take our power to drive away because they're like, well, no one needs to drive now. And it's like, dude, that's freedom. That's the best freedom you'll have
Right.
outside of learning to
Right.
ride a bike as a kid.
right, I don't think that's going to happen because I don't think the day's going to come where they're going to buy poor people cars that can drive themselves. That's never going to happen.
I
Right.
think the
Well,
whole
yeah.
self-driving thing is going to crash and burn
It
actually
is.
in a few years.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Gonna
a
crash.
I think it's
Well,
going to be.
everybody's saying truck drivers will be outmoded in a couple years, and all the truckers will be out of work. And it's like, no, I don't think so. I don't see
Yeah,
that
I
happening.
think
Yeah,
self-driving cars are going to go the same way as the Segway.
yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
that's so weird.
Segue. Good analogy,
Yeah,
Pop.
I
Yes.
remember when they said that's going to be the second coming, and everyone's going to use them bullshit.
Oh
I
yeah,
said, so
everybody's
then,
going to be cruising around in Segways, right? It's like, fuck
uh-huh.
that.
I said,
The guy who
The
bought
second
Segway ended
coming.
up dying on a Segway.
I don't know.
Actually,
If he fell
Jesus
off
on
a
a
cliff or
Segway, that'd
something.
be quite good for
I still think
Christmas.
people
That would
actually
be the
love to
second.
actually get out and actually fucking go for a walk. So yeah.
When I was working in San Francisco, they had little tourist groups that would ride around on those damn things, and I wanted to plow through them so badly.
Oh man, I'm getting salty and it's after midnight. You know something that annoys me is when you're in the grocery store and there'll be a, no offense if you guys are overweight, you know, people have weight issues. But if you're a fat monster and you're in the little go-kart at the grocery, Jesus, at least walk to fill yourself back up. Come on, you clearly aren't working a lot when you're picking up more supplies to get large, or at least you can burn a few calories picking up off the shelf. All right.
Well, you have that's the problem is you have some people who need them because they're physically handicapped, and then you have some. It's only because they're fat and obese, and that's not
Yeah,
right.
I'm noticing more. It looks like people who are doing
Fat
fine
and
are having
obese. It's a hell of a combo.
Well, because I can't find enough words to describe it.
No, that's
Grotesque.
brilliant. Tell you what, next time I've got a girlfriend that's too porky, I'm going to go, babe, you've only got two problems. You're fat and you're obese.
Right, and those are your two best. Those are your two best. Right, those are your two best points.
At that point,
You
she
know
might
you did
become
something wrong when you're
sure
a
in the
fat girl and
modern
you have
day,
small
that's
boobs.
not. And you dress like a lesbian too.
But I will say this,
Just
and I'll
throw
be
it
honest.
on you're ugly, and then you'll definitely be rid of her.
Oh,
But
brilliant! That's a
I will
classic.
be
You're
honest.
fat, ugly, and obese,
I will
There
be
you go.
honest though,
and your
because
mother dresses you funny.
Exactly.
I will be honest though, because I'm undergoing treatment for bone cancer. Actually, I've got all several kinds of cancer, but bone cancer is one of them. I'm unfortunately one of those that has to use those scooters, but I'm only 130 pounds. So, excuse me, many times I go in the store and all those scooters are being occupied by fat people. And I can't use one. And that's what's bullshit. And that's
You
what's not
can't win.
right.
They've taken your scooter, and then when you do get in the store, you got Copper Mountain behind. You could get out my way, pops. You can't win.
Well, I'm stuck. There's not much I can do. I can stand around and wait for some fat ass to turn it in, but knowing them they're so fat and heavy they drain the battery.
Oh, geez.
Maybe we should all get Segways in the supermarkets. That'd be quite fun, actually. Can you tie? What about what's the pulling capacity? If you tie a Segway to a trolley, how many cases of eggnog do you get in that sucker before it starts going a bit slow around the corners?
Who knows? What they should
Asking
do,
for a friend.
what they should do, if they've got like let's say 6 of those carts, they should at least have, in my opinion, 2 to 3 of them roped off, saying these are for real handicapped people. Fat people use these 2 over here.
I reckon you should get 2 Segways in front of a trolley like a chariot.
Oh yeah, and then you have
That's
to
the modern way.
Yeah,
That's good use for the Segways. Pulling
they
your
only go
shopping around.
they only go about 3 to 5 miles an hour. So yeah, go ahead and get.
I'm
Well,
gonna design like
so's
the
your
Jetsons
auntie.
version of a grocery store. There'll just be a conveyor belt where everybody can just stand and it'll just take you through the store.
There you go. No, you.
And if it looks like they're not shopping enough, I'll slow it down so it'll force them to want to look and buy at things. I'm like,
In fact, you should stay still, but all the groceries should move past you. Like the walls should be moving.
Not only that, but if here's another tip: if you're extra wide, don't drop anchor right in the middle of the aisle where people can't get around you, and then ignore it like you can't hear them. When they say "excuse me," you just ignore it, like you act like you can't hear them. They do that all the time. I mean, like Walmart's, they have double wide aisles, but they're sure enough they're big enough to block them.
People that have a huge shopping cart and they fucking turn it like sideways and block the entire fucking aisle. Aren't those people just wonderful? It's like, fuck you.
Welcome to Shopping Nightmares.
I guess shopping carts are free, by the way.
I actually don't.
Actually, Shopping Nightmares could be a good show. Actually, I might watch that
This
one.
is a test of my YouTube professionalism because I had a terrible shop. I'm going to save you the anecdote because this is YouTube, it's pop culture. But I'm
Please
telling
do.
you, Well, if we get 5 minutes and we're still talking, then about shop nightmares. This motherfucker. Sorry with the language, but I'm still getting over
No
it.
problem.
I mean,
Use it
do you ever
sparingly,
feel like
I
you're
thought
the
you couldn't
only
say that word.
person?
Hold on,
I
PvP.
bet PvP. I bet you're good. I bet you guys. You seem like good people. Do you get the next customer bar? You know the plastic thing that says next customer.
Yes,
I
you put it
bet,
up.
like me,
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
person in front of
Yeah.
you never gets the next customer. You've got to get it yourself. But then the person behind you, but you've got to get it for them, haven't you?
Of course, yes.
Seems like that. Yeah.
Sheer doubles. And I'm always going in with that energy. I'm there. I'm going, look at me. I'm so perfect. I had to get my next customer thing, but I'm going to get, and I'm already thinking about the next person. And they go, excuse me, could you get me the next customer thing? And I was like, I'm already thinking ahead. And I thought, hang on a minute, I'm not done yet. I'm still emptying the trolley. So I thought, here we go. So I gave it to him and you put it down. He starts loading up his food. I'm like, do you know how physics works? I'm still putting my stuff in. He's going, you got room there? I go, no, you're taking up the room. The thing's moving. That's how it works. That's
Right.
why you've got. That's why I haven't given it to you yet. You're using my space. He goes, it's all about space. I'm like, then why are you taking? See, I've done it now. Oh, shopping. That's why I don't go out.
Don't you love when the cashier starts moving the fucking shit forward when you're putting your shit on the fucking conveyor belt and it's like, hey, fuck, quit
Or when
moving
they
it
start-
forward for
They
fuck's
start
sake.
dude,
flirting with your PvP. They start looking at you going, oh, is that custard?
Go ahead, Nemesis.
Well, no, and I was just gonna say, like today and a couple other days, I'm like, set the 2 liter pop down, and it's coming towards the end. I'm like, hey, please don't let my pop tip over. And the ladies look at it, and it tips over, and the lady looked at me, and she's like, that happens every time. It's inevitable. And I'm just like, are you fucking retarded? Like,
Then why don't you stop it?
Right. That's her way of saying I do the same stupid thing all the time.
I've had that
Well,
experience,
well,
Nemesis.
well, hey,
I
at least
feel
you're
your pain.
dealing with
I
people.
feel
Is she
your
a
pain.
Philip K. Dick fan? What is this Minority Report? I thought it might stand up this time.
It's still
That's
true
like
though. These
all the
fucking
things for my
cashiers,
part.
they do the same shit over and over again. It's like, please just fucking don't put the fucking treadmill on until I put all my fucking groceries on the goddamn thing. It's like, well, whatever.
I
Fuck.
do have to admit, if I have
Sorry.
something that's going to,
Didn't
if
mean
I
to
have
use
something,
the F word again. Shit, sorry.
I do have to admit, if I have something that's going to tip over when they move it, I lay it down on that thing. I don't stand it up because I know they might move.
Yeah.
You
It's
can
still
think
By the
about
way-
the comedy potential. I'm going to do it on purpose. I'm going to get a 2 liter bottle and then get it over the eggs. If that
Yeah,
sucker goes
yeah,
over, I'm like,
yeah,
oh,
put
they're
it
not
over
my
the
eggs,
eggs.
they're your eggs.
Put it over the eggs and loosen the lid.
Yeah,
And then
pop
they gotta go
open the
get
lid,
more
let it
eggs.
fall over.
Right, and then just say, "I'm not paying for that."
That's
It's like, I
physics.
want
Exactly.
fucking
You should have
other
known that
eggs,
was
like,
going to happen.
you
That
know.
was physics inevitability.
Right. Suzanne, excuse me. Suzanne says, "Actually, my new setup will be all PEX. It's a plastic of sorts, but is excellent for plumbing. Great, Suzanne. I hope it works."
Sounds good.
Then the whole idea is to hopefully save money on your utility bill. And Suzanne says, "Hey, now nothing wrong with Samsung phones. Well, it keeps me connected with you a lot." Oh yeah, yeah. They finally did fix that little exploding problem.
Yeah, fine, yeah. Try telling that to the check-in staff at Singapore Airlines back in 2019. They would never bar of it.
Right. I thought it was hilarious when people were buying those stupid quote hoverboards and they were exploding in their houses as they were plugged in. Those were
No, I
hilarious.
remember they used to like
They were basically
crash
tiny
and burn.
segways.
Yeah.
Oh, wait,
Yes.
they
They
did
didn't
have
hover.
hoverboards, didn't
I
they?
blame Marty McFly.
Right. And that's
I
exactly
remember
they
the
were just
hoverboard.
right, exactly. They were just segways without the handles.
Yeah.
And Suzanne says, I agree with you on that, Pop. Many times I've needed this store scooter and some badass was using it. Yeah, that's the problem. What the problem is obviously is that- I'll try not to offend anybody. I'll try to get not to get too deep into this. But they eat themselves into submission to where they're so fat they expect to be coddled their entire lives and they expect to live on disability. And so it's a reason not never to work again and they expect everything handed to them. So when they do take those scooters, they're entitled. And I mean, something as simple as "excuse me," and they get angry, and that is really sad. They're very, very rude. Very rarely, I mean, not all of them, but there's so many rude ones out there, and it's terrible. PvP says that Suzanne XT and he's laughing. Suzanne says PvP, hello.
Can you ram them in yours? If you've got a scooter and they've got a scooter, what happens if you ram them?
Right, and say, oops, sorry, I didn't see your fat ass there.
Scooter
Oh,
wars.
Yeah, for example.
Like most of them are self checkouts, right? And there'll be like one checkout, and there'll be like a kid, and they're all kids having jobs. But
Yeah,
if you're a
like one
grocery store
checkout, yeah,
and you're
exactly.
selling booze, and all your booze has the little lock on it, this
Yes.
means I need someone to take the lock off, and two, you're gonna need to check my ID, and it's always somebody, and they'll always be like 21, and Permanent's like, just let this 21-year-old work this fucking register. They have this kid yell 21 every fucking 4 people.
Yeah, they got to call over the adult if you're getting booze, right? Yeah.
Right. Or how about in California? How about in California? You go to buy a condom, they're in a glass case, you have to ask for help, and they call over the loudspeaker, condoms, aisle 3.
No.
Yeah, I'm not
Well,
joking.
when I was a kid, I used to be embarrassed, but now I'm an old
Why are
man,
they
and I'm just like, fuck
restricted?
yeah, I'm
You
getting
can use them
laid.
as water balloons.
Well, just brag about it. Say, yeah, I'm getting condoms because I'm getting fucking
Yeah, I'm
laid
getting
tonight.
condoms, damn it, I'm driving a school bus.
Because I'm getting banged tonight.
Oh,
Just kidding, guys. Just
Sorry,
kidding.
everybody. You're missing out. I'm not.
Oh, do they call out? So, what size would you like? We got small, medium, and captain.
I say go for the extra large.
Captain, it is.
I don't hold up my fist and say, "You see this? You see this?"
Damn.
Yeah, you guys have
What
seen
about
that.
you, Daniel? Are you extra ribbed for her pleasure kind of guy?
No,
I never bought one of those.
What, you never buy
Damn.
condoms? Holy shit.
Oh, baby, I like it. Wait, so you like venereal disease?
No, he likes.
Yeah, I collect them all. I fight my STDs like a Godzilla movie. I'm like, they'll fight each other and cancel each other out.
Oh, there you go.
Not.
You can always keep your.
Or they'll morph together to create a monster.
Yeah, I don't want a monster. I don't want to monster my penis, though, Nemesis. I'd rather pass on that one.
Bingo! We have a winner for you. A winner pop you nailed.
Suzanne's very entertaining in the chat, I gotta say tonight. She's going for it. I thought she would probably go to sleep by now, but she's going for some great chat
Yeah,
comments.
I'm glad she's still awake with us.
Suzanne's fucking awesome. I love Suzanne. She's so sweet.
But you guys have seen in California where the entire stores are putting them in glass, like Walgreens and CVS pharmacies and stuff. Where every single aisle is in plexiglass and glass, and they're thinking, "Oh,
yeah,
we got it."
This is, San Francisco. I mean, I don't know if this is just hyping it to make it look bad, but it just looks horrible. Like thieves are just in there with bikes and garbage sacks.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is they spend all that money, so what they're doing is they're driving out the regular customers because no customer is gonna go in there and wait for every single item they want to be unlocked. So that drives out any of your paying customers, and then what happens is the thieves walk in with a sledgehammer and just start banging away on the glass.
It's like Walmart. I go to Walmart. I used to go to Walmart like maybe once a month, like 8 or 9 years ago. Now I go to Walmart maybe twice a year because they suck. They got no fucking cashiers. Excuse me, Bob.
Yes.
I didn't use the F word, but they got no
Sparingly
cashiers.
is fine.
It's all self-checkout. And get this, they have no bags. They don't even sell you a cloth bag.
That's
if
right.
you wanted to even pay $3 or $4 for a cloth bag, they don't have it because they don't have bags. So if you bought like $100 for the groceries and you didn't bring your bags with you, like you're screwed, right? It's like,
How about this? I'll do you one better.
What the hell?
I'll do you one better. So the Walmarts in California, they don't have the bags. And you say, well, fuck it then, okay. You start taking the card out to your car and it locks at the exit because they won't let you take it out the door because the homeless people are stealing the shopping carts.
Oh, man. Walmart's they're like fascists because they've got the barriers up everywhere here. It's like a cattle chute. You can go in, but you can't get out. It's ridiculous.
Well,
that's why I never
the only
shop there
people,
anymore because I
the
hate
only
it.
people, the only people that are welcome with open arms are the thieves. Regular paying customers, it's not for you.
Oh, paying customers are treated like crap, basically.
But guess what? That's their own fault. They shouldn't be shopping there. If I walk into a store like that, I turn around and
go
leave.
like maybe twice a year when they got such a a good sale on with something I want to buy, I can get it super cheap. But other than that, it's like screw them, right? I never go there.
Yeah, 'cause I'm a 40 piece, and sometimes they have razor blades locked away, and I'm like, wait, people are stealing these now? Like, Jesus,
Oh
come
yeah,
on.
everything. They steal anything you can get their hands on. Suzanne said, in fact, in San Francisco, they would steal the stuff and then walk outside and sell it right outside the store, right in front of it. Because as soon as they're outside that door, it's their property. The store can't stop them. So they've got
Yeah,
tables set up.
Walmart's
Right, they
a
got.
mess.
Suzanne says, my brother had a collection of condoms, lol. I don't think he ever used any, however. 9 kids, but shoe boxes full of rubbers. Wow, that's something to show off to your friends.
I think that's kind of sad if you got a collection that you never use. That's not the point, is it?
Right? He's like those toy collectors. He's got like a 1982 unopened condom. He's like,
Yes.
this is gonna be worth real big money
Right.
Yeah, I
anyway.
got
So
this
Look,
40-year-old
yeah,
condom.
look at-
It's like I'm
right.
going to put it in a museum someday.
Right. Look, I got a He-Man condom. I've got a, ninja, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles condom.
I got a Care Bears condom.
Here's a Smurf condom.
Oh,
It's a
Lord
blue-
Almighty.
Surprisingly,
That's
it's
too
blue. Herc130 says, hello. Very nice to meet you, Melted Copper. Hello, Herc. Suzanne
Hey,
says,
Herc.
Oh, man.
Herc
It's too
130
funny.
hello.
Herc.
Suzanne.
no, my house is on fire. I gotta save my vintage collection of Muppet Baby condoms.
Right,
My vintage
Yeah.
condom collection.
right. Imagine standing outside your house is in flames and the fire engine's there and you're yelling out the fire engine, save my condoms! Save my condoms! Next thing, so nice to see you. It has been a long time. And Herc says, LOL, Melted Copper. Suzanne says, Herc, I'm usually here. And don't need stream elements, but do check out Nemesis of Eden. There's a link there to help him. We're hoping that you get a laptop.
Your brother's
Because
a hoe?
He's having to use his phone.
I don't know how to
BBP
respond to that.
BBP, my brother is a hoe. Oh. Well, hopefully he's a successful one, huh?
Is he like a farmer or something? Or you
He uses a hoe or he is a hoe? I don't know.
or maybe he's a male prostitute or something?
Oh, I
Like
thought you said hobo, like he's homeless, like he's just like a meth head.
No,
Yeah.
No, more like he's a whore. He sleeps around. That's what she's
Right.
saying.
Oh,
Right,
wow.
she said
Okay.
HOE, right?
I want a little bit of clarification because I didn't want to judge too early. So yeah.
It could be a misspelling.
So I like Suzanne, and I don't want to prejudge anything she types. So
Yeah, when I was a little kid, I was kind of immature when reading my comic books. When Magneto would be like, "We are Homo superiors," I'm like, "Hey, fucking gay dude."
Yeah, back when the word didn't mean anything. Unfortunately, now it's been twisted around. Herc130 says,
Well,
Jake
the thing with
Bruce
those guys, and I know we're not trying to get political here, but listen, an abbreviation is only good because it's short. And if you're starting to say almost a third of the alphabet, maybe you should just call yourself the Not Straights. Okay,
Right,
so
well-
that's the only group that's not getting in your alphabet club. It's way
Right.
easier than trying to give everyone a letter.
yes. And Suzanne says, PvP, oops, I already read that. Herc says, Jake Blues had 2 condoms when he got out of Joliet prison. Yes, he did.
I
Suzanne
grew up in
XP,
Elwood, actually.
in where?
Elwood, Illinois. That's where Jake and Jolly Blues come from.
Okay, gotcha. Suzanne says, PvP, he's a filthy dog. Yes, Nemesis is right.
oh, he's a doggy. Okay, that makes sense.
Sorry to hear that.
She calling her brother a filthy dog. Well, that could kind of change the meaning. Oh my god.
Well, I understand. I've got a sister who's a skank.
Right, you
Yeah.
filthy dog.
Right.
Just a
She's
dirty little
Okay,
cat.
I think I might get what Suzanne's actually saying then. Yeah.
yeah.
He's like a-
Unfortunately,
He's a dirty dog.
yeah, we're not all lucky enough to to grow up in the Brady Bunch family.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey,
I
we
was-
got we're who's Janice? And one day this lady met this fellow.
Oh, you mean Mike, the dad who's always looking for Peter?
Oh yeah, he
He
was a
died-
big home.
he died from- The actor died from AIDS, so there you go.
Yeah.
So much for the wholesome family.
Yeah, but to be honest, he did really love those kids as like his own, and he really, I mean, he would buy them gifts. One season, he bought them movie cameras, which were very expensive back then,
Awesome.
and he would take them to his house where they can go swimming and have barbecues and all that stuff. So he was very, very fond of.
Knowing how actors are now, I don't know if he took them swimming for
He was
uncle's
legit.
father.
You know, he was legit. He was very protective over them.
I'm not saying the actor wasn't a cool guy. I'm just saying he wasn't like the Brady Bunch ideal daddy, right?
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
here's
so
another
that was
thing.
an era where it wasn't as accepted. So yeah, he liked his
Right.
role, and it meant a lot for the
Right.
image to him.
But I give him credit because that was one of the very rare performances where if you didn't know, he played straight perfectly. Usually
He
when they're
did.
gay,
I
you
give
could
him
tell
credit. Yes.
automatically, no matter what they try to do, you could tell they're gay. That's why I didn't like the guy who played Spock in the Kelvin timeline. You could tell he was gay. I mean, especially watching the movie on the big screen, I'm like, what the fuck are they thinking? So Robert Reed, I gave him credit. He was a good enough actor where you would never know unless someone told you.
I do admit he was great as the dad. I would give him credit for that. I
I
agree.
heard that black dude from Amen. I think he was in the Jeffersons. I heard he's in the dude.
Sherman
Herman
Hensley? Sherman Hensley?
I saw a video. I don't know. People are just sometimes they like to write up news history to be like, look, he's a part of us. You know, you never know.
Wait, are you talking about?
Like, is he not deceased by now? Like,
Yes, he is. Are you talking about
yeah.
Sherman Hensley?
I know that the guy who played the dad on Family Matters weirdly doesn't have any kids and isn't a fan of children.
I don't remember. I know there was a show, Family Matters, but I never watched it.
Yeah, he was the cop in Die Hard too.
That's what I always thought about the dad in Alf. I thought he was probably not straight. I'll put it nicely.
Right.
He just wasn't believable as a masculine father, I guess.
There was a Harry and the Hendersons show for a while too. I know it might have failed in prime time. I just remember always on noon.
Yeah,
and Fox.
it lasted just a few episodes.
Yeah.
Anyways, gentlemen, I'm gonna head out.
Well, Nemesis, thank you for joining with the stream tonight and hanging out with us. I appreciate it.
Oh, always a pleasure to be here with you, Pop.
Yeah,
and of course the rest of you guys.
It's getting pretty
No,
damn
no,
late. And I'm
Nemesis.
thinking I might head out in a little while myself. So
I'm gonna probably be wrapping up the stream.
no
We've been
worries,
gone
buddy. Have a
yeah,
good
we've
sleep.
been going
there,
on
man.
for over 5 hours. But
Would have
Nemesis,
been good.
if I don't see you sooner, Nemesis.
We went from condoms to wrapping it up.
We will see you soon, Nemesis.
Yeah, and I'll
All right, Nemesis, enjoy your Sunday.
If I don't see you sooner, Nemesis, then I'll see you on Tuesday.
Have a good one, man.
Sounds good, everyone.
Before you dip out, though, and think about your channel, you want to share. Who do we just lose?
Yeah,
Daniel.
sure.
Sorry, Daniel. I hope you're okay. If not, good night.
Uh-oh.
Go ahead, Nemesis.
Yeah, I've just been doing lots of Skullgirls Mobile and Yu-Gi-Oh. If you're into that, definitely subscribe, like all that fun stuff. And thanks to everyone in the chat for being here. And if you guys haven't, definitely subscribe to Pop Culture Curator because he definitely deserves it.
Thank you.
And yeah, of course. And that's it. Thank you for having me on. It's been wonderful as always, gentlemen. And have a wonderful night, everyone. Take care.
Likewise.
You
Stay
too,
warm.
Nemesis. Have a good one, man.
Yeah, I know I've been going on for like over 5 hours now. So, is there anything anybody wants to add before we close this up? Suzanne says 9 kids. Suzanne's talking about her brother, 9 kids by 12 mothers, and that's sad. I bet you all 12 mothers are on welfare.
Holy shit, that's a lot of mothers and a lot of kids.
Right. I hope he's paying. You know, I doubt this, but I hope he's paying child support. That'll teach him a lesson.
Yeah, fuck. If he's paying child support, he's probably homeless himself.
Well, I don't know about there, but I know here, if you don't pay child support, you go to jail.
Well, you know,
I think in Illinois,
I think if you're gonna have that many kids, you should be responsible at some point, right? Like, fuck. I'm sorry.
Well, if it's
I
right,
didn't mean to use the F word again, but
if they're
right,
not,
this is like this. I like dogs, right? And I got 2 dogs. Now, there's a difference between loving your dogs and collecting dogs. Once you get more than like 5 dogs, eventually you're just collecting things now. You don't love them and you wouldn't have the time to nurture them. You're just it's a collection.
yeah, it's like crazy cat ladies have like 50 cats, right, Melted?
yes.
It gets weird after a while.
And I've known some of them, cat ladies and people that have massive dogs.
God. It's all about getting. I guess it's about obsession or something. Like some people just get obsessed with something and they get weird. You know.
I almost get away because I have like 3 wild cats. I think I mentioned in other live streams. They live on right. Hopefully they're okay. I've seen their footsteps in the snow. I haven't seen them in a while. But sometimes I almost want to get up because I got the 2 cute dogs, and I'm like, oh, the little cats! I want to. I turn into Elmira from Tiny Toons. I'm like, I want to hug my feral cat, and it'd be like clawing at me. One time when we were kids, we had these cats that lived in the garage, and they were kind of feral. But I went outside in shorts. And I was eating a sandwich, and they clomb up my legs, and it sucked.
Oh fuck no!
Oh, that sounds painful.
Yeah,
Hopefully
they're like,
Hopefully they didn't hang on anything for a grip.
Yeah, hopefully they're gonna grab you by the legs.
well,
Maybe they
we
fight.
have feral cats. Cat people will probably hate me when I say this because I got like little feral cats. But if you're nice to them, and I mean, you know, you can't play with them, they'll start to give you stuff back. Like if you left food for them, the next day they'll leave like a dead bird on your doorstep and
Yes.
like cheeseburger for you half eaten.
Right.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah,
Okay. Now I'm gonna go around the panel. First, I want to say thank you everybody in the panel. I was a blessing to have all you on here. I really enjoyed you guys here tonight, and especially everybody in the chat.
I don't have anything to sell.
Especially everybody in the chat. I think it was very nice. Like I said, that the streams have gone on for over 5 hours, and that's very impressive. But I know it's going to be cold night, and I wish you all to stay warm. And definitely, if you have to work tomorrow, which I hope you don't, definitely drive safe. But PvP, thank you for being here. Is there anything you'd like to share about your channel?
I'm just working on my second Power Pop Bands stream. Hopefully, I might get it up tomorrow. No promises though, because I'm still kind of figuring out what the hell to put on there. But other than that, yeah, not much to actually report, Pop. So I'll keep it brief.
I appreciate it, PvP. And Melted Copper, anything? Do you have a channel you'd like to share with us?
Well, my channel's embarrassing. Eventually, I'll get back to making programs. Right now, it seems to be I'm making labs as a talking character piece on panels.
No, it's okay. We all start somewhere. I did. How about you, Captain? What say you about your channel?
Who, me? Oh, no, I'm all good. It's fine.
Oh, well, then I'll do it. I'll say I recommend Captain Infinity times Temporis Maximus channel. Everybody check that out if you get a chance. That guy's got,
Thank you.
I think, hundreds probably of videos and lots of entertaining content.
Oh, good night, Susie.
Susie, okay, I'm not sure, but all right. And on my channel, see, this is Saturday, so Monday we're going to cover another episode of the classic Lost in Space. Tuesday will be our sci-fi horror stream. We're going to be covering Train to Busan, the zombie movie from Korea. Wednesday, we're going to be returning with season 3 of 2 episodes of Gilligan's Island. And then next Saturday will be another Rumblings from the Lab. Everybody's invited. I hope you can make it. I can't do it without you guys. Seriously, without people in the panel, without everyone in the chat, I wouldn't have anyone to talk to, and my channel wouldn't exist. So I really sincerely mean it.
Yeah, eventually I'm going to do my backdrop a little bit more snazzy since I guess I'm going to be on camera these days.
Okay. All right. Oh, let's see. Do we have any comments? Suzanne says good night, PvP. Good night, Suzanne. And I hope that you and your grandson stay warm. It was really good to see you. So with that, everybody, have a wonderful night. Like I said, stay warm tonight. Drive safe tomorrow, especially if you're in the snow or ice area. And peace out.